a podcast the other day, and they were talking about perimenopause because the host, it was Gin and Juice podcast with Mrs. Kev on stage and her sister Mel. And they were talking about, Melissa was talking about perimenopause and like how it's tearing her down. And then somebody in the chat was like, because I think I had said like, and there's another 10 years of this or something like that. And she was like, hey, girl, it don't go away. And I was like, what are you talking about, Miss Ma'am? What you mean it don't go away? Ha, ha. What you saying? What are you saying? So I'm still trying to process that because the hell. So the chat says, wow, that's really not fair. WTF. And they want us sane? The fuck? So anyway, here I am living out loud through this through perimenopause and everything else that comes with it. But I'm really grateful that there are so many of us right now on social media spaces that are talking about this, because I feel like in times past that conversation was not being had, and I feel like women have had to navigate this on their own like their entire lives, because like mothers or grandmas or whomever don't like sit down and prepare you for it. The other thing that I learned is that you start getting symptoms in your 30s, but we don't know. So what happens, for instance, I mentioned ADHD is in full effect. That is one of the symptoms of perimenopause is like ADHD, like I said, brain fog. And then if you are neurodivergent, it all kind of comes crashing together because you also have probably been masking your entire life, and you are finally figuring out, I don't like this and I don't want to do this anymore in the midst of the perimenopausal hormonal changes and drops in estrogen and like all that kind of stuff. It's a lot to be navigating and figuring out. And so to any men folk who wind up listening to this, and again, shout out to the men folk that are here with us, I think it's really, 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 really important for you all to educate yourselves on the things that we have to go through as women, especially because we experience symptoms and things every month. And so a lot of men that I know, I remember I was talking to a man one time and he was like, that's woman things. I stay out of that. No, 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 no. It's important because y'all be stressing us the hell out. Y'all be stressing us the hell out. So if you can be aware of what we are already having to experience, where we are already having to manage, where we are already having to navigate, don't be an extra headache. But seriously though, so I think it's really, really important. I know it is very, very, very important for us to be educated on what is happening with each other, but definitely for women's health, because women's health has been so underfunded and understudied. And again, we just finding out stuff and we live in these bodies. All right, let's get started, Joe. Somebody left a comment last week. Was that last week? It might have been, I don't remember. But they were like, girl, you be coming out the gate swinging because I be having stuff I need to say. And I hold it for this because it be too much going on. And I be needing to get some things off my chest. You feel me? All right, for real this time.
Hey y'all, I'm Kimberland, and this is the Frolicking Truth, a soft space for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Here, joy meets justice. We calm our Black-ass nervous systems, we unmask, and we leave behind whatever that is trying to kill us. You're seen here, you're safe here, and you don't have to do this alone.
Before I get into anything, I need to let y'all know that this is my birthday episode. So this episode is airing on my birthday today. Well, not today when I'm recording this, but today when this airs. This is February 14th, 2026, and it is my 45th birthday. So I'm excited that y'all are here. So come on in here, y'all. Come on in. Have a seat, get comfortable, and all the things. This is episode 38 of the Frolicking Truth podcast for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, where joy meets justice and nervous systems get free. It is okay if you don't identify with any of those descriptors. It just means that when you come ready to listen, ready to learn, and ready to support. So, shout out to the chat who is here with me. And they are in the archive. They are part of the inner circle. They are keepers. They are the folks that are connected to our Patreon community. So if you are saying to yourself, girl, this feels like a really good time, and I would so love to be there with you as you are recording this, it would be really amazing for you to join the archive. Now, I do have a big announcement that I'm going to give in just a little bit, but before I get to that, if you go to patreon.com/minding my black ass business, you are able to join the archive. You can actually join on a 7-day free trial if you join through the inner circle. Okay. But it's $5 a month to be a part of the archive. And that is the way that you get all of the right now things that are happening in the Mind of My Black Ass Business universe and Kimberland Jackson's universe. That's where things go first. Okay. That's also where community lives. So we are getting the people in the doors. All right. Now, if you're saying to yourself, I don't have $5 a month, I get it. All right. You can still join for free though, because you will still get notifications and you'll also get the notifications when things premiere. For instance, when this episode premieres, or so you don't put syrup on your grilled cheese, or heal that shit, or our new podcast from Auntie with Love. Okay, come on into the archive. Shout out to the chat. They're here with me. They're celebrating with me. Birthday episode. Let's go. They said 45. Happy birthday. Let's go. Leg out. All right. So shout out to them. Shout out to y'all. Come on in and hang out. If you have not already subscribed to this page, what you doing? What you doing? I need you to go ahead on and click subscribe. Okay. I need you to like the video. All right. And I need you to leave a comment. Now, if you're watching this live, you can come into the chat because we're also in the live chat, because again, it's my birthday. Okay. We're also in the live chat. So you have the opportunity to come and hang out with the people in the live chat that are here watching the premiere with us. I'm in there. You can ask questions. Y'all can talk to each other, like all of the things. And so if you are here during this live premiere, you're able to do that. If you're catching the replay, leave me a comment. Even if the comment is just some sunflowers, leave me a comment, all right? Because all of that helps to push us out into the algorithm. And that's what we're trying to do, is find the people who are looking for us, okay? And when I say us, I mean the community us, but also me, myself, and I. All right. Let me get focused, y'all, because my brain people are all over the place, but I'm gonna get them here into the room so we can do our auntie check-in for today. And if you have been hanging out with me over the past few weeks, you have seen a couple revelations in real time that have happened. And one of those revelations is people out here calling me a witch. And I'm still trying to wrap my mind around that. Still trying to wrap my mind around that. But also, I guess I'm about to talk about some real witchy stuff, because this is what I need you to know. Mercury retrograde is about to start. Okay. Now, I did not believe in Mercury retrograde for a very long time. I was not, I grew up believing that astrology and anything that was talking about the stars and all of that was the devil's work. The devil. You can't look at no horoscope. You can't do none of that. All you could barely even talk about that, what your sign was. Okay, devil, right? But over time, I've gotten very interested and curious because again, I told y'all I'm a scientist, right? Now, granted, space science and astronomy and all of that is not my area of expertise at all. As a matter of fact, I taught eighth grade for 2 years. And when I taught eighth grade, I had to teach space science. And my kids used to be so excited. And I used to be like, I don't know what the hell this book is talking about. They would come in the class and they would be like, Miss Jackson, if a red giant goes into a black hole, does it become a nebula? And I'm like, why don't you research that? And then I'll give you some extra credit points if you present to the class tomorrow. I don't know. My degree is in biology. Okay. I have no idea. But nonetheless, over time, I have tried to increase my understanding of what has happened because of what is happening because I understand energy. And so I know that we have tides, right? TIDE, tides that control the water. And there's high tide and low tide, and that's controlled by the moon, right? So clearly there's something that the moon is doing that is causing these tides. There are shifts, there are things that are happening. And being an educator, baby, them full moon times, oh, it be off the chain. It be off the chain when it's a full moon outside. The children, they be crazy. They be straight nuts. So as I started seeing that, I started getting more curious about the things that are happening astrologically that may be impacting what is going on, right? And one of those things is Mercury retrograde. So basically, Mercury retrograde is when the planet Mercury appears to move backwards. Side note, because again, ADHD is here. How did y'all learn the order of the planets? So I used to love the planetarium when I was younger. This is so contradictory, it seems. I wonder why I lost my love for astrology. I don't know. Anyway, when I was younger, I used to love to go to the planetarium and they taught us a song to learn the order of the planets. And it went like this. My very educated mother just served us 9 pieces of pies. I don't know. I don't know where I picked it up from. I don't know if it was at the planetarium. I don't know if it was on PBS. I don't know. But those are the order of the planets. So it's Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. Now, you know, Pluto is not a planet anymore. We're not going to get into all of that. But anyway, this is my thing. This is my thing. Um, I really have gained a respect, right, for this Mercury retrograde and what happens. So Mercury is the first planet that's closest to the sun, and during certain times of the year, the planet appears to move backwards. Now they say it don't move backwards for real, but I don't really know because I'm not out there, so I don't know. But this is what I can tell you that happens. So it's coming up this month through February 26th through March 20th. They're calling it a Mercury retrograde in Pisces. I don't know what that means either because I'm not a Pisces, so I don't really be studying what Pisces do. But Pisces season, I know, is after Aquarius season, which is right now. Okay. So it's supposed to be happening. It starts on the 26th of February, but there's always a shadow period before it happens and after it happens. And the shadow period started today. Today is February 11th. And this is what I want you to know that happens during Mercury retrograde so that you can prepare yourself. Okay. And that you can honor the things that happen during these times and be really intentional about how you're moving. The first thing that you need to understand is there are technology problems during Mercury retrograde. So that looks like your gadgets and technology is glitching, data might disappear, computer errors, dropped calls, like anything that works in the world of technology don't really be working how it's supposed to work during Mercury retrograde. And so during the shadow period before and after, you start to see those types of glitches that are happening. Now, before I worked primarily online, I did not believe this was a thing. I was like, y'all so crazy. Y'all just out there talking crazy. And then I started working primarily online and I said, this is a real thing. Cause stuff really be going wild and it's unexplainable. Like things could be working the previous day and then all of a sudden no, it just don't work. So it's important for us to know that so that we can like prep ourselves and put your patience in your pocket because stuff be going on. The other thing, there are a few. So another one is communication issues. So they tell you during Mercury retrograde not to like sign any contracts during that time and to be very, very aware of how you are communicating within your relationships with other people because there are a lot of misunderstandings that happen during this time, a lot of arguments, people feel unheard, you have difficulty expressing your thoughts. And so that can cause relationship stress. So that can cause conflict, that can cause sensitivity within your relationship. It also digs up people from the past, if that is applicable to anyone. All right. So if folks start coming out the woodworks, that's that Mercury retrograde digging them up. Okay. So that happens. Also travel delays. So shout out to the chat. So Tool shared in the chat said something was going on with his car. He was like, I thought that I had a real simple issue, whatever that was gonna happen with the car. I was about to do it bada bing, bada boom, and then all of a sudden it was like, that's gonna be a whole lot more intricate. So travel delays happen during Mercury retrograde, flight cancellations, car troubles, and general transportation mishaps are one of the things that happen during Mercury retrograde. The other thing is mental fog. So difficulty concentrating, forgetfulness, self-doubt, and overthinking. All right. So I need us to process all of this and keep this in our minds because what can happen is if you're not thinking about that, you're getting so frustrated and like so upset and it's making things worse. But if we can understand, okay, it's going to be about a month of time that stuff is going to be acting real wonky and I need to be really intentional about the ways that I'm moving, the ways that I'm communicating. I also need to understand everybody isn't aware of this. So they might be behaving in ways and they don't realize why they're behaving that ways. So you're able to keep yourself grounded and keep your mind intact about what's going on. Okay. So these are some recommended actions for what this might look like during the time. It says to review and reflect. So revisit old projects, clear clutter, and focus on internal reflection rather than external progress. So this is the time where we go inside and think about the things that we need to wrap up. What does this look like for me? What type of reflections do I need to do? Make sure you're double checking everything. So carefully review your emails, your contracts, and your travel plans. Back up your data and things that are important to you. So, and protect your devices from those types of tech issues. Be flexible and plan for delays. Expect delays. Okay. So don't wait till the last minute. You got to be somewhere at 2:30 and you leaving the house at 2:15 and you know it takes you exactly 15 minutes to get there. We need to put cushion in place so that we're not stressing ourselves out, okay? Because you're not the only one that's in this world. It's other people, and they probably not aware of what's going on. So because you are aware, that means that you need to add in some buffer time so you don't be stressing yourself out, making your nerves bad, okay? I already mentioned postpone signing contracts if you are able to, and also postpone starting new ventures until after Mercury retrograde ends. Now, what are the positive things about this? This is a time for introspection, self-work, and gaining clarity. And it's an opportunity to strengthen your relationships by going deeper. So this is a time where you really want to ask. I sound like one of the readers out here on the out here on the social media, but It's true. But this is a time where you really want to ask intentional questions and make sure that you're understanding. So seek to understand instead of seeking to respond. If somebody is saying something to you that doesn't feel aligned, make sure that you are understanding what they're actually trying to say because they may be miscommunicating during this time because that's really present. And this is a chance to slow down and recalibrate. All right. So I wanted to put that right here up at the top because that's impacting everything that's happening. Okay. So again, Mercury retrograde is going to be from February 26th to March 20th, but we are currently in the shadow period right now. The shadow period is 2 weeks before and 2 weeks after. So it winds up being, I guess, like almost a 2 month period that Mercury is in retrograde. So be aware of all those things. Okay. All right. Now, two other things. I cut about 2 inches off of Raina the other day, y'all. And honestly, I wanted to just cut it all off, to be honest with you. I really did. But I needed to, I felt like my curls were not really springing like I needed them to towards the end. So I just went on and just chopped some of it off. And you can kind of tell, but not really. And then it's pieces like this piece, wait. This piece right here, that's a little longer. I think I'm gonna have to cut some more of it off too, because he'll be doing that. So I just be stuffing it up in there. But anyway, Raina is doing well for the most part. And she appreciates a little refresh or whatever, curls popping and things. So I did want to tell y'all that because a couple people noticed I had sent out a picture. They were like, "You cut your hair?" I did. And I might cut it all off. You just never know. The chat says a good trim never hurt nobody. You understand? And I don't have a stylist anymore. So it's me, So I had to do what I had to do. And yes, it does feel better. Raina feels like she's doing a better job with getting that little curl at the end, which is what I was really going for. So I'm excited about that and glad that I could, bring her some revival. And I've asked myself a few times, like, what end are we doing this hair thing? Like, how long are we really letting the hair get? I don't really need hair down my back. I'm straight on that. I really am. I really am. I was looking at some old pictures the other day and I was like, I've always had hair now. Something I could do is grow some hair. Okay. So I don't really be concerned when I cut my hair because it's gonna grow right back. And I know everybody can't say that, but that is one of the things. And it's a blessing, a curse, a blessing and a curse. Okay, because hair grows on my body, and also hair grows on my body. Okay, so I try not to. I try not to look at it like it's a bad thing because some people wish that they had a lot of hair. And I do. So anyway, Raina and I are figuring out what this looks like. I don't know what 45 looks like for the hair journey, but we'll see. But don't be surprised if you come on here one day and you're like, she cut off all her hair. It's very possible. I might. Also, it'd be hot. You know? So yeah, so that's the Raina update. All right. I know I'm going through all this fast because we got a lot that we need to get into, y'all. So before I get into the things I said I had a big announcement in a minute, I'm gonna share that. But I wanted to say, so we had the healing circle this morning for the birthday edition. Okay. And this month we talked about self-love and what that looks like to really honor our heart chakra and our root chakra and just really get ourselves in a position to think about how we're showing up for ourselves. If you missed it, you missed a treat. But you can join us for the Healing Circle every second Saturday of the month. Now, the Healing Circle is a space exclusively for Black women from anywhere in the world, okay? Just have to identify as a Black woman. And it's a space where we come to reconnect to our breath and reconnect to our bodies. And then we have intentional conversation about a theme for the month. And then we do a yoga flow to support that. So remember, I partner with the well educator, Vanessa, and we working on the things. So if that sounds like something that you want to be a part of, you can go ahead and register at tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle to get your name on the list and get you registered. All right. Bet. Now, the big announcement that I have that I want to share. I'm not about to be doing this no more, y'all. And when I say this, I mean pre recording, editing, and premiering. I can't take the editing process anymore. I can't do it. This is probably the last edited episode that y'all are going to get because when I tell you the amount of time that I have to spend editing, it takes up at least 3 days of my life. Now, granted, not 3 days sitting in front of the computer for 3 days, but I have to work on it for 3 consecutive days because I also have other things that I'm doing. I don't have time for that. I can't. I can't make it work. I can't make it make sense. I can't do it anymore. Okay. So, what does that look like for y'all? We are shifting into a live experience. Okay. Live experiences. Because after the live, all I have to do is press end. And now we're done with it, right? So I'm always been the type of person, I think I shared this before, that my favorite book is Cheaper by the Dozen, not the movie, the book. I have shared this. I don't know what episode it was. But anyway, Cheaper by the Dozen, the dad was an efficiency expert. And one of the big things with efficiency is not having multiple touches of the same thing. And I feel like I have had to touch the podcast 17 times from the moment I recorded to the moment that it premieres. It's too much. So I need to reduce those touches. And so we're going to shift to live. So basically we'll do the live, and like I said, after I press end, it'll be over. So those of you who are in the archive, you will still have the Wednesday time slot that we record Wednesdays at 11. Okay. That will be a live episode where we're going to chat it up about different things. We're going to be talking about dating stories. We're going to be talking about shower thoughts. We just going to be talking. All right. We might do Q&As, like all of that, but that's going to be the exclusive time with the people that are in the Patreon so that we are able to still have our intentional time together and, love on each other and learn things about each other. Okay. So that's for the folks that are in the archive. Now, if you're not in the archive, then that means that you will get a live on Saturdays, again, same time, Saturdays at 11. It'll just be live as opposed to being recorded. So you'll have the opportunity to actually talk to me, not just in the chat during the live premiere, but you'll be able to talk to me during the live show. So I'll come with things prepared and, we'll go through the whole thing, the bada bing, bada booms. And then much kind of like, so you don't put syrup on your grilled cheese, the way that it operates. So, yeah, that's what we shift into. Okay, so live experiences are coming henceforth. The chat says, I swear you're a superwoman. Listen, take off this cape. You understand? Burn it. I'm over it. I don't want it no more. All right. So for year 45, we got to unload some things because I have been carrying a lot of things that I don't want to carry anymore. And I need to figure out how to not carry it. So this is a part of the offloading of the things. All right. So prepare your hearts and minds and spirits, so whatever that needs to look like. Okay. Again, if you're used to being here on Saturdays at 11, you'll still be here on Saturdays at 11. You'll just have that live experience. And if you are in the inner circle, you get your added live experience on Wednesdays at 11. Put it on your calendar. Go ahead and put it on your calendar because your show is on. Y'all remember back in the day when we used to like have to actually be home when stuff came on TV? You had to actually be there. It's like the show is on, and like the commercials would come on, and then you like hurry up and go to the bathroom, and then you gotta dive over the sofa so that you could get back before you missed anything. We're moving back to that. All right, we're moving back to that. You will have a live replay, so if you missed the live, you can always catch the replay. But we're moving back to live. Okay, it's better. It's better for all of us. All right. So thank you for adjusting accordingly. Go ahead and mark your calendars. Put me on there. Put me into your routine. Put me into your things. Okay. All right. What if the thing you've always called too much was the exact thing God designed on purpose? This is for the ones who've always known they were different. Too sensitive, too loud, too knowing, too intuitive, too woo-woo. But what if your sensitivity is actually your superpower? What if your intuition was your inheritance? Discover Your Destiny is a 10-week sacred journey back to yourself. We explore the design of your soul, your spiritual gifts, and the unique way that God speaks to you. This isn't church. It's not a rule book. It's not a performance. It's the moment you stop chasing approval and start walking in divine alignment. You'll gain clarity, language, and confidence around who you are and what you are here on the earth to do. You'll learn the real voice of God. And if you feel called to go on to become a certified intuitive melanated life coach, this is where that path begins. There are 2 ways to enter this sacred container: the Destiny track, full investments and coaching experience, or the Divine Exchange track, where internship meets soul work. You'll support podcasting, content creation, or brand development behind the scenes while learning how your unique gifts benefit the collective. Your knowing isn't a flaw, it's the fingerprint of God. This is your invitation, and I hope that you'll answer. We are still collecting applications for Found Her Future and for Discover Your Destiny. So we're keeping in mind that Found Her Future Collective is the Divine Exchange track that you're able to enter into Discover Your Destiny. So everyone who is a part of Found Her Future is able to go through Discover Your Destiny. And then on the back end of that, we are bartering services to be able to bring some of these projects to life that we have out here. And y'all, they're dope. I'm really excited about that. But I want you to go ahead and make sure that you get connected because the window is closing. The window is closing. All right. So the next cohort of Discover Your Destiny starts on March 5th, 2026. Okay. So that means that you need to go to dyd25.com to go ahead and fill out the intake form. If you want to go through the Divine Exchange track, then you need to go to tinyurl.com/foundherfuture. Okay. Either of those ways will get you in the door. All right. But we need to go ahead on and get on the good foot. Now, some of y'all been messaging me on the side. Hey, Kimberland, when is the thing in the such and a so? Hey, I need you to tap in, all right? Because again, remember I said I'm trying to offload some things and we got systems in place, right? So I need you to go ahead on and go to the things, put the things on the calendars so that you're able to take care of the business. You feel me? Because I made a post the other day and I was talking about how all of us have a role. Every single one of us have a role in this fight. So for instance, I'll use my aunt. She's hanging out here with me in the chat. She certifies people in CPR. CPR is essential when you are talking about creating community and caring for people. How many of y'all have had CPR certification before? Tell me in the chat or tell me in the comments. Because if you have not, that is really something that you should have in your toolkit, if you will. So CPR, also the Heimlich maneuver, a lot of times comes with that, right? But I haven't had my CPR certification updated probably since I left the classroom. I feel like so that would have been 2012. It's probably a lot that has changed since then, right? Because like in certain songs that you got to do the beat to and all that, and hey, clear the way, and go call the police. Like there are certain specific things that you're supposed to do. Not the police, the EMS. Go call the EMS so somebody can come and support while you are doing CPR. And like it really is life saving. And so it is a skill set that we need to have, right? So that's something that is not really on the front lines of protest, but it is essential to ensuring that we are able to care for each other in this world that is coming up. I'm not getting into all the things that's happening right now, and I honestly haven't even really watched anything over the past week to even know what's happening in the world. I really had to unplug for my own mental health. But my point is, we all have to figure out what our role is in this revolution and what our role is in community. That's what Discover Your Destiny is for. Okay. So if you are asking yourself what that looks like, if you are asking yourself, how does my skill set fit into everything? I need you to go to dyd25.com. I need you to fill out the intake form so that we can talk and we can get you on the road to making sure that you're prepared and in purpose. All right. All right. That's it with the announcement. Let's get into the thing. Okay. Now, first, we're going to start off with I had put in an assignment into the archive. And I told the people that we were going to talk about this podcast episode that I watched the other day. So here we are, frolicking in the feed. Kev on Stage Fredericks is one of my favorite creators, content creators that is out here. He really has left a blueprint for all of us that are in content creation. And I've been following Kevin for a very long time. I'm talking since Periscope. And like it's been a minute since his boys were little. And one of his boys, his youngest boy, is now a senior in high school. His oldest is a sophomore in college. So it's been a minute. Like the boys were little bitty when I first started following Kevin. But anyway, he has a new podcast called Not My Best Moments, which is loosely based on his newest book, which is called Successful Failure. All right. So shout out to the stage crew and the Boo Hive and the folks that are connected, the Angel Wings, the bakery, all the people that are connected to the Kev on Stage universe. Shout out to all of them. So anyway, Kevin has a new podcast called Not My Best Moment, and he had Lovey Ajayi Jones on there this past week, or maybe it was 2 weeks ago. And I've also talked about Lovey before because Lovey is she got famous being a blogger, and I'm using famous loosely. I don't know what really like over when you get into fame, but she became known, let's just say that she became known for being a blogger, and she used to do scandal recaps. And so she's a writer and a social media content creator. She specializes in marketing and branding and all of the things. So Lovey had a book. She wrote a book called Professional Troublemaker, and it came out, I want to say, in 2021. And I actually did a book study with some folks in 2021, and we read through it. Professional Troublemaker is one of the few books that I carry physically with me because y'all may or may not know, all of my things fit in 3 suitcases in a backpack. So I don't have a lot of space for books, and I had to get rid of a lot of books when I left the US. But Lovey's book, Troublemaker, is one of the books that I actually carry with me. And I use it in Discover Your Destiny because we have orikis that we make. So if you all watch So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese, you'll hear Kalanda and I introduce ourselves, and we're like, my name is Kimberland, Thailand, House of Jackson, Adams, and O'Neill, and all the other things that I say because I don't know mine by heart. But anyway, that comes from Lovey's book and all of the information that I learned from her book. Anyway, so Kevin had Lovey on the podcast, and it was a really intriguing podcast for me because Lovey lives in this online social media world. So a lot of their conversation was about how you show up as a creator or a creative online and what that looks like and sounds like, and what happens when there is backlash that is attached to that. So the two things that she said that resonated with me most. The first is when she said, once you get to a certain level, people stop looking at us as humans and they see us as brands. And something for me that I try to be intentional in doing is that I am a human being. I am a human. I am literally trying to figure this out just like everybody else. And I might be further along the road or I've seen more things and I'm letting you know, hey, it's some traps up here. Don't go that way. It'd be better to go this way because over there they're knocking people down and they're doing all this, right? I feel like that is my goal, but I don't ever want that to be misinterpreted as I have it all figured out because I don't. This is my first time doing life too. This my first time here on this planet as well, right? And I think that especially when we're talking about social media and how we show up on social media, if we're not intentional in remaining connected to our humanity, people will dehumanize us and they will treat you like you're not a human being, like you don't have feelings, like you don't have hard times, like everything is just fine. And then also realizing on social media that is a highlight reel, right? Even if you are sharing the highs and lows on social media, you are still only sharing a snippet of your life. There are 24 hours in every day, and even if you post in several times a day, you still only sharing a snippet of what's actually happening in your life. And so sometimes it's really difficult for people to keep that in mind. And so when we're having communications in those spaces, it's important to remember that these are humans that we're talking to, even if they are more highly visible humans. And as someone, I do consider myself highly visible. And when I say highly visible, I basically, for me, that means that there are more people that know me than I know them. So there are people on this planet that if somebody was like, you know, Kimberland, they like, yeah, oh, but she the girl on the thing, used to be on the talk show. Remember she had the beautiful brown girls and stuff? Yes, I know her. But they don't actually know me. They don't have my phone number. Like they don't actually know me. And they have not personally interacted with me. There are a lot of people that can say that about me. So because of that, it's made me hyper aware of reminding people I'm a human. I'm a human. And I need you to take me down off whatever pedestal that you put me on because I am a human. And humans will disappoint other humans at some point. At some point, y'all gonna be like, I can't believe she said that. I can't believe she did that. I can At some point, you're not gonna agree with something, and that is absolutely okay. That is absolutely okay. So I think that is important to keep at the forefront of all the things that we're doing, especially in these virtual communications. The other thing that Lovey said that I really appreciated was people root for David until they feel like you are Goliath. And this is what I want us to know is that is completely subjective. Somebody's perception of what you have accomplished and how far you are along the road is completely up to their perspective and is fueled by their projections based on their own perspective of where they are in life. And sometimes that is mixed with jealousy and envy and all sorts of other things. So there have been times where just the other day I was talking to somebody and they hit me with a I don't remember what we were saying, but they hit me with I mean, okay, Colombia, you doing it big in Colombia. And it's like, yes, I live in Colombia because I left the US to save my life. Also, I'm not out here making it rain and like gallivanting all over the place and trying to be like queen energy and I'm reigning over this and I'm not I live a very simple life here in Colombia. I am literally sitting on the floor right now. I don't even have a chair in my house. So like but their perception of who I am and what I have achieved or what I've been able to do is because they want to be out of the rat race and they feel like they're being held hostage by all of the house and the bills and the car and the job and all the children and whatever their life choices might be because they're feeling stuck. Then they take that and then they project that onto me like must be nice. And yes, it is nice to not have to live in the US. It is nice to be able to better afford a living and not have to spend 70% of my income on housing. It is nice to be able to have access to healthy food. Yes, and also we should have that in the US. We don't. We should. Right. But I'm not from a space of I'm doing this because I'm better than you. I did this because I had to save my life. And that's why I made these choices. But depending on how someone else is receiving that, now they're looking at me like she done made it, she Goliath, she out there doing whatever. And that leads to people actively trying to ruin your life. Lovey talked about in the podcast, she was like, some people really be trying to come for your livelihood. Like they really be praying for your downfall. And I have experienced that a lot, a lot. And it is because of this perceived you made it and I didn't make it. So now I want you to fail. And I want y'all to know that that is sick. Okay. So if you find yourself feeling that way, that's something that needs to be healed inside you. That's not the issue with the other person because, again, you've only seen a snippet of their life. You have no idea what their actual life looks like. So to project that type of energy onto someone is a sickness. And I need you to figure out, I need you to get to therapy. I need you to do some inner work. I need you to deal with your shadow parts, all of that. I need you to do that work because that's not healthy to be preying on somebody's downfall. That's not what that's supposed to look like and sound like. We are supposed to be uplifting each other and working together in community and seeing how we can be a support to someone else. I'm going to take one of the comments. It says, people give out so much hate on us based on their distorted perception of us. Even I have to correct myself if I just form opinions on others based on visual cues of what's going on in their life. Yeah. And so, one of the reasons that one of my philosophies in life is curiosity over judgment, I used to be real judgmental, y'all. I've talked about it very freely here, and I'll continue to talk about it freely because I used to be so, so judgmental. I had really problematic views, especially when it came to religion and the way that people showed up in life. Very problematic. Like I was the captain of sending people to hell with gasoline draws on. You need somebody to be damned to hell? Send me. I will tell them, go now. Like I really had problematic views. But also, um, I haven't deleted any of those posts or any of those comments or any of those things because I think it's also important to understand that we can grow and we can change and we can choose different ways to look at the world. And I think sometimes we leave people beyond or feel that people are beyond restoration. Now, mind you, everybody can't be restored into relationships. So I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that it is possible to actually interrogate your thoughts and your biases and decide that actually doesn't align with who I am and how I look at the world and how I want to interact with other people. But that means that you have to be asking yourself the questions about how you are interacting with other people and looking at the world and perceiving what it is that they're putting out. And that is a brave thing to do. And it is also very uncommon. Many people do not care about their problematic views, they just have them. They don't care to unpack them and to figure out where they came from. And for myself, I realized that a lot of my problematic views came from views that were given to me. I am currently taking someone through their life coaching certification journey. And one of the things that we talk about if you choose to become an intuitive melanated life coach is bias and how we developed our understanding of who we are, our racial identity development, and all of that. And when we took that journey, like, okay, so how did you learn, what it meant to be Black? Or how did you address what this looks like, or Blackness versus whiteness versus otherness? Like, how does that show up for you? I realized that those views were given until we get to a certain point where we've had enough exposure, where we have become curious, where we have been around other types of people, that we start to say, I don't I don't think I really align with that anymore. I don't I don't agree with that. I don't honor that. Even though I may have learned that in my house, even though my parents may still feel that way, even though my church may feel that way, even though whatever, I don't agree with that anymore. And we start to amend those views and hopefully repair the harm that has been caused because of problematic views. But the first part of that is accepting accountability and saying that wasn't okay. And so for me, I don't ever mind if someone is like, nah, because you used to. I'll give you an example. So I just made a video the other day because I got some new plant-based medicine. And I'm really excited about it, by the way. I'm only on is this day 3? I think this is day 3. But I am starting to see a difference using this particular plant medicine. But anyway, having said that, I grew up in the say no to drugs era. So everything was a drug, okay, except for actual pharmaceutical drugs. Those were great. Those were fine. Pump yourself full of those. You don't know what's in it, but it's okay. Take it. It's fine. Those weren't drugs, but natural plant-based medicine, I grew up believing that that was a drug. And so I was very, very judgmental about people who use plant-based medicine and the ways that I didn't even leave any space for grace at all. I was just like, you using that and you're a drug addict. Go to hell. Gasoline draws on, because that's my specialty, right? So, but over time, with more information, more study, more curiosity, I have embraced plant-based medicine as my primary medicinal support. And so, anyway, um, that's not, if you went and you looked at stuff from, let's say, 12 years ago when I was deep in the church and I was like trying to be the super Christian and like all of that, problematic, but also not anymore. So I'm able to work myself out of that. So if you go back and you find that, and then you be like, you had said this, I did. And let me tell you how I got myself out of that mindset. For me, that journey is really important. And so I'm not team go delete all the things. I'm team, yeah, let's talk about it. Because I did say that. And I realized that that was really hurtful and harmful. And I shouldn't have said that. I was tripping. The comment says, same. I believed all those don't do drugs messages in American cartoons. I was so judgmental. And so when we start to really unpack where we got our views from, then we're able to amend those views so they align with what we actually believe. But that honestly really doesn't happen probably until about 30. Probably until about 30. That's when you start to be like, I don't think I agree with that anymore. Um, and it's a part of life. It's a part of you deciding how you're going to show up as opposed to people telling you how you need to show up. Okay. So the last thing that Lovey said is that we can't allow people to take us away from what God told us to do. And that really, really resonated with me because I don't know if y'all have heard people say this before, but like God did not get you on a conference call with all of your friends and family and be like, listen, this is what's going to happen. The conversations and the revelations that we get from God are personal. Like God puts that into your spirit. And so it's very possible that you may explain that to somebody else, and somebody else, because they weren't on the call, are not supportive, or they don't understand, or they're approaching it with fear, or they're, talking down on it or whatever. And this is why I stress having a personal relationship with God, because God told you what God told you to do. God told you what God told you to do. And that is what is most important. So even when it doesn't make sense, even when we fight in tooth and nail, because let me tell you something, me and God be in here going back and forth. You understand me? Because why we gotta have all this drama? Huh? Why we gotta have these last minute swooping super climax situations, and why we gotta do all this, God? Huh? Now I'm gonna give you your glory regardless. But why you gotta take me through that? I don't wanna go through that. I don't wanna go through there. Okay? But nonetheless, this is the assignment that my spirit selected, right? So I feel like, did I talk about? Oh, it's a video I'm about to put out how I used to then ask questions because I was trained not to ask questions of God. But now I got questions. God, what is happening? What am I supposed to be doing? But at the end of the day, the day gonna end. No. At the end of the day, we have received specific instructions that we are supposed to live out. So my question to you is, what are those instructions? What are you supposed to be doing? And what do you need to do to course correct to get back aligned to what your mission is here on this earth? Now, you may or may not know what that is. It's highly likely, though, that you do. And it may be something that you have not seen happen before, because that too is a lot of trailblazing energy out here. And when you're the first person blazing a trail to go somewhere, there's no blueprint. You just figuring it out as you go, right? And so it feels overwhelming because you don't necessarily have people that you could go and ask for information. You don't have, you don't have a blueprint. Like, you literally out here cutting down the path for the first time. That's a lot. But also, that doesn't mean that it's wrong. That means that you got to lock in with God so that you can do what God told you to do. Because if you don't do it, you're going to have to keep coming back to it. That's what I want you to know. Okay? If you don't do it, you're going to have to keep coming back to it, because that is the path. That is the path, regardless. So I want to grab a couple of these comments over here. This one says, you're talking so good. The more I know about God, the more bold I feel about going to God for clarity and for divine clarity. Yes, this is why I be telling us we have to have a personal relationship with God, because God will give you, God be sending me emails, God be sending me songs, God be sending me people. Like, God will make it very clear. All we have to do is just get curious and ask. But that's not necessarily in people that don't have that personal relationship with God. That is within you. The newest book I just got is by Milana Snow. Milana Snow was one of my favorite guests from Beautiful Brown Girls when I had my talk show. She did an energy breath work with me online live, and it probably was only like 10 minutes. But when I tell you, it changed my life and it really started my healing journey. She just wrote this book, and the book is called It's All Within You: 7 Principles to Access Your Innate Power and Heal from the Inside Out. It's within us. Everything that we need is within us. We have the Holy Spirit within us to be able to guide us. We have that divine guidance. We have the ability to talk to God about whatever it is that we need to talk to God about. Okay. So don't let people knock you off of what you're supposed to be doing because they don't understand. That is their issue. Okay. Not yours. Let me grab some more comments. Okay, so we have a viewer from Bahrain, and he says, even here in this region, they tell people not to question anything, but that's just humankind trying to control us. One of the reasons that they demonized our cultural practices and told us that we had to look externally to figure out what to do is because that is where our power lives, is inside of us. If you're a Christian or identify with Christian principles, when Jesus ascended into heaven, Jesus left the Holy Spirit behind for us. And the Holy Spirit's job is to be able to guide us and connect us to what God wants us to do. It is in us. It's in us. If these people promote not questioning and say God just wants you to follow and not question, those are red flags. And that's how I grew up. I grew up that it was like, don't ask no questions, just do what I said. That's it, that's all. Don't ask me nothing, just do what I said. And that is a huge red flag because even God says, ask me and I will show you. Test me and I will prove it to you. God says that. So why are people telling me that I can't ask questions when God, all knowing, all powerful, all present God is saying, what's up? What you worried about? What your questions are? Tell me. No problem. That's a human limitation. Okay. So we have to recognize that. I wanted to go back and pick this up too. Tusha said adults drinking alcohol was all right. That's crazy how advertising and people wanting to sell harmful things to us formed our opinion on things. So I've told y'all before that I stopped drinking in 2022. One of the best decisions that I ever made for myself. And not that I was out here drinking all the time, I really wasn't, but I didn't like how it made me feel. I didn't like how it felt in my body. I didn't like, I didn't like it. I was doing it because that's something that you do, but I didn't like it at all. It was not fun. And now being on the other side and not drinking, it's very interesting when I'm around people who drink because a lot of times people feel like they need alcohol in order to show up in a space or to have fun. And alcohol is literal poison that we put in our body. But that's all right. Now they got beer commercials, they got liquor commercials, they got all of that. Put all of that poison in your body, but don't put these plants in your body that's going to actually help your body to do what it's supposed to do and heal. Go figure. Hello, capitalism. So, anyway, enough of that. Soul work is to ask yourself, what are my instructions? What am I supposed to be doing that God has already told me to do? Okay. What are my instructions? What am I supposed to be doing that God has already told me to do? For myself, the truth is, my life motto is to leave people, places, and things better than I found them. That is something that my mother used to say to me all the time is to leave people better and leave places better than you found it. And it really is my primary goal in life. If you hear anybody say that around me, know that that is because I have said that to them. Leave people better than you found them. So, in this 45th year of life, my personal new year, I did some research, right? Because again, the people out here calling me things, but numbers also have significance. So I did some research about the number 45 and what that means. So I want to tell you all what I found. So the first is that 45 represents transformation and balance. It represents a mix of rigidity of the number 4 and freedom of the number 5, encouraging a balance between structure and adaptability. 45 is seen as a time for personal growth where old patterns are released to embrace new perspectives. It also represents cycles of completion. 4 plus 5 equals 9. This number symbolizes the end of a cycle, encouraging reflection, letting go, and humanitarian efforts. In the Bible, 45 years is linked to the time that it took for Caleb to receive his inheritance after leaving Egypt. It symbolizes the waiting period for God's promise. In AD 45, Paul and Barnabas began their missionary work, highlighting a period of spiritual expansion. 45 also represents personal development. It is often viewed as a time to spiritualize daily life, finding deeper meaning in mundane, everyday experiences and embracing change. The number 45 is associated with the concept of being a noble person, focusing on service to others. In essence, 45 is seen as a vibrational energy urging individuals to trust the process of change, find balance, and complete old cycles to move into a more purposeful, service oriented life. The chat said, Eva, Shando. Okay. I said, well, amen to all of that because I resonate so deeply, especially with like the cycle of completion and releasing old patterns and embracing new perspectives. I have enjoyed my 40s so far. And I feel like when you get to 40, that you really are in that space of like, this is my next life. And what does this look like for me? And so I feel that like deeply, the letting go and the focusing on the service and spiritual expansion. It's funny I said to myself, because I'm starting to read this book, right? It's all within you. And I have a one-on-one that I need to do with Milana. And a part of me was like, I'm kind of scared because I know that I have not unlocked all the power that I hold. I know that. And sometimes I be nervous because I'm like, if I really unlock all my power, hey, I'm gonna be unstoppable. Like, I know that, but also what does that actually mean? And like, what does that actually look like? And like, what actually has to be sacrificed for that? And like, that's the thing I think that kind of scares me a little bit. But I'm doing it anyway. That's what I want y'all to know. I'm doing it anyway. Okay. Because it is all the writing is on the wall for what this season is supposed to look like and how my life is supposed to expand from this point. So it's a lot, but I'm excited. I'm excited about it. And so then the other thing that I wanted to say along with that, so I'm an Aquarius, right? And all my life, I have never identified as an Aquarius, to be honest with you. Aquarius are often known as being like weird and like aliens and not fitting in and all of that. And I spent so much of my life trying to be normal and regular, whatever the hell that means, that I never really equated myself with Aquarian tendencies until I've been going through this unmasking journey, understanding what it looks like to be neurodivergent and understanding who I want to be in my 40s. So I want to add this layer to y'all. Okay. So the core characteristics of an Aquarius: independent and free spirited, values freedom above all else, and resists conventional, restrictive, or boxed in lifestyles. Intellectual and innovative, often described as a visionary and a deep thinker with a brilliant, unconventional mindset. Humanitarian and altruistic, driven to make the world better with a focus on community, social change, and supporting the underdog. Eccentric and nonconformist, proudly unique and often possesses a quirky, eclectic sense of style or unconventional hobbies. Aloof or detached, can appear emotionally reserved, cold, or unpredictable, as she is guided more by logic than sentiment. Honest and witty, socially engaging, but hates small talk, preferring to talk about ideas and the big picture. And then they listed things like rebellious, loyal but needs space, and stubborn. And oh my God, the chat says in like all the ways. I identify with all of that at this phase in life. And I'm talking to the T, all of it. Because I really am, like, I really, especially when they say rebellious, I do not like to do what everybody else is doing. I hate it. I don't want to do it. If everybody else is doing it, I'm not doing it. That's all the way down to TV shows. I'm not watching it when everybody else is watching it because people are only watching it because everybody else is watching it. And I hate it. I hate it so much. So that's also hilarious to me that the more that I get to know about myself, the more that I'm like, huh, all of this was already here in the first place. I considered naming this episode Aquarius by Birth, Activist by Design, because after reading all of that, I said, who are some Aquarians that actually like align with where I am in life? Let me tell you. Let me tell you some of them. First, I'm gonna start off with entertainers. Kelly Rowland, who I love. Okay, she just had a new episode of House Guest with Scott Evans. I don't know if y'all watched that show, but you should. It's a good time. Scott Evans is the host. I want to say he's on, I don't know, is Access Hollywood or Entertainment Tonight, one of those network entertainment shows that you watch to catch up on what's happening in entertainment. Scott Evans has been on the show for a long, long time, but now he has his own YouTube platform called House Guest. And he had Kelly Rowland on the other day. I love Kelly Rowland. She is really the way that she shows up in her spirit, and the way that she makes space for other women, and the way that she reminds me of myself. Like she calls people, people have said this, that Kelly will call and be like, but how's your spirit though? How's your spirit though? Because I don't want to have all this small talk with you. How are you actually, is what I'm trying to figure out. So, love Kelly Rowland. Megan the Stallion Pete, okay, is another notable Aquarian. Brandy Norwood, Kerry Washington, and Tabitha Brown. All of these are notable Aquarians who I follow, and I'm like, all the things. So then I said, who are some activists? Angela Davis, Audre Lorde, Alice Walker, Toni Morrison, Rosa Parks, Frederick Douglass, and Langston Hughes, all notable Aquarians. And then I said to myself, it makes sense. It literally makes sense that God would say, send her down there, born on February 14th, which, mind you, I was actually doing January, y'all. I was due in January, child. And I said, January? Who wants a January birthday? Who wants that? Matter of fact, let me hang on to February. And also let me come in on the day of love at 6 in the morning. At 6 in the morning, I made my grand entrance into the world. Hello, I am here. Absolute Aquarian energy, and came in with this spirit of we gonna do what's right. We're gonna do what's right by people. So the activism in it all is like it just makes all the sense in the world, and it makes me so much more intentional about how I show up and what I choose to do, what I choose to say, and what that looks like and sounds like for me. Okay. Now, I want to take us on a field trip. Okay. Because the comment in the chat says, Fetus Kimberland was like, girl, I'm waiting for the day of love. And was, girl. I can't just have no basic birthday, girl. I got to come in with a bang, girl. Come on now. Okay. So, y'all know I'm from New Orleans. I was born in New Orleans, Louisiana, in Charity Hospital, which is no longer there. But I'm from old New Orleans. Okay, 1981. You feel me? Okay. Um. So I'm from New Orleans, and one of my favorite times in New Orleans is Mardi Gras time. I will get into this in a minute, but Mardi Gras is often around my birthday. And so, because when I was in school, I used to march in the parades, there were often times that I would have to march on my birthday. And there were always people in the crowd, my mom or my friends, and they would have poster boards like, "Go, Kim, it's your birthday. Go, Kim, it's your birthday. Go, Kim, it's your birthday." And I would be like so embarrassed, but also so excited because it is my birthday. Loved it, right? But anyway, I want to take us on a field trip to New Orleans, my place of birth. Okay. Now, the first thing that we got to do is some etiquette about New Orleans and what that looks like and sounds like. Okay. Now, first of all, you pronounce New Orleans, not New Orleans. Nobody says that. Literally, nobody from New Orleans says New Orleans. And if you say New Orleans, we know that you are not educated on the New Orleans etiquette. So it is New Orleans. Now, this is where people get tripped up. We don't have counties in Louisiana, we have parishes. So New Orleans is in Orleans Parish. Okay. So Orleans Parish, but New Orleans is the way that you say the city. And I'm so glad somebody put this into the chat. It's actually Nolans. Nobody says that either. Only tourists say Nolans. We do not say that. We say New Orleans. Consider yourself educated. Okay. That's the first thing. Second thing, somebody tells you they're from New Orleans. The question we always ask is, what school did you go to? We're not talking about college. We are talking about high school. This is also how you can tell if somebody was pre-Katrina or post-Katrina, because post-Katrina, a lot of the schools are no longer there, right? So if you're talking to somebody who claims to have lived in New Orleans pre-Katrina, what school you went to? That's how you know. And that's the first question. We might also ask them what ward they from or what neighborhood you grew up in, right? Now, if you ask somebody what neighborhood they grew up in, most likely they might tell you the ward or they're gonna give you the neighborhood and the ward. Okay, now the wards are voting districts. But just so y'all know, I'm from the ninth ward. Okay. From that nine, but we don't mind dying. I do mind dying though. I don't know why they chose that slogan because what? But anyway, focus. So New Orleans, never Nolans, never New Orleans. The question that you ask is, what school did you go to? All right, that's how you know. All right, now it's Mardi Gras time, y'all. Oh, so let's practice pronunciations for Mardi Gras. We either say Mardi Gras or we say Mardi Gras. It depends on the accent, right? Mardi Gras or Mardi Gras. All right. Now, Mardi Gras season starts January 6th. January 6th is Epiphany. Now, a lot of y'all might be saying to yourself, now I thought Mardi Gras was the devil's work. What I need you to know is that New Orleans is they in the chat talking about 4 + 5 = 9 ward. Y'all see how all of this coming full circle? Y'all see? Y'all. So anyway, Mardi Gras carnival season, if you will, starts on January 6th. That's Epiphany. New Orleans is a highly Catholic place. So most people, I'm not going to say most, a lot of people in New Orleans are Black Catholics. Okay. And so the whole season is based around the Christian calendar. So January 6th is Three Kings Day. That's the day historically where the three wise men were supposed to go saw baby Jesus with the what he gave them, frankincense and myrrh, and I don't know what else the other gift was. But anyway, that's the day that the wise men were supposed to go see baby Jesus. That's Epiphany. So that's the day that carnival season starts. That's the day that they start selling king cakes. Okay. We'll get back to that in a second. And then Mardi Gras season runs all the way through the day before Ash Wednesday. So Mardi Gras Day is always the day before Ash Wednesday. Now, Ash Wednesday is the day where the Catholic people go down there to the church and they get the ashes put on their forehead so that they could repent for all the things that they've done over this time and turn their life around for the Lenten season. Lent is the 40 days before Easter. Okay. So Mardi Gras is the season before Lent, which is before Easter. Okay. So having said that, Mardi Gras date is different every year because it's based on a lunar calendar and it's based on Easter. So if you're trying to figure out when Mardi Gras is, you need to find Ash Wednesday. Mardi Gras is the day before that. All right. Okay. Now, um, the colors for Mardi Gras are purple, green, and gold, and they do have meaning. So the color purple represents justice, green represents faith, and gold represents power. And so when you have the king cake, and let me get my picture up here so y'all can see the king cake. Also, king cake, no S. Correct. It's just one king cake. Okay, it's a king cake. Unless you are buying multiple king cakes, then it's a bunch of king cakes. But a king cake is the actual way that you say it. All right. Now, this is a picture of a king cake. Now, let me tell you what it tastes like. So, a king cake basically tastes like a cinnamon roll. It tastes like a cinnamon roll with icing on top and sprinkled sprinkles on top. So it usually has like a purple, green, and gold sprinkles on top of it. And it tastes like a cinnamon roll. But it can also taste dry. So my recommendation would be if you're trying to have a king cake, that you get a king cake with filling on the inside. And they have all kind of fillings. So it might have strawberry, pralines, cream cheese, apple. It's all kind of fillings that they be putting inside the king cake. But get you a king cake that has a filling inside because that is going to make it a little bit more moist. If you just have a regular king cake, then it might be a little dry. Okay, I'm just letting you know. Now, the other thing that you see with the king cake is it's a baby. It's a baby that be inside the king cake. Now, the baby is supposed to represent baby Jesus. So what happens is when you get a king cake, you put the baby inside and then you cut the king cake, and whoever gets the slice with the baby inside, they are the king or queen for the day. And they also supposed to bring the next king cake. So a lot of times people don't be wanting to get the baby because they don't want to have to bring the king cake, but that's neither here nor there. So it's a honor to get the baby in the king cake. Now, when I was teaching, I used to, my parents would send me king cakes for my birthday over the years. And I would always have them share them with my students because one, the comments said it looks yummy. It is yummy, but also it's sweet as hell. You talk about instant diabetes, instant, instant. So I can't eat all of that, right? So I'm sharing the wealth with the children. And so I still have students to this day that are like, Miss Jackson, I still have the baby from the king cake. Like, it's so cute. But anyway, so you get the slice that has the baby, and now you are the king and queen for the day. You have good luck, like all the things, right? Okay. So the king cake is only sold during carnival season. We don't want no king cakes that's out of season. You only get king cakes from January 6th, which again is Three Kings Day, to whatever day Mardi Gras is. After that, we're not having no more king cakes for a while until Mardi Gras come back around. Okay, that's important etiquette to know. All right. Now, okay, I'm looking at all my notes to make sure I don't went through all the things. Okay, yes. All right. So I told y'all I used to march in the parade. So I want to give y'all some etiquette and understanding about what it looks like at the Mardi Gras parades. Okay. So when I was in middle school, I was a cheerleader. I was a cheerleader from fifth grade through eighth grade. In eighth grade, we took a trip to Houston And we had our halftime performance, and my job was to do like the ending split, and I pulled a muscle. And so then when I got to high school, I tried to try out for cheerleading, but that muscle still had was pulled. And I couldn't jump. I could never jump. I don't have a lot of ups and hops. I've never been able to do that. Toe touches and herkies and all. I understand them in theory, but let me tell you, I'm getting off the ground probably not even that much. It's probably like that. It's probably like that. Wasn't cheerleading was not my ministry, okay? Then I wanted to try out for the dance team, but again, I had pulled that muscle, so the splits wasn't splitting, it wasn't giving, right? So I said, what is the next best thing that I can do? I know that I want to march in parades. I know that I like to dance. What is the next best thing that I can do? So I chose to join the banner carriers, okay? So the banner carriers and color guard operated together at my school. So I went to Xavier Prep. My school has gone through a few different iterations. So now the name has changed for the school, but back in my day, it was called Xavier Prep. And you can see we have our little outfits. Okay, so our colors were black and gold and white, and our mascot was the yellow jacket. And so our outfits or whatever were our yellow, black, and white little cute little outfits that we have here. And then you have the boots with the tassels. Okay, you got to have the boots with the tassels to be marching in the parades. All right, that's important. So I said to myself, I want to be a banner carrier because I want to be the first thing that they see when we walking down the street. I want to be right there introducing, hey, y'all, prep is coming through. So I was on the banner carriers and color guard for 4 years, from freshman year all the way to senior year. This is my junior year, actually, that this picture was taken. And so I was co-captain of the banner carriers. And you can see we also had a little mascot. She got a little bee outfit on, so she used to walk with us as well. And then the color guard carried the flag. So they carried the American flag, the Louisiana flag, and I forgot what that other flag is that got carried. But the color guards carried that, and then the banner carriers carried the banner. Okay. And there is definitely an art, okay, to carrying the banner and all of the things. All right. So that is what I used to do. Now, in the parades, we used to have a whole bunch of marching units. So it started out with the banner carriers. Then we would have who would be behind us? Then we would have, I think, the flag carriers behind us. Then we would have the band, then the majorettes. We would have flag twirlers. Then we have letter carriers. Now, first, let me show y'all the majorettes, because now these are not my majorettes, okay? These are majorettes from a different school. But I need y'all to understand when we say majorettes, what we mean in New Orleans, because these words have been co-opted to mean something else. Last week, we did our little HBCU Jackson State versus Southern University Dancing Dolls. We did a little snippet of that. They're now calling that majorettes. That is not what majorettes are. Majorettes use batons. Okay, y'all know what batons are? Okay, let me show you. Let me show you. So this is a video of a school called CAR, and where they are is on Chapatulas. Okay, so down on Chapatulas, that's where the parades get started, where they stage at. And while we're down here waiting for the parade to start, everybody is battling each other. Okay, everybody is battling each other. The bands are battling, the cymbals are battling, the drums are battling, the drum majors are battling with each other, the cheerleaders are battling, the freaking major. Everybody is doing some kind of battle, okay? But I want to give y'all an understanding of what majorettes do. So let's watch this right quick. So you can see, let me turn it down. So you can see they got them batons going. Okay. Now I couldn't try out for the majorettes because I only know how to twirl a baton with my right hand. I didn't know how to do it with my left hand. Okay. But these majorettes, baby, they be having it going. So you got to have the boots, you got to have the crown, you got to have the double batons. Okay. This is the majorette package. So that's the majorettes. But then I also want to show y'all, we also have flag twirlers that are present on the Mardi Gras route. So let me show y'all what the flag twirlers do. Now, these flag twirlers are from my cousin Kalanda's school, actually, McMain. They are also black, gold, and white, their colors. Okay, so here are the flag twirlers, so y'all can see how they twirl. So of course, this is not on the parade route, so they don't have their boots and their tassels on. They have their sneakers on, but they also, again, have two flags that they're twirling with, right? So much like the majorettes, it's a double-handed situation that you got to have coordination on both sides. So when we're in the Mardi Gras parades, we've got all of these, what they call marching units, right? So again, we have the banner carriers, the flag carriers. The flag carriers have the tall flags. So y'all have probably seen them like in college performances that they'll be out there on the fields and stuff. So we had tall flags, we had short flags, we had majorettes. We also had letter carriers that would be there. Okay, now the next thing that you need to know about Mardi Gras is that you don't have to be flashing nothing, okay, in order to get beads. Okay, you don't have to flash anything. All you have to do is say, hey, hey, and that's how you get the beads. Okay, you don't have to flash your body parts. All you gotta do is say, hey. Um, and then people will throw things to you. Okay, that's how it works. Okay, now at the parades, there are day parades and then there are night parades. Okay, so the day parades happen in the day clearly, and they happen really like leading up to Mardi Gras weekend. The night parades don't start, I want to say, at least back in my day, they started on Thursday before Mardi Gras. So Mardi Gras is February 17th, next Tuesday. We like to say everywhere else is just a regular Tuesday, but in New Orleans, everything is shut down. Okay. So next Tuesday is Mardi Gras. So starting this Thursday, they're going to start having the night parades. At the night parades back in the day, they would need lights because it's nighttime, right? And the infrastructure wasn't a whole bunch of street lights and stuff. So they created this position called flambeau. So I want to show y'all what the flambeaux look like and what they do during the parade. Now, granted, today they don't have to have the flambeaux because we have street lights, but back in the day, they did have flambeaux. And so there's a really big history that goes behind them. So I'm gonna give us a chance to watch this and learn about the flambeaux who are present during the Mardi Gras night parade.
Fire illuminates the night. First one, then many torches light, bringing a parade into view as masked crew members ride their floats. Another group, just as old and just as storied, walks alongside, bringing light to the carnival night. For more than a century, flambeaux, mostly African American, have walked in New Orleans' largest and oldest parades.
We're gonna go home, we're gonna come out here, we're gonna make this money, enjoy ourselves, and have fun. I've been doing this for 17 and a half, almost 18 years. Yeah, generations of my family, mother and father, and uncles. For a long time.
Often overlooked by visitors, these essential members have created a parading culture all their own. In return for tips, they walk, dance, and light the parades.
Flambeau, that's the world greatest thing in New Orleans. It's an honor to carry a flame. Because guess what? That's just like carrying a flame in the Olympics.
Once a necessity, flambeau culture is now an art form all its own. So, when you next attend a Mardi Gras parade, make sure you bring a few dollars and join the tradition of tipping the keepers of the light.
So at the parade, again, at the night parades, you'll see the flambeaus and they really be cutting up. Now, this is what I want you to know about a parade is that parades are like 14, 15 miles long. Okay. So somebody said over here about the majorettes, they said it looks tiring. Imagine that you twirling and dancing and flamboing for 14, 15 miles along the parade route. Like it is serious, playing instruments, like all of that for a long, long time. Okay. It is quite a spectacle to see. The comment says, I love seeing our people full of pride. Yes. And Mardi Gras is definitely a time where it's total, everything is about pride and what that looks like for us and what our culture looks like and all of that. So the next part that I want to show y'all is the second line. Okay. I was about to say, raise your hand if you done heard of a second line. Okay. Now, second line is a dance. The comment said, dude was carrying a propane tank, yes, and fire, and dancing with it. And dancing with it. Okay, I need you to know New Orleans is like no other place, okay, in this world at all. So, an additional part of Mardi Gras culture and New Orleans culture is the second line. Now, again, raise your hand if you have heard of the second line. Tell me in the chat or in the comments. But the second line is basically, it started out as a tradition, honestly, around funerals and people going on and passing on. And so the first line is the band and the family, and then the second line are everybody that's coming in to join along. Now, I'm not going to show y'all the funeral version of the second line. I'm going to skip directly to like the celebratory second line, but I want you to go and do your research, okay? Also, I'm going to put the links to all these videos into the chat, into the description, so y'all will be able to go and watch them.
The second line is like a magnet. They draw all kind of people, and you know they all walk on the streets together like in one big old pile.
This is how we end off a party with a great second line, baby.
Oh, watch out, y'all.
That's the second line. And so during Mardi Gras season, second line bands are definitely a part of everything that is happening. And there are different second line bands that have different songs. So like Rebirth Brass Band or the Hot Eight. So there are all of these second line bands that are also a part of the culture, right? So then people are second lining. And so with a second line, you got to have your little napkin that you're putting in the air, or you have you an umbrella, or actually it's a parasol. A parasol is a cloth umbrella that is decorated, is what it's supposed to be. But if you ain't got one of them, girl, get you your umbrella, girl, and get on out there and do that little two-step, you feel me? The comment said, wow, these people are living life to the fullest, so much energy and passion. Yes. So, second line culture is really big as well during Mardi Gras. Now, the last thing that I want to show y'all are the Mardi Gras Indians. Okay. Now, when I was younger, I grew up in the Ninth Ward. And so the Ninth Ward is downtown. A lot of these things were happening uptown or in Treme. Treme is the oldest neighborhood in New Orleans. It's the oldest Black neighborhood. It's the neighborhood where jazz was born, where people like Louis Armstrong came up and developed jazz. And Treme is really the heartbeat of a lot of the African culture that is present in New Orleans. So you saw Armstrong Park is a really big park that's in Treme. In Armstrong Park, they also have Congo Square, which is where Africans used to meet to dance. I don't know if y'all know this, that New Orleans was a very big slave port. But it also was a place that had a lot of free people of color before slaves were even brought into New Orleans. So all of those mixes of indigenous people and African people and Haitian Creole people and all of that kind of comes together in the way that our culture is set up. So the Mardi Gras Indians is a really deep part of the culture that I never really got a chance to fully experience when I was home. I wish I would have had more of a chance, but we're going to experience it together. Okay. So let me go ahead and cue up the Mardi Gras Indians so we can learn a little bit more about them.
When the Indians come out, people from all over the world, they're coming to see the Indians. If the drum's right and I get their spirit, they gonna get something special. Our tribe started in 1992. I was the first original spy boy of our tribe, and now I am the only original one left living. The 1300 block is my whole family. We've been on this block since I was a baby. This is where it started, you know. Got the gang of the nation y'all about to see. Gang flag! When Black Feather come out, it is the block party. This culture is about how the slaves got freed. And a lot of songs that we sing, what our families before our time in the 1800s had to go through to get where we are now. You know, everything means something. All the chants mean something. Because a lot of people don't know the culture. This gotta be in your heart. This gotta be in your soul. This gotta be, you gotta learn this. And that's my son. He's my spy boy. And the reason why he's my spy boy, because we gotta earn that. I earned my position. I ran every position in the tribe before I became a chief. I'm always thinking big.
There you go.
I just sleep and I dream about my next suit.
He the mastermind for us doing all the sewing, decorating. He do all that. I put it together. And that's how we come together with our creativity. Everything you see on here is one bead at a time. Nothing on here is glued down.
That crown by itself, well, 125 pounds.
So how much is your whole suit by the end of it?
Close to 210, something like that. Cuffs, boots, all that. It's hard to do this. Now, I done spent over $15,000 on this suit. It took 3 days just to do this silver part. It's uncontrollable. My wife be telling me, come on, babe, let's go to sleep. Girl, I gotta finish this piece. You know what I'm saying? This one of my favorites. So my cousin Lionel, he taught me all this. He was the greatest. He was my idol. He was my teacher. When I made this suit here, that was the first time he ever told me, man, you pretty. Man, you did your work. You stepping on my toes. And see, when he told me that, I know, I say, man, I got this thing. Now everybody looking for me to hold on to it and keep it going. It's a family name. That's why now it's in my heart. I gotta make them proud. I gotta keep on doing what I'm doing. I just gotta keep on doing what I'm doing.
But yeah, so the Mardi Gras Indians are a really big part of the Mardi Gras season as well, and a part of New Orleans culture. Again, their year starts on Mardi Gras Day, and then it goes throughout the rest of the year. And so that's also a really big part of New Orleans. So when you have the opportunity, I'm going to go ahead and name it, when you have the opportunity to go to New Orleans and you have the opportunity to go to a second line, or you have the opportunity to go to Super Sunday, then you'll get to see these pieces of New Orleans culture that make things so unique to the way that I grew up and what that looked like and sounded like for me. So Especially now, knowing in hindsight that my great great grandmother was indigenous, it's really important to me to continue learning about these pieces of culture and these pieces of Black history. I told y'all for Black History Month, my goal is to learn something new or something deeper. And being able to learn something new and deeper about the place that I grew up and cultures that I knew about, like in passing, but not deeply, is really important to me because it helps me to feel even more connected to my ancestors and connected to my heritage. So, thank you all for taking a trip with me to New Orleans and having your crash course in Mardi Gras and New Orleans and King Cake and how things operate. All right. It's going to be a quiz at the end of it. No. But I'm a no. Because if you come up to me talking about, girl, you from New Orleans, I'm gonna be like, see, you didn't watch the episode. You ain't real. You ain't real. Because I'm giving y'all the tips so you could sound more like a native, okay, when you go down there. So yeah, so that's it that I have for today. I again really appreciate you all hanging out with me for my birthday. I didn't say this earlier, and I guess I should be intentional in saying this now. If you are wanting to bless me for my 45th birthday, you can do that in a few different ways. So you can do that by going to Cash App at $ Kimberland Jackson. You can use Venmo at Kimberland Jackson. You can also buy me a coffee. So if you go to buymeacoffee.com/Kimberland J, you can also give me a gift there. I also have an Amazon birthday list that you can use if you want to buy me like an actual things that I might need. So if you go to tinyurl.com/Kimberland birthday 2026, then you'll be able to access my 45th year birthday list. So I would also appreciate that. And if you aren't able to do any of that, but you still want to find a way to connect, please come and connect with me in the archive, y'all. Come over to patreon.com/minding my black ass business. And again, you are able to join for $5 a month. There is a 7-day free trial through the inner circle. Or you can just join outright, $5 a month in the archive. And that goes to support all the work that I do, all the advocacy and activism work, and really creating these communities. This is difficult work, and it needs financing. So every $5 goes towards that. And then in return, you get community and you get insight and you get access. Okay. So I would love to see you in any of those spaces. And thank you to you all for hanging out with me. The last thing that I want to share is my closing quotes for this episode as I think through what this 45th year of my life is going to look like. And this quote is by Audre Lorde, who is an Aquarius. Okay. So Audre Lorde says, when I dare to be powerful, to use my strength in the service of my vision, then it becomes less and less important whether I am afraid. I shared with you all that sometimes I say to myself, I'm a little afraid of what my real power looks like. And I am committing that this year that I'm going to release that fear and I'm really going to embrace my power and my strength and allow God to do what God wants to do through me. So I invite you all to stay connected on this journey. I don't know where it's going, y'all. I have no idea, but I do feel that it's going to be really, really amazing. So I would appreciate you continuing on in this journey with me or joining for the very first time. Either way, I am deeply, deeply grateful. Keep in mind that again, after this week, we're going to have live episodes. All right. So all the bells and whistles and sound effects, y'all, that's going to be gone. All right. We're going to have to use our imaginations for that for a little while because your girl needs to reclaim some time. Reclaiming my time. Okay. So anyway, I love y'all so much. I appreciate y'all so much. Happy birthday to me. 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 All right, y'all. That's it. That's all. Bye.
Thank you for listening to The Frolicking Truth, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. Please be sure to like, rate, and comment. Subscribe to the YouTube page, Minding My Black Ass Business, and follow me on all social platforms. Until next time, bye.
Good morning and happy Saturday. Good morning and happy Saturday. Let us go ahead and get started, y'all. There is so much that we have to talk about today. So let's get it popping.
Hey y'all, I'm Kimberland, and this is The Frolicking Truth, a soft space for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Here, joy meets justice. We calm our Black ass nervous systems, we unmask, and we leave behind whatever that is trying to kill us. You're seen here, you're safe here, and you don't have to do this alone.
Hello, happy Saturday, y'all. Welcome to the Frolicking Truth podcast for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, where joy meets justice and nervous systems get free. It is all right if you don't identify with any of those descriptors, honey. Just when you get in here, come ready to listen, ready to learn, and ready to support. So, hey, Sherry. So listen, I had to switch things up. Okay. I am live. I'm here right now in this very moment. Okay. Previously we recorded, pre-recorded, and then edited. And listen, y'all, editing was tearing me down. Okay, it was tearing me all the way down, and I just had to give it up. So it is much easier for me to do a live because after this live, I can close my computer and then we are finished, as opposed to having to go back and edit because editing literally was taking me days. Okay, it is not my ministry. It is not what my calling. Okay, so I had to release that part, but what I do know how to do is show up here live. So I am excited to be here, and feel free to talk to me in the chat and contribute to the show because I am here right now in this moment. All right, so let's get into the things because I definitely want us to get to the crux of what we need to discuss today. But first, we got to do some business and things. So I want to start us off with the auntie check-in. That is the portion of the Frolicking Truth where I talk to you all about what is happening in my life and just kind of, unpack some things and also announcements and like all that kind of stuff. But first off, what I wanted to say is that Mercury retrograde is in full swing and it hasn't even started yet. So I don't know if y'all work online or how much like what your life looks like in the technological spaces, but all of my work is online, and child, these tech issues have been wild. So I'm even really proud of myself that I was able to get this scheduled ahead of time, and it actually worked for me to stream because I've been trying to figure this out the whole time. And so shout out to me that I got that figured out because the technology ain't been cooperating like I would really like it to, but it did today. Amen. Amen. So I wanted to remind you, if you are not familiar with Mercury retrograde, the last episode I talked about the ramifications of Mercury retrograde and what happens during this time period. So Mercury retrograde is actually starting, let me see, it's on February 26th. So it goes from February 26th to March 20th. Okay. But right now we're in what we call a shadow period because it's the period before Mercury starts to get the micro braids in and get them tightened and things. So we're already starting to see like tech issues and communication issues, car issues, transportation issues, like all of that stuff is already happening. So I say all that to say, have some patience with yourself, have some patience with the world right now because there's a lot of stuff that's happening. Also, it's 11:11. We should make a wish. Everybody stop and make a wish. Let me see. I don't know if y'all can hear that because the mic probably spiked, but go ahead on and make your wish for 11:11. Because yeah, it's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff that is out here happening, and we want to make sure that we are centered and grounded in all the things. So, quick update. Last week was my birthday. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to me. Yeah, last week was my birthday, and I had a very peaceful time. I turned 45, and that is like a milestone birthday or whatever. I still don't know if I feel 45. Honestly, most days I feel like I am but a girl until somebody start playing with me, and then I'd be like, hey, nah, listen, nah, I'm not one of your little friends, okay? Listen, don't play with me. But most days I feel very youthful and very much in my 20s. I guess that's how it works. I don't know. But I laughed for my birthday. I danced for my birthday. I really just relaxed. I didn't want to have to do anything. Like having to do things and be places is kind of like the bane of my existence. I don't ever want to have to do anything. And so for my birthday, I said to myself, I'm not about to have to do anything. Like I'm literally about to just do whatever my spirit wants to do. So I fixed myself one of my favorite meals, which is coconut curry shrimp over potatoes. It was delicious. Okay, delicioso. It's definitely going in my cookbook. I'm still working on that, by the way. I gotta like test the recipes and all that kind of stuff. But my meal was absolutely delightful. And then you know what else I did? I watched Bridgerton because I love the Bridgerton universe. I don't know if y'all be watching Bridgerton, but I love it. I love Bridgerton so much. So I watched the new season and then I went back and I've started rewatching from season one because the second half of season four is going to be coming out, I think, next week. So I wanted to get all the pieces back together and see what I forgot because I be forgetting after I watch something. I do not be remembering. Okay, so I did that. And that was about it. And it was the best ever. So I'm really excited to now be in the 45th year of my life. I do feel like, and again, right now, like astrologically, there are a lot of shifts that are happening. So there was a, what was it? A lunar eclipse that happened. The Lunar New Year, so the Chinese New Year started on the 17th. And there are like some planetary movements that are happening right now. Anyway, I don't really know the things like that for real. But this is what I do know is that I feel a shift that is happening right now. And so this new Chinese New Year is the year of the fire horse. And last year was the year of the snake. And so the astrological girlies said that the year of the snake was very much about wrapping up cycles. And now this year, which is a 10 year, which is a 1 year, which means like things are starting over. So like this year is supposed to activate a new cycle. And with it being the fire horse is supposed to come in hot. All right. And so I've actually seen and felt those shifts, and I feel it just in my body and my energy and the way that things seem to be working out and kind of like getting it together. Y'all tell me in the chat if y'all have been feeling this energy as well, because um I think it helps with mindset, and helping us to not feel so all over the place because it's a lot that's going on out here in this world. But personally, it seems to be things are shifting into the spaces that are favorable. So that has been really exciting and encouraging, because when I tell you your girl been over here stressed a little bit, okay, stressed. Because I had a lot of stuff that was going on all at one time, and it was a lot to manage, but things actually feel like they are working out and calming down and getting in line. Okay, can we say alignment? All right. So I'm really excited about that. Sending that energy out to all of y'all. Hopefully y'all are feeling that energy as well, and kind of starting to feel like things coming together in the ways that you have prayed for and wished for. All right. So I'm sending all of that back out to y'all. All the sunflowers. Imagine me as, I think I told y'all this before. Imagine me as a Care Bear, and I'm like shooting all of the sunflowers from my heart out to you. Side note, some of y'all might be here for the first time. If you're here for the first time, come holler at me in the chat. Come say hello. Again, I am live right now. So please do come and hang out in the chat. Say hello, say what's up, all the things. But my name is Kimberland. All right. Kimberland Jackson is my name. Some people call me Kim. Other people call me KJ. But Kimberland is my name, and I'm excited to be here. Okay. I always forget to introduce myself because I be like, y'all know me, y'all be here, but also you might not. So what's up? Welcome to my world. All right. So speaking of that, let me introduce y'all to Raina, reintroduce y'all. So Raina is my hair. And right now, she kind of wrapped up and pushed up and pent up and all that kind of stuff. But this is what I want to tell y'all. I'm about to cut Raina. Yes, we are about to have a new hairstyle. And so the Patreon is going to help me to decide which of these hairstyles that I'm going to have. I want to do something different that I have not done before. And Raina and I have been in conversations, because you have to prep. You got to prep your hair for what's going to happen. So Raina and I have been in conversations, and we kind of narrowed it down. So I'm going to put some options into the Patreon so that y'all can help me to decide. So speaking of the Patreon, let me go ahead on and do this commercial right now. Okay. So y'all know I've been on the internet and social media for a long, long time. Okay, long, long time. I've been here on the internet probably since like 2017 in various places, not necessarily my own, but like in various places out here on the internet. And it's a lot. It's a lot. And social media right now is a lot. Okay. And I am actively finding my way off of social media, to be honest with you. Off of Facebook, off of Instagram, off of the things. Okay. And I'm trying to be a lot more strategic about where I want people to find me and where I put out information, because the block is hot. I'm not sure if you are aware, but the block is very much hot in these social media streets. And because I am somebody who can be considered very polarizing and I be talking about the things and calling the things, social media is not always the safest place for me. So, what I have decided is I am going to shift over to my Patreon, which is called The Archive. And over in the archive is where I'm going to be talking about the things that are actually happening in my world and some of the things that we really need to talk about a little bit deeper. So what I would like for you all to do is to come over to patreon.com/minding my black ass business. And then you will be able to connect with me there because probably definitely by the end of Q1, by the end of March, social media is going to be automated. Like I can't do it no more, y'all. Like I really can't. So that's where you'll be able to find me and where you'll be able to like keep up with what's going on and all of that. Now, there are two ways to be able to join that. You can do the free version, and the free version you'll still get notifications and all of that. But you won't like get access to the exclusive things that we like talking about. You won't have access to that, but you will have access to notifications and the things that I put out for free. If you have it in your budget, I would love for you to join me. It's $5 a month to come into the archive. And that way you'll be able to connect to the community. You'll be able to see the new things that we have coming out. You'll be able to have the conversations. So there are different collections over in the Patreon. For example, the Inner Circle is my collection where I talk about the things that are happening with my life. But I'm not the only person that's in the Mind of My Black Ass Business universe. So we also have the Change Corridor, which is where we're talking about getting prepared for this revolution that is actively happening. The Sunflower Path is there where we talk about different type of healing conversations and, for instance, Mercury retrograde and like all that kind of stuff. Like we talk about that in the Sunflower Path. We also have various podcasts that are here on the Mind of My Black Ass Business Network, one of which being the Frolicking Truth. We also have So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese. We also have a new podcast that's coming out called From Auntie with Love. So if you got over here early, then you were able to see the trailer for From Auntie with Love. And that is going to be premiering on March 8th. All right. And I'm really, really excited about that. Give me some claps in the chat. I'm really excited about From Auntie with Love. It is a really, really good time. And the aunties are from various stages of life. There are four of us that are hanging out in that space and talking about the things, y'all, that we really honestly don't be talking about, and we definitely should. So that's going to be premiering on March 8th, and I want y'all to join me on that day for that premiere. So I'll give y'all more information about that next week, but I want to put it on your radar, okay? The other thing is on March 8th, those of you who are in the US are going to experience daylight savings time. Now, I live in Colombia for anybody who is new here and did not know that. So I live in Colombia in South America. Our time does not change, okay? But the time in the US changes. So I'm about to start being like, okay, y'all, so that's this time Eastern, that's this time Central. Like I'm about to have to really start like making that very clear. So just be aware that times are going to be shifting coming up because I'm trying to honor that the majority of the folks that hang out with me come from the US. So that means that your time, is going to be a little bit different. So having said that, one of the biggest things that is going to shift is the healing circle. So the Healing Circle is a monthly gathering that we have for Black women who are looking to reconnect to their bodies and to their spirits. And I partner with Vanessa of The Well Educator, and we do a yoga flow, we do breath work, and then we have some type of targeted conversation about a topic. This month, 2 weeks ago, last week, what is today? Today is the 20th. Last week for my birthday, we had the February healing circle and we talked about self-love. In January, the conversation was about morning routines and getting our routines in place. So every month we have a theme. But anyway, I said all that to say the Healing Circle is going to shift its time. So historically, the Healing Circle would happen after the premiere of the Frolicking Truth, but we've decided to move the Healing Circle up sooner. So the Healing Circle is going to start taking place at 10:30 Eastern, which means that the Frolicking Truth is going to start premiering at noon on Saturdays. Okay. Now, you really don't have to remember this if you just turn on your notification bells and things and put the things on your calendar, okay? But I wanted to give you a heads up because if you are looking for how to stay connected, that's important. So the next healing circle that we're going to have is on March 14th. Again, that's going to be after daylight savings time. So it's going to start at 10:30 a.m. Eastern. And then immediately following the healing circle, we'll have the live episode of The Frolicking Truth. So if you want to register for the Healing Circle, you can do that by going to tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle. And I'm going to put it here into the chat for those of you that are here with me. Okay, so you can register for the Healing Circle. And again, this is a space that is exclusively for Black women. So if you are not a Black woman, send it to a Black woman so that she can get connected. Okay, but if you are a Black woman, we would love to see you. And you don't have to be a Black woman from the US, just a Black woman from anywhere in the world coming, looking to connect to your breath, looking to connect to your body, looking to build community. We have a few folks that come consistently to the Healing Circle. So it really is turning into like our little hub and our little community that we have where we really just get to love each other and don't have to explain all the things that be happening, in this Black woman universe, if you will. So that is another announcement. The other thing, again, we have shifted to this live model here. So usually what I would do is I would record on Wednesdays and then the live premiere would happen on Saturdays. So we're no longer doing that. What we are doing though is a live on Wednesdays that is exclusively for the Patreon, exclusively for the inner circle, where we'll be talking about different things. So hot topics, Q&As, ask me anything type situations, and really just having like a chat it up type of time where we're able to just hang out and get to know each other. And then on Saturdays, we're going to continue with this space, which is the podcast. It'll just be in a live format. So I'll say again, I see y'all watching. If you are able, come into the chat and then you'll be able to contribute to the actual episode while I am here live. Okay. All right. I think that's all the announcements, y'all, because I'm ready to get into the things for today. Let me look and make sure I got everything. Got it, got it, got it, got it. Good, great. All right, let's get into what we're talking about today. This is the segment that's called Frolicking in the Feed. And these are things that as I'm, out here on social media, but not really on social media, but just kind of like out here in this world, the different things that I'm paying attention to are the different things that need to be discussed. And girl, everywhere out here on these internets right now, they are talking about America's Next Top Model and the documentary that just came out for America's Next Top Model. It's called Reality Check. Wait, I forgot the name just that quick. Hold on. Let me see what it's called again. and it's on Netflix. Okay. So it's called Reality Check Inside America's Next Top Model. And it's a documentary. All right. So let me know if you have watched it. If you have not, I'm definitely about to give spoilers, if you will. But you may have already heard like different spoilers as people have been talking about it. It's really been all over everywhere. But if you have watched it, I want to know your thoughts, okay, as we're talking about the things. And again, you can tell me in the chat and, I'll highlight those comments and things. So the first thing is that America's Next Top Model came out in 2003. Where were you in 2003? I'll tell you where I was. I had just graduated from college. So I was 22 in 2003, and I had just moved to Tampa, Florida. I was a manager at Walgreens, and I was figuring out what it meant to be an adult. I definitely watched America's Next Top Model. As a kid, I always wanted to be a model. Now, for understanding, okay, I am all of 5 feet 3 inches tall on my best and tallest days. Okay. And I also am what you would consider plus size in modeling. Now, at the time, most of my life, I feel like probably not most of my life, but from college until I left the US, like my weight was up and down and all over the place. When I left the US, I was 225 pounds on my little body. Um, but I still believed that I could be a model and actually wound up being a model. I actually modeled for quite a while before I left Florida, and did runway modeling as well. Also had an agent, like definitely went through the industry. Now, I definitely was not top model status. Okay, so relax on that. Was not top model status, was not cover girl. Like I was not doing all of that, but I was very much in modeling. And like I said, I had an agent and everything. And so it was interesting when I remember watching America's Next Top Model that I was like envisioning, okay, let me learn the things. Let me learn how to smize. Let me learn how to find my lights and my angles. I was eating it up, because Tyra Banks was someone who I definitely admired and looked up to in the industry. Tyra was Sports Illustrated and Victoria's Secret. And like, she definitely, as a Black woman, broke a lot of barriers, right? So I really used to like appreciate her insight. And I was watching, I was set, okay, for the America's Next Top Model. And I watched it probably until about season 10. Now, there were 24 seasons of America's Next Top Model, and I didn't even know that it continued on that long. But I definitely watched it through season 10, and season 10 aired in 2008. So it was about a 5-year time period, if you will, that I was very much locked and set and loving America's Next Top Model. And so at the time, I remember thinking to myself, like, the industry is very interesting and there's a lot that you have to do to be a part of the industry and to be talent. So I want to just pause there for a second because this is the thing is that a lot of people feel like modeling and even acting, I'm also a trained actor, that a lot of people feel like modeling and acting is really a really glamorous job, right? Because you get to see on the consumer, you get to see the pictures, you see the final image, right? And then there's like this fame or whatever that comes along with that. But this is what I want y'all to know is that being talent, being an actor, being a model, you are like at the bottom of the barrel. Unless you are top supermodel or like really big actor, if you're not at that level, if you're not A-list, you are very much at the bottom of the barrel. And there is so much other stuff that goes into creating the environment that the talent, whether that be acting or modeling, the talent is like the last thing that's gotten together. And also talent is also put in a lot of conditions that are hazardous and toxic and extreme, right? And so what America's Next Top Model did is it like pulled the curtain back for a lot of us to see what that looks like. Right now, I know a lot of people think about models as like not having brains and all that, and that's so interesting because models are like real people with a lot of times a lot of education. But again, the way that talent is treated a lot of times as just do what I told you to do, because above all, we need to get this shot. We need to get this picture. We need to get this take. Like we need to get that. So just do the things, right? And when we're looking at the final pictures, a lot of times we don't know what those conditions were. So if you ever listen to actors and models talk about the actual shoot, like the actual photo shoot or the actual camera work, a lot of times they be in freezing conditions and they got to look like they're warm. It's the middle of the night. It's like 2, 3 in the morning. They got to look like, they're alive and awake. There's a lot of hazards, if you will, that come with being talent and particularly with being a model. And then there is skill that goes into getting these shots. Like there, hey Kalanda, there's skill that goes into modeling. So being able to contort yourself and being able to suck in this, hold that, do this, like you be cramping up, like it's a lot. I don't know if y'all have ever tried to like suck in your stomach, stick out your leg, get your neck together, catch your light. Like it's a lot that you have to think about all at the same time, and that's not always happening in the best, brightest and sunny conditions. It be a lot that goes into that. And so I want us to know that and remember that, because the things that models go through are not something like that the average person would be going through in their job, right? And this is their job. So the conditions are often very harsh and very extreme. And America's Next Top Model did a great job of showing us that. All right. Now, one more thing I want to add before we get into the things. Not just that the conditions are extreme, but also that it's how do I want to call it? There's a lot of, I just got to call it racism. There's a lot of isms that are present in the modeling industry. So whether that be sexism or racism or what have you, like it's a lot of isms that exist. And so even when you're thinking about like hair and makeup, so I primarily did runway modeling, bridal modeling, and then I've also like done like acting commercials and things like that. It came to a place, especially within the modeling space, actually within both. It came to a place where I couldn't trust hair and makeup because they didn't know what to do with my hair. Now, mind you, at the time I had a relaxer, okay, which should be easy to work with. But I've had people stand over my head and be like, what am I supposed to do with this? Like real life Real life people being like, I don't know what to do with this. Or that the makeup was, they didn't have my color for my foundation. And so my face is looking ashy or gray. Or they got too much blush on me. So I'm looking like a clown. Like there's so many moments that happened that towards the end of my little stint that I did in modeling, I was like, I'm gonna do my own hair and makeup, which I shouldn't have to do because if this production has hired hair and makeup, then I should be able to participate in getting my hair and makeup done. But what we would have to do is watch other people get their hair and makeup done and be, no, you go first. You go first. And let me see how they do you. And then we'll watch them. And then it's like, nah, I'm finna go get in my car and I'm gonna do my own hair and makeup. Like it's stressful. It's so stressful. Okay. So that is also important to know because while it looks glamorous, there's a lot that happens. And one of the reasons, so I did not grow up in like wig times. So I always had my real hair. And so people are like frying and dyeing and teasing your hair and like just doing whatever they need to do to get the look, but they're not concerned about the health of your hair. They're not concerned about whether they burning it out. They're not concerned about any of that. They literally are just going for a look and that's it. And then as the talent, a lot of times you don't have the ability to be like, no, y'all not finna do that. Especially when you're lower on the totem pole, if you will. Like when you're new, when you're not as supermodel, A-list, like when you're not at that level, it really is sit down and shut up and do this job or go home. Like plain and simple. And so I think that is important to contextualize before we get into talking about these things because the industry is the industry and the industry is not kind. It is not a place that gives a damn about anybody, especially no black women. Definitely not black women. Okay. They don't care about that. And they're going to tell you whatever they feel like they want to tell you. I have gone to for different fashion shows and stuff where I've sent you my sizes, right? I've sent you my measurements and like all the things, and they still don't have stuff that fit. And they looking at you and you looking at them like you already knew I was coming. Like what? Why you? What is? What is this? But they looking at you because you need to be smaller, or you need to be taller, or you need to be like whatever it is, and it's like, but you asked me to be here and this is my size. Like this is who I am. So it is a very, very cutthroat and insensitive. That's a good word. It's a very cutthroat and insensitive industry to be in modeling. It is not a place where you're getting affirmed. It's not a place where you are being treated with a whole lot of dignity and respect. Like the modeling industry is just not that. Now, I got out of modeling in 2019, so I can't speak to what has happened since then, but around that time, it was still this way, right? Now, America's Next Top Model happened in 2003, so it was even worse. Okay? All right. I think that's all of my. Oh, no, I want to say one more thing. So the other thing that I wanted to say is that America's Next Top Model was not a modeling show. It was a reality show. And one of the things that like since reality has really taken off, I don't know if y'all remember The Real World. The Real World was the first reality TV. It would come on MTV and it had hella seasons too. But The Real World kind of like started this whole like reality TV type of thing, right? Well, by the time America's Next Top Model came out, this was around the time of Survivor and Fear Factor and what else was coming out around that time? Like things were really like about pushing the envelope and being extreme and like doing the things, right? And so America's Next Top Model, while it was marketed, as you will, if you will, as a competition show, and it seems that Tyra's original intention was to create a show that would help people get into the industry. It's important to remember that it really wasn't about the industry, it was about the reality show and what we need to do to get ratings. And so that when we understand that, I think not that it makes sense and not that anything is okay, but that was the motivation for everything that Tyra Banks did as executive producer of America's Next Top Model. Her goal was to make good TV. And the guy, what's his name? Ken Mock or Ken, I don't remember what the other producer's name was. His goal was to make good TV, right? So this was never really about these ladies, these young girls getting into the industry. It was more so like, we need to make good TV. And so these are the things that we need to do to make good TV. And good TV is pushing the limit, pushing the limit, pushing the limit. All right? Okay. Now, um, I don't, in all fairness and in full disclosure, I don't watch reality TV anymore. I stopped watching reality TV around 2012 because I was teaching at the time. I was teaching eighth grade, and during this time, it was very much like Love and Hip Hop, Real Housewives, Love and Basketball, no, Love and Basketball is a movie. Basketball Wives, like that's kind of the reality TV genre, if you will, that was really popping at that time. And what would happen is my girls would come into school thinking that that was real life. Like they would be like thinking that if they get mad at somebody, they could just bust somebody upside the head with a wine bottle and that was gonna be all right. And it's like, no ma'am, that's not how life works. Like if you go somewhere and you bust somebody in the head with a wine bottle, you're going to jail, sis. You are going to jail. Like this is not a game. And so because I was spending so much time trying to support my girls in having healthy relationships with other girls and conflict resolution and all that kind of stuff, I felt like I could not also then be consuming this type of television, like Bad Girls Club and all. Like I'm no, because I need y'all to know that this is not real. And so I stopped watching reality TV, like cold turkey. I was just like, okay, I'm not going to be watching reality TV anymore. So everything that my understanding of what happens in reality TV from that point on has been like secondhand information and clips because I don't consume it anymore. Having said that, one of the things that I know about reality TV is that it is heavily produced. It is heavily produced. So during the documentary, a lot of the girls were talking about how the producers would like say, oh, when they're in their confessional or whatever, like, oh, so and so said such and such about you, or, what you think about X, Y, and Z, because the producer's job is to create good TV. That is their job, to create good TV. And so there are storylines that are, coming out along the way as these women are living their real lives. There are storylines that are coming up, and then the producers are taking advantage of that and capitalizing on that so that they are able to create good TV, right? And so when the reality TV is being filmed, you don't know what the final project is looking like because that's what production does. Okay. Now, Tyra Banks was executive producer of America's Next Top Model. Okay. So I want to give us some contextualization for what an executive producer does, because I think that is very important. So, an executive producer on a show acts as the senior overseer, bridging the gap between business and creativity. They secure funding, manage budgets, hire key personnel, and drive the overall creative vision from development to distribution. In television, the top executive producer is usually the showrunner or the head writer overseeing daily creative and production decisions. Okay. Now, Tyra was the executive producer. She was the creator of the show, it was her idea, and she was the executive producer. So knowing that, um, know that. Just know that. All right, we'll get back to that. So a lot of times in these reality TV containers, they are encouraging people to drink alcohol. They're encouraging risky behaviors because, again, they're making good TV. Okay, they're making good TV. And so if we, the consumers, are wanting to see, the drama and the things, that's what they're gonna create because they're making good TV. Their goal is to get ratings and to get people to watch. That is the whole point of being here. So they're gonna encourage risky behaviors. They are encouraging people to drink alcohol. They are oftentimes, especially in America's Next Top Model, they talked about being underfed and overworked. That's the other thing. I don't know if y'all have ever been on a set or heard people talk about being on a set. You be there all day, all day. Now, with reality TV, it is every day, all day. Like everything is being recorded all day long. It's a documentary. And in the America's Next Top Model documentary, they said, we told the girls that the only time that they won't be recorded is when they went into the bathroom alone. That was the only time. Other than that, they are going to be recorded. So we are recording everything, right? And because of that, there's this level of psychological manipulation that's happening because, again, they're trying to create these storylines, but then also these are women who are talent, so they don't have the ability to just say, I'm not gonna do this no more. They are very much wanting, and this the other thing is they are wanting the prize, right? So if you're telling me that I need to do this particular thing in order to get to this lifelong dream, then a lot of them are like, oh, this is what it takes. Okay, I'm gonna do the thing. I'm gonna do whatever it is that you're asking me to do. And so I think that's important to know and to remember how young these girls are because, I talk about brain research a lot over here, and these girls were like 18, 19, 20. I want to say the oldest at any point in time might have been 26. But these girls don't even have fully developed frontal lobes. So they're not able to really make the types of decisions that they might need to make to be able to protect themselves. And then the other thing is Tyra positioned herself as like this big sister. I'm gonna be here for you. I'm gonna mentor you. I'm gonna, look out for you, like type of situation. And that's not really what was happening, but the girls are trusting Tyra's opinion. She's been in the industry. You're, quote unquote, looking out for me, like all of that. So they're trusting that they're going to be safe. And what the documentary showed us is that the girls were not safe. They were not psychologically safe. They were not physically safe. And there was a lot of abuse and manipulation that was happening on this set that caused trauma, like caused real life trauma. Okay. So I want to get into a couple of the situations that happened during this time. And again, if you have not seen the documentary, I'm about to talk about different spoilers. Um, Please go and watch it. It's on Netflix if you have access. Okay. So the first episode, they unpacked the storyline for Shandy. Now, Shandy was, this was season 2 that she was a part of. And Shandy was this young white girl that worked at Walgreens. And, they found her wherever they found her, and then was like, okay, maybe I can be a top model. So during season 2, they took a trip to Milan to do go-sees. So go-sees are basically like interviews, is when you go to a designer or go to an agency and you walk for them, you have your portfolio, you have an interview. So go-sees is a big part of modeling. So in Milan, they were doing their go-see challenge, and they had guys that were taking them around the city on mopeds or on motorcycles. And so they had that whole experience. They did their go sees, they did all the things. So then after they finished that day, somebody, we don't know who somebody is, somebody said, well, how would y'all like for the guys to come over and hang out for a little while? So they invite the guys who were their drivers for the day to come over, and alcohol gets involved, and they're in a hot tub. And so what we were shown during this time back in 2003, 2004 is that Shandy cheated on her boyfriend. Okay. Now I remember watching this because there was a scene where she was like curled up in a ball because after after the experience with the man that was a part of this equation, and Shandy asked if she could call her boyfriend to tell her boyfriend what happened. So she calls the boyfriend, they're recording this, and she's like, I had sex with someone else. And he is devastated. He's screaming. He calls her a stupid bitch. Like it was a lot. And she's like curled up in a ball, just bawling her eyes out, just like crying. And I remember being like, wow, this is a lot. Like this is really wild. Shandy went on, she didn't win that season, but I want to say she went on further in the competition. But it was definitely like the storyline for that season. Well, come to find out, child, they had brought Shandy back on the documentary. And Shandy shared with us that she was not a willing participant in that exchange with the man, that she was actually drunk and was actually blacked out and doesn't remember much of it. Then she shared that once she came to the realization that sex had occurred and she wanted to call her boyfriend, they were like, we're going to have to record it. We're going to, because we record everything unless you went into the bathroom alone. So we're going to have to record that. And it was such like, not just exploitative, but there were so many people along the way that should have prevented that from happening. Jay Manuel, who was one of the judges, talked about when they came to the knowledge. He was like, basically, they were wherever they were, and somebody was like, Shandy's having sex in the shower with a boy or with one of the men. And they're like, oh, what? Get the cameras, get the cameras. Like, nobody was like there to protect her. Hey, she can't consent. Hey, she's under the influence. Hey, we should stop this. Like, they didn't do that. They just allowed that to happen. And that's not okay. That's not okay. Now, when them people asked Tyra if she remembers Shandy's storyline, Tyra was like, Shandy? I don't know if I remember that, which is wild to me. Okay. Because mind you, I'm a teacher. Okay. I have had hundreds, thousands of children that I have taught. To have a situation like that, which is so violating and like it is traumatic and it is unacceptable, and to then not remember, girl, get out of here. Get out of here, girl. Girl, girl, cut it out. So Tyra Tyra needs all the smoke. Okay, let me just jump fast forwards there. Tyra needs all the smoke. All the smoke that she is getting, she deserves. Okay, because she positioned herself as somebody that was going to look out for these girls and protect these girls and help these girls to get into the industry. Meanwhile, you are allowing girls to be harmed in real life. In real life. And then in hindsight, so mind you, again, America's Next Top Model was happening in 2003 is when it started. In hindsight, her whole demeanor is very much like it was the times. It was the times. It was the times. And, maybe we would do things differently now, but, it was the times. And I didn't know any better. And that's really wild to me. Like, that's really wild to me because when you are on any type of production and you have signed pieces of your life away to these people, their job is to protect you. And they did not do that. They did not do that at all. That was just one instance. Then they talked about so every season they would have makeovers. And I used to love me a makeover show. Okay. I was big makeover energy. I used to watch what the show was called, What Not to Wear, I think on TLC. I used to love it. I love me a makeover show. Okay. But usually with makeovers, they're changing your hair, they're changing how they do your makeup, they're changing your clothes, right? That's what makeovers usually look like. However, they started doing cosmetic procedures as makeovers doing America's Next Top Models. So they talked to Joni and Danny about the dental procedures that they had done. Now, Joni was a girl who had some snaggle teeth or teeth that like didn't double teeth. I don't know what you call them. She had some teeth that needed to be pulled in order to fix her smile. Now, she was happy about it because she didn't believe that she would ever be able to afford that type of dental work, and she was able to get that for free. But what we found out is that that dental work also wasn't good. It wasn't good dental work. And, we have a lot of this going around right now where people are getting shoddy dental work. And our dental health is very much, Kalanda, you could probably speak to this. Our dental health is very much related to heart health, and a lot of our internal systems, our dental health is connected to that. And so playing in somebody's mouth is not ethical. It's not ethical because you're causing long-term problems. So Joni talked about how she still has bite problems. And in the documentary, as she's talking, you can see that the teeth are not good. They didn't do a good job with her teeth. Now, granted, this is some years later, but they shaved down her teeth basically and gave her veneers, and they weren't good. And so the long-term impacts that comes from that impact somebody's health deeply. So that is like wild that they crossed over that line without the consideration of what could happen long term. Because again, we quote unquote fixing your smile and we're doing what we're doing for TV, but I'm not thinking about you as a person and supporting you as a person to make sure that you are not encountering harm that you otherwise shouldn't have had to encounter. Kalanda has said people are focused on the cosmetic without fixing the underlying issue. Exactly. So that was kind of wild, right? But Joni, again, she said she was 19 at the time. They told her that they were sending her to the dentist. She gets to the dentist. They tell her everything that they're gonna do. She couldn't call her mom, she couldn't call a lawyer, she couldn't call anybody to get any type of advice about what to do. She had to make that decision at that moment, like right now, sign this paperwork, sign this waiver, and we finna go in here and do this full on surgery because we quote unquote fixing your smile, but turns out we actually created more problems than you had in the first place. Wild, right? The other person from that season was Danielle. And Danielle actually wound up winning this season, but the issue with her is that she had a gap in her teeth. So they send Danielle to the dentist too, and the dentist is like, you have any issues with your teeth or your smile that you want to talk about? So she was like, well, my gums receding a little bit right here, and the dentist was like, what about the gap? And she was like, oh yeah, no, we not. The gap stays. The gap stays. That's a part of who I am. The gap stays, right? She gets back over to the judges, and Tyra was like, we sent you to the dentist to get your teeth fixed, and you told them you wasn't closing your gap. And she was like, yeah, I mean, the gap stays. And Tyra was like, I'm gonna send you home if you don't get your teeth fixed. Basically, is after much more discussion. I'm gonna send you home if you don't close your gap all the way. So against her own will, she had to go and get her gap closed because again, they're dangling this carrot above them. Hey, you gonna be America's Next Top Model, so you need to do this in order to be able to work in the industry. And so Danny, again, wound up winning. Fast forward, she also talked about how her winning did not open the doors that she was promised that it would open. So the gift from America, or the prize from America's Next Top Model from winning, was that you would get a contract with an industry, an agency. So whether that was Wilhelmina Models or Revlon or whatever other agency, you would get a contract, CoverGirl, Revlon, what have you, and I believe they got money out of it. Danny talked about how Tyra came to her later and was like, I knew you wasn't going to be able to work in the industry because you had done this and I didn't even do nothing to help you. Hi, that's crazy, huh? Like, what? What? And this is my beef. This is my beef with Tyra is because she knew. She knew that she was setting these girls up for failure. She knew that they had promised them this door into the industry, and she knew that wasn't going to pan out, but she did it anyway. She did it anyway. And then when asked about it, she's just like, it was the times. It was the times. It was I was doing what I thought was best at the time. Like, girl, get out of here with all of that. One more situation happened that they talked about was a situation with a model named Kenya. And Kenya, their storyline that they created around her is that she was fat. So they have all of these clips of calling her Miss Piggy and talking about her weight. They edited things together. She was eating a bagel and they edited it to look like she was eating a whole bunch of different bagels when she had only had one bagel. Then there was a situation where she had a photo shoot in South Africa and she was being sexually harassed right on the set where a man is moaning and touching her body and all of this while they're doing this picture. She tries to stop the production, like, excuse me, this is inappropriate. And they looked at her like, girl, you need to do what you need to do. Okay. Get the shot. Then when she got to the judging panel and they chose the shot, then she told them what happened. Well, you know, the male model, he was like very inappropriate and he was touching me and he was moaning. And Tyra was like, girl, you gotta learn how to use your feminine wiles and be like, boy, back up. Don't do all of this. And it was very much like the way that I'm like, it was very much that. It was very much like, boy, you need to stop. Back up. Give me some space. Like, but instead of acknowledging the fact that we put you in a situation that you should have never been in, and we had every ability to be able to say, excuse me, male models, there's no reason for you to touch these ladies without their consent. But we didn't do any of that. You know what Tyra's, what her apology sounded like about that? She said, she was, wait, I don't want to misquote her. Hold on. Did I write it down? She said, if I don't know if she said if, but what she said was, boo boo, talking about Kenya. Boo boo, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You deserved better than that, but we didn't know. It always comes back to, but it was the times. It was the times. It was the times. Like, it just always came back to that. Like, what the hell? And then thank you, Kalanda. So Nigel was one of he was the photographer and one of the judges. And then Nigel defended the behavior. He was like, well, you know, in the modeling industry, it's a lot of sexual harassment that be out there. What? And again, y'all brought these girls in here under the guise that we're going to support you in getting into the industry, not that we're going to expose you to trauma. We're going to put you in a space for you to be sexually assaulted and harassed, and then look at you like you the problem when you say something. What? So this is why I got smoked for Tyra. Oh wait, before I even get to that, let me get to Tiffany, because this the one. So Tiffany is the model. Y'all know the famous the infamous clip where Tyra's like, I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. Y'all know that clip. That's when she was talking to Tiffany. So Tiffany was a self-proclaimed hustler, right? She came from the streets. I don't recall where they found her, but one of the things that Tyra said in that whole I was rooting for you speech that she did is that Tiffany's grandma went without lights for 2 weeks so that Tiffany could get a bathing suit to be able to participate in America's Next Top Model. So the first season that Tiffany tried to be on, she didn't make the season because she got into a fight. So apparently behind the scenes, Tyra and her crew were quote unquote mentoring Tiffany, got her into anger management, like all of this to help her get her life together so that she could come back for another season. So she winds up coming back for the season. And the challenge that took her out is they were having to do reading from a teleprompter, which also I need y'all to know is a skill. Okay, everybody cannot read from a teleprompter, nor can everybody read out loud. Okay. So the challenge for this particular week was that they were reading like all of these designer names. And basically Tiffany, while she was trying to read it, she was struggling to read through it. And then she was like, this is humiliating, is what she said. And she was like, I can't do this. Now, I don't know what struggles Tiffany has with reading or like what her journey, if you will, with reading was at the time. But what I do know, being a teacher, and an educator and someone who specializes in brain research is that when you put somebody in a situation where they feel like they're in survival mode, they are going to make decisions to be able to protect themselves. And at that time, Tiffany felt like the best thing for her to do was to just be like, if this is what I'm gonna have to do, I've reached my line. Like I cannot, I'm not about to embarrass myself on TV. I'm not about to sit up here and appear like I'm stupid. Like I'm not doing that, right? And so Tyra basically was like, if you don't read this, you're going home. Tiffany was like, I guess I'm going home. So once the elimination came and Tyra sent two girls home. So usually it would be like the bottom two and then one of them would get saved and then the other one would leave, right? But this particular week, she was like, both of y'all going home. So Tiffany went and was like hugging the girls to tell them bye and stuff. And the girls are crying. And Tiffany like, girl, it's all right. It's all right. Like, it's fine. Don't even worry about it. And Tyra didn't like that. Tyra didn't feel like Tiffany was upset enough. Tyra didn't feel like Tiffany was quote unquote taking it seriously enough. So she calls them back over, and that's when she does the whole speech. Well, come to find out, she didn't just say about her grandma and get her lights cut off, which was enough. Okay. She also told Tiffany, and you can go back home and sleep on that dirty mattress on the floor with your son. Hey, I commend Tiffany for not beating her ass. I really do. And what's so crazy is during the documentary when they asked Tyra like what was the most like the hardest part, of America, which season, was the hardest. She was like, yeah, yeah, that was really hard for me, because in her little speech she was like, when my mama used to yell at me like this, it's because she loved me. I remember back then being like, hey sis, that's not love. That's abusive. That's toxic. That's not healthy. That's not healthy. And so for you to be again perpetuating the same type of traumas that you had to experience on these girls on national TV, sis, that's not okay. That's not okay, like at all. Tyra's apology about that. Yeah, I went a little too far. Yeah, I went a little too far. Meanwhile, Tiffany still is like, that bitch could get it on site. And I don't blame her. It's a few people. I don't have a lot of people on my on site list, but it is some. It is some that's on that on site. And that would be enough. That would be enough for me to have to be like, and you finna get this on site because they didn't even, and they talked about like how the episode was heavily edited to take out all of the things that Tyra said to Tiffany during that time. They really edited it to make it more palatable. And even what they put out was still absolutely unacceptable, right? So I felt like specifically with Tiffany that she was using her as like a prize pony. And it was more so like, I did all these things for you. I, did this and I did that, but you aren't grateful. And so I have a right to be able to humiliate you, to be able to treat you like shit because I invested all this stuff into you. And it just really made me feel like if you are giving somebody, when we are giving somebody something, you can't give people stuff with the expectation that they're going to show up in the ways that you want them to show up, because they had also pushed her to her limit where Tiffany was like, you're not about to sit up here and embarrass me like this. Like, I'm not doing this. All the things I've been through in my life, I'm not finna allow you to treat me like this. And the reward for that, for her advocating for herself, was getting kicked off the show and getting humiliated. Like, I can't. So I'm gonna wrap all of that up with just saying Tyra deserves every piece of smoke that she gets. Every piece of smoke that people have for her, she deserves it. She's a mean girl. She's been a mean girl. She has in hindsight, with so many things that have come to the light. And honestly, let me even say this. The reason they did the documentary is because during 2020, a lot of people started rewatching America's Next Top Model. And so a lot of TikTok creators were like, eek, this is really bad. So that's how the documentary came up, because people were talking about it again and talking about how horrible it was. But instead of Tyra taking accountability for that, she announces that there's going to be a season 25. Girl, what? 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 So are y'all gonna watch? Y'all let me know if you finna watch season 25, because she wanted us to know that she now lives in Australia and she's doing a new season. Okay. Now, Tyra's not the only person that deserves smoke. I want to be very clear, because Miss J, Mr. J, and Nigel also deserve smoke. Janice Dickerson, that was on there, also deserves smoke. Every single one of them that got on that show and mistreated those girls deserve smoke. And there was a lot of conversation, like Miss J had a stroke and Tyra hasn't been to see Miss J. And Mr. J talked about how he tried to quit. And they asked Tyra on the documentary if she wanted to talk about Mr. J. And she was like, I'ma call him. Mr. J said he ain't got that call and probably not gonna get that call. But this is the thing. They're not absolved from responsibility. Because again, all of this was about views, good TV show, checks, and money. At the end of the day, they did everything that they did because they were looking for views, wanting to make good TV, and wanting to get a check. All complicit. Every single one of them. So for the Jays and Nigel to be going around on this tour, like, and we all stuck together, and Miss J, they asked Miss J if Tyra came to see him, and Miss J said, not yet. Tyra not finna go see that man. And also, you not about to sit up here and paint yourself as a victim. I understand that you had a stroke. Got it. And also, you was still wrong for the shit that you did too. Because in that situation with Danielle, when they was talking about the gap, he was like, well, I guess she left the gap wide open for another girl. Like, it was very much, you are very complicit in everything that has happened. You are participating in everything that has happened. Mr. J was the creative director, so you are directing these photo shoots. There was a lot of outrage about the shoots that they did where they race swapped, which is like weird all around. But y'all sat there and planned that and executed that. So don't try to put it all on Tyra now. Don't try to put it all on Tyra. Now, granted, Tyra was the executive producer. She had the final say. Okay. So she deserves the smoke, but also y'all were there too. Y'all were there too. And it is like, Kalanda said Janice didn't hide her disdain. She was upfront with her ain't shitness. And you know what? Janice also ain't sorry. I saw an interview, I want to say it was 2 years ago, and they asked Janice if she regretted the things that she said. And she was like, no, I said what I said, and I'll say it again. No, I don't regret anything. But this is my thing with it all. And this is why I show up the way that I show up in spaces, because I do not think that it is ever okay or appropriate to have survived abuse and trauma and then turn around and abuse and traumatize somebody else. That's not ever okay. Even so, I'm a Delta, and when I pledged, there were things that happened in my pledging process that were not okay. When we brought in our next line, as a 21-year-old, I said to myself, I'm not about to treat those girls how I was treated. I'm not about to expose them to the types of things that I had to go through. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do everything in my power to protect them from that type of harm, because I should have never experienced it. So why would I make somebody else experience that? The type of people that are willing to traumatize and abuse somebody else because they have been abused are abusive people, period. And that's in every walk of life. That's in every industry. That's in everything. If you the type of person that you have survived something and then you turn around and you do that same thing to traumatize somebody else, you ain't shit. And I hope you if you watching this and you feel some type of way, good. Because that's not okay. It's not okay to harm someone knowing that you are causing them harm. And this is the thing. It's like all the people talking about, it was 2003 and it was so long ago and all this kind of stuff. It was people that was doing the right thing in 1922. What the hell? It don't matter what year it is. And if you was doing something like, there have been things I've talked to y'all a lot of times about how judgmental I used to be, about how I would send people to hell with gasoline draws on. The reason I talk about that stuff is because accountability looks like acknowledging that happened and then saying, and it wasn't okay. And now I'm going to do the work to repair the harm that has been caused, not doubling down. Well, it was just the times. Did they had the nerve to be like, and y'all wanted it, us being the consumers. Y'all wanted it. Y'all wanted us to do this. Y'all wanted to see this kind of stuff. What? 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 This is crazy. Like, this is beyond my ability to even be able to understand. Okay. It is like, it feels very, people been throwing around narcissists when it comes to Tyra. I'm not a psychologist, so I can't diagnose people, but it's definitely something. It's definitely something, because the lack of remorse, the lack of caring, the lack of being able to look at actions in hindsight and then being able to definitively say, I missed the mark. I missed the mark with that. I did not do a good job with that. That was not okay in any way, shape, or form. I would never do that again. In hindsight, I would have done this, and that. I have taken the steps to be able to repair with, like, that is what is necessary. And that is what is necessary for people to forgive, which also I'm no longer of the mindset that you are required to forgive people who have harmed you. I've released that. But if forgiveness was to be able to be present, there has to be acknowledgement and ownership first. And I did not see that from Tyra Banks, from Jay Manuel, from Jay Alexander, from Nigel Barker. None of them took full responsibility for their part in causing harm to so many girls over so much time. And that's not just the girls that were on the show. There were girls who were watching in real life that now have eating disorders, now are thinking that it's okay that you're going to have to submit yourself to being sexually harassed if you want to be a part of this particular industry. Like, that shit is wild as hell. The master gaslighter. Yes, there was a lot of that was going on. There was a lot of gaslighting that was going on. So I wanted to show y'all this quick clip from Sherry. What's this lady's name? Is it Sherry Shepherd? What is her last name? I can't remember her last name right now. But Sherry, girl, what is her last name? I don't know. But I'm going to show y'all this clip because she got on her TV show to defend Tyra Banks and the things that Tyra did. So let's listen to her right quick. Hold on. Let me get the volume up. Here we go.
Been up all night watching Netflix's documentary about Tyra Banks and America's Next Top Model. I understand why people are mad. I do understand. But I also say you have to understand the time that this all happened was in 2003. Reality TV was a wild, wild west back then. Every show was trying to outdo each other to stay on the air. We had people that were eating rats on Survivor. We had people getting in a vat of spiders on Fear Factor. Simon Cowell was telling people they sucked to their faces. I cannot forget that Tyra that was a young black woman trying to make it in the reality TV game. The battles that this black woman had to fight just to stay on the air for other people to come on the air. In the documentary, they said no network wanted to pick up the show except UPN. Everybody said no. As a woman who has pitched a bunch of shows and tried to get her own talk show, I understand that. Let me tell you something. I bet you if Heidi Klum had shopped the show around and every model looked like Gigi Hadid, it'd have been picked up immediately. Immediately. There's a lot of stuff that we did not know back then that would not have happened if this show aired now. People are blaming Tyra for allowing them to cut a black woman's hair wrong. I remember that when they cut the girls from New York and she was bald and they cut it, she had bald patches. We didn't have the sensitivities behind the scenes back then that we do now. Nowadays, if you have a black talent, they make sure to get black stylists. That's what we had to fight for to get. And I'm gonna tell you, I say this because I remember a time. See, now you see a lot of black women in shows. They used to call me the black girl who did all the white TV shows. That's the title I used to have because you didn't see many black women running around on sitcoms. And I booked a lot of those jobs. But there was a time I did a show and the white stylist, they thought my hair was too oily. It wasn't a wig. We didn't wear wigs back then. So it was my hair. And he thought it was too oily. He didn't know what to do. He poured a whole tub of baby powder on my hair to absorb the oil and then took the curling iron to curl it. Now, here I was, a young black girl. I wanted the job. So I didn't have the power to go, stop. I do now. I got the power to fire people if they mess up my hair. I didn't back then. So I had to take it. As my hair was frying, they didn't know what to do because my hair started frying. So they grabbed one of the stylists from the show Living Single because they were close to me. Her name was Julie. And she came over and she fixed my hair. And she said, my God, what did they do? I was in tears. That happened back in the day. That would never happen now. So back in the day, what people don't understand is the battles that this woman probably had to fight just to keep it inclusive. She came to them saying, I want a diverse cast. I want black women. I want Latin women. I want plus size women. And everybody said no because the industry standard looked like one thing. So she couldn't protect everybody, nor did she own the show. Now, and I'm not saying that the show didn't do terrible things because it did. But I just wanted to think about it in the context of which it happened. And there were battles that she was fighting because you always think about the long game. I want the show to stay on the air. I want more black women to come on. I want more plus size women. You remember Isis? When Isis came on the show, Isis was trans, I believe. She would not have made it on season 1. They would not have let her be on that show. But what we know now, we love the trans community. We accept our skin now. But back then, when I tell you the battles, people don't understand. When we are in power, the battles we got to fight that you will never know about. Never. To keep a show on the air, there are things that we have to do that people will tell us, if you want to stay on the air, this is what you got to do. And we got to weigh the options. And sometimes we make bad decisions and we look up and we go, in hindsight, maybe I should not have done it. But I just want to open the door and give a platform to people who look like me. And so I ask, I don't agree with some things that Tyra did. There were things that maybe could have been stopped, but I do ask that people look at it in the context. We are woke now. We know so much more now than we did back then. And I just hate that she's getting so much flack. She does need to take accountability. I know that. But I also know the battles, some people will never understand the battles that are fought. You see a person sitting there and think, oh, it's so fun, and you'll never know the battles that are being fought behind the scenes so that it can stay on the air and so you can give people an opportunity. I've been up all night watching
So let me grab a couple of these comments before I wrap this up and give my final thoughts. Tyra hasn't even repaired with people in private, right? She's had ample opportunity, many years to be able to make reparation. That has not been important to her. And as I mentioned earlier, she's acting like she don't even remember people, right? Tyra knew the challenges and was uniquely positioned to protect models from that. She chose not to and leaned into teaching them and pushing them through. It's convenient that it shifts from her baby to being the executive producer to not being in charge, right? And then the last comment, Sherry took more accountability than Tyra did on Tyra's behalf. Okay. I don't, hey, Tyra deserves every piece of smoke that she's gotten. And listening to Sherry talk and defend or whatever she calls herself doing, advocating for Tyra or what have you, all it makes me think about is what is the line that we are willing to cross for the sake of being able to get the thing that we're saying that we want, whether that's money or fame or this perceived power. Where is the line? We all have to know that. We all have to have a moral and ethical boundary that we are not willing to cross. And what we have seen is that for many, the moral and ethical boundary is not causing harm to other people. People are absolutely okay with causing harm to somebody else if they get to come out on top, if they get to come out having the money, having the fame, keeping a show on TV. Like, people are willing to sacrifice you for the sake of the power, the perceived power that they're able to have. And then my question would be, what are you willing to sacrifice? All money is not good money. All opportunity is not good opportunity. And karma is real. Karma is very real. And whether you want to believe in it or not, whether you want to call it karma, you want to call it God's justice, whatever you want to call it, it is very real. But please understand that you are going to have to be held accountable for the harm that you've caused to other people. So, in my opinion, it would be so much better for us to say, I'm not willing to do that to somebody else if for the sake of saying that I quote unquote made it, for the sake of saying that I get to stay on TV. Because the industry does not care. The industry gonna push you wherever the industry needs to push you. But there are people who have said, you know what, y'all can have all of this. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. And in my opinion, that is the right side of history to be on, as opposed to now having to come back and deal with the consequences of the real harm that you've caused. So I appreciate Sherry trying to give some more context, but also she has said in there, maybe I should have done things differently. F the maybe. Things should have been done differently, period. There's a period on it. It ain't no maybe. Things should have been done differently. Accountability should be taken. And we need to know what we are willing to give up and sacrifice in the name of fame. Okay. So our soul work for this week is to really think about what those lines are for us, right? We cannot expect a system that is toxic to be the moral code, if you will, for how we're supposed to show up. We have to have that. You have to have that. I have to have that. We have to know that opportunity is going to test our boundaries. And I have to know the lines that I'm willing to cross before the pressure comes. I have to decide that. I have to know what I'm willing to do and what I'm not willing to do. And if advancement is going to cause harm to yourself or to someone else, that is not alignment. And it may look like it's cool and it's fancy at the time, but that is not alignment. That is not how we are supposed to be good human beings. So I encourage us to ask ourselves what that looks like, to interrogate the systems that we are a part of, to ask ourselves about when we are choosing silence instead of advocating and showing up in the ways that matter. While we cannot control the systems, we can control our participation in the systems. And when I'm talking about systems, I'm talking about all of them. The systems of capitalism, the systems of abuse, the systems of patriarchy, the systems of racism, the systems of entertainment. We have to decide what that looks like for us. Because being chosen means nothing if you have to abandon yourself to stay. Okay. So that's it. That's all I got for y'all today. So please do, if you haven't liked the video, please go ahead and like the video. And please, after this live stream is over, please go back and leave a comment, even if that comment is a bunch of sunflowers. That helps with the algorithm, that helps to push this out into the YouTubeverse, if you will. But please do continue to interact with this content. We will be back. I will be back next Saturday for another live stream. And again, you are able, if you're watching this in a replay, you're able to contribute to the show and to share your thoughts and comments in the chat during the show, because it is live. Okay. Now, if you're catching this in the replay, again, please do leave a comment to help to get this out into the algorithmic spaces. Okay. Okay. Now I am about to have a very interesting meeting with someone I have talked about a few times before. Her name is Milana Snow. And so I'm about to do like a what do I want to call it? A breath work experience with Milana, and I'm really excited about that. So I'm about to go get ready for that. If you are in the Patreon, I'm probably going to talk about this later. So I'm going to like share what my experience was and everything with that. So please do come over to Patreon. Again, there is a way for you to be able to join free. Go to patreon.com/mindofmyblack-ass-business. And that is how you can connect to the archive and become a keeper. And if you are capable, I would love to have you join for $5 a month. All of those revenues are used to be able to build the team and support the team in the different projects that we have here in the Mind of My Black Ass Business universe as we are building everything out. Okay? I think that's it, y'all. I think that's it for today, child. And yeah, if y'all haven't seen the documentary, girl, go watch it, child, and then come back and tell me what your thoughts are about all the things. And if I forgot to mention some things, tell me in the comments so that we can talk about it there. Okay? All right, y'all. Until next time, I'll see y'all later.
Hey, brown girl. In a world that is set up to make you question who you are, take this time to reconnect to your greatness and speak to the inner depths of your soul. Your grace is undeniable. Your confidence is envied. You radiate and shine in every space you occupy. It's time to take back your power and remember who you are. Take a deep breath. Release all doubt and repeat after me. Today, I choose to walk in peace that will not be disturbed. I will allow my mind to exist in my unlimited future. I am breaking cycles of trauma on my bloodline. I will take up space without shrinking. My ideas will impact generations to come. I belong in the rooms that I walk into. Today, I will effortlessly walk in purpose. I attract peace and abundance. When my feet touch the floor, the day stands at attention. I am calm, confident, powerful, and filled with love. I trust myself to explore the possibilities of my heart's desires. Today, I rise with the power of my ancestors. It is okay to rest from productivity. I will live my dreams out loud. Creativity flows effortlessly through me. Emotions are welcome in my space and in my body. I am overflowing with abundance. It is time to create again. It is time to dream again. Every breath brings more joy, more peace, and more healing. I belong in every room that I walk into. Radical rest is my birthright. Inhale confidence and exhale doubt. Today, I choose gratitude. It is okay to not be okay. My testimony will be someone else's survival guide. I give myself grace and space on my journey. I show up every day as my full and complete self. Growth is difficult, but I trust that I am strong enough to do it. I will always be enough. I trust myself to set boundaries that will protect my peace. My peace is my superpower. Every step in the right direction is a step in the right direction. I believe I will receive what I need at the exact time that I need it. Someone smiled today because I am still here. I believe in my ability to do things that scare me. I put out the energy I wish to receive. I will stop apologizing for being myself. My mistakes do not define me. I was put on this earth to walk out my unique purpose. I let go of drama and embrace peace. I am attracting people that align with my peace and my joy. I am continuing to heal every day that I continue to breathe. I am confident that things are working out for my good. If it doesn't bring me joy, it isn't welcome in my space. I only strive to be a better version of myself. As I walk, I shine my light on my journey of purpose. I decide to wake up each morning and choose joy. I am manifesting my happiest self. Brown girl, it's time to shine. Hey y'all, I'm Kimberland, and this is the Frolicking Truth, a soft space for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Here, joy meets justice. We calm our Black-ass nervous systems, we unmask, and we leave behind whatever that is trying to kill us. You're seen here, you're safe here, and you don't have to do this alone.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Saturday. I want to make sure my sound is working. Hello, hello. Yeah, very good. All right. We are in here and ready. Ooh, child. It's also hot. Happy Saturday to you. All right, let me get up all of my things here so we can get started. Hold on, y'all. I got a fan for a minute. Hold on. It's a little warm. Y'all see Raina? We're gonna get into the things in just a little bit. We're gonna get into the things, but yeah, hold on. Let me take a minute to just cool myself off for a second and put up all these electronic devices that I have so we're able to see what's the what and what's going on with the what's. All right, let me put that on live. Wonderful. All right, so I can see the chat. I can see you all. I can see myself. And y'all see Raina. All right, let me go ahead and get started. I may have to fan from time to time because perimenopause, it be like that sometimes. It really do. It really do be like that. But hey, y'all. Come on in here, find a comfortable spot, take a seat. I am grateful to have you here for episode 40 of the Frolicking Truth, y'all. We grown now. We are grown now, child. We done got 40 years, I was about to say 40 years, 40 weeks of time coming here and talking about the things, the joy, the justice, the nervous systems, and all the things that are here, right? So shout out to us and shout out to episode 40 of the Frolicking Truth podcast for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. It is okay if you do not identify with any of those descriptors. You are more than welcome here. It just means that when you come ready to listen, ready to learn, and ready to support. My name is Kimberland. Hello. And this is my little corner of the world here in the Frolicking Truth over here on the Mind of My Black Ass Business Network. And I'm excited to be here. I have a lot that I need to tell you all. I have some updates and then, we need to get into the things. But first, y'all, I got to cool off for a second, okay? Now, I am here live. This is me right here, right now, today, okay, on Saturday, February 28th at 11 a.m. Eastern time, okay? This is me right here, right now, today. So if you are watching, please do come on into the live chat so that you can share your thoughts, your ideas, all of the things. You can give me feedback and you help to co-create the show. So please do come into the live chat if you are watching. if you are watching during the replay, go ahead and drop me some sunflowers in the comments, okay? That is the way that you are able to send me love and like, yes, girl, clock that T, all the things. That is how you can do that with the sunflower emoji. And if you're here in the chat, go ahead and drop some sunflowers in the chat for me, okay? All right, I think I'm cool enough now. I think we can go ahead and move on and get into the things. So the first thing that y'all probably noticed when you got in here, child, is Raina got a chop, y'all. Raina is my hair, in case you're like, who the hell is she talking about? Raina is my hair. And previously, there was a lot much more of Raina, but Raina got a chop. She lost some weight. She lost some inches. Okay, shout out to Raina, losing inches. All right. And so I'm really excited about this change that I have done with my hair. It has been a long time coming. If you all have been watching for a while, you've heard me say, because every week I do a Raina update, and I tell y'all what's going on because my mission has been to fall back in love with my hair, maybe fall in love for the first time. I don't know that I was ever in love with my hair, but now I am. Okay, me and Raina got a thing going on now. So anyways, I have been saying over the past few weeks, like, I don't know to what end we're going to keep growing hair because one thing I know how to do is grow some hair. Okay. And so to what point, like, when do we stop this hair growing situation? And it kind of got to a place where I was thinking to myself, that I was thinking a lot about my hair and I felt like Raina wasn't like really giving what I wanted her to give, like for real, for real. So it was time for a change, and I just had a birthday. So I was like, what better time than now to do a situation and switch things up, right? Now, the last time that I did a chop or a serious cut or a serious change was in 2020 when I originally chopped off all of my relaxer and I entered the world of natural hair. So it's been a minute. That's been like 6 years. Okay. And then after that, I feel like the last professional cut that I got was in probably 2021, maybe 22 at the latest, because I used to have like fire engine red hair for a minute. And I got that done at the salon, right? Since then, we've been out here winging it. I've been out of the country and living abroad, living in Mexico, living in Colombia, and I haven't had a stylist like all this time. So any cutting that was done, it was just me, doing something or trying to do something. But also, even in that, my hair was still like super long, and like I got a lot of hair, y'all. My hair is thick, and I'm not complaining, okay, by any means. I'm just stating the facts that I have a lot of hair. So, also, it's really expensive to have long hair because the longer your hair is and the more hair that you have, the more hair products that you have to use as you are doing your hair. It also is going to take more time because it takes more time to detangle and like all of that. And honestly, I was just kind of over it. So me and Raina had a conversation. And I was like, listen, sis, we need to do something. We need to switch it up. Okay. We need to try something different. We need to see, what this looks like, sounds like. So shout out to the Patreon, to the Inner Circle and the Keepers in the Archive, because they helped me to decide on what my style would be. Now, this is the thing, y'all. I still did not go to the salon. I did it myself. And I want to show y'all a little snippet from the video of me actually chopping my hair and what that was like. Now, I wish I have the video from when I did my original chop, but that video is how do I want to say, the quality is so bad on that original video. So I'm not gonna play that because the quality just doesn't look good. But I want to show you the video of me actually doing the chop the other day. Okay. So I am notorious for doing these chops at like midnight. And I'm saying like I'm notorious for doing this. Like I do this all the time. I don't. But the last time that I chopped my hair was like in the middle of the night. Same here. It was probably about midnight that I said to myself, okay, it's time. So let me show y'all this right quick. Yeah, we finna get a new look, sis. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, here we go. We gotta stop delaying this. So here we go. All right. So I'm gonna take it down by half. This side is already shorter, significantly shorter, actually. You can see that. Okay, so this side, I'm gonna do this half. Oh my God, here we go. Ah, Raina, I love you, girl. Raina, we finna get a new look, sis. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Okay, here we go. Oh, I'm so nervous. Oh, I'm cutting. Raina. Raina! We My neighbors probably most definitely thought that I was talking to somebody, like an actual person named Raina, because I very much was in here screaming and hollering and hooting and hollering and carrying on as I was doing this chop. But y'all see, I got the scissors and I was like, we about to do this because why not? Like I've been putting it off for too long. So I'm still getting used to it. It's funny every time I look in the mirror or pass by the mirror, I'm notorious. I don't know, do y'all be watching or looking in the mirror? Do y'all be looking at yourselves in the mirror? You should. Some people don't, but every time I pass the mirror, I actually look at myself. But I'd be surprised at myself, like, girl, where your hair at? Girl, is gone. But let me tell you what, I feel a lot lighter. I feel a lot lighter. And then this morning, even Raina's still a little wet right now, but even in the shower, like it just feels like I could literally do a wash and go and just kind of go on about my life. And so yeah, I'm figuring out, I'm playing with this bang situation here. You know, I kept it long up top. And so we'll see if I like that and if I keep rocking with that or if I take it down more. And rock the short do for a little while. Now, this is the thing. When you have short hair, you have to wear earrings or else you look like a boy. That's what my family always says. Our parents and my aunts and them, they used to, probably my grandma used to be like, you always have to wear earrings because otherwise you look like a boy. So I did whip out some of my earrings. And granted, I have been wearing earrings consistently. I just always have my studs in, but now it's like more statement earrings. And this is the good thing is that I used to have an accessory addiction. And so I have lots of different types of earrings. I just haven't been wearing them. So now it's time to kind of pull those earrings back out and, you know, give a little bit of fashion and a look, you know, some angles and a look and whatnot. So yeah, so that is what's going on with Raina. And you know, I really feel like my curls are gonna like they feel much juicier and my hair feels more moisturized. Again, probably because I'm not having to reapply products as often and I'm able to really rely on water to give it the moisture that it needs. So we'll see. We'll see how this looks long term and how, you know, Raina decides to show up in this new season. Okay, so stay tuned for the things, all right? Okay, let me do all of these announcements real quick so we could get into the things because I really want us to have a real conversation today about some things. As you may or may not have seen, the title of the episode today is Alignment Over Applause. They can talk, I will walk. And we're going to get into that in a little bit. But before we do that, I do want to give us some updates. So the first thing, today is February 28th. Excuse me. And next week, we will have our episode at the same time. So that'll be March 7th. But the next day, Sunday, March 8th, there's going to be daylight savings time coming up in the US. Now, I live in Colombia, okay? So we don't have daylight savings time here. Like time is just time, like it just continues. But the reason I bring that up is because the majority of my audience and the majority of you all that are watching are in the States. So it's important for us to remember that because some things are going to be shifting. So daylight savings time is next week, next Sunday. So not tomorrow, but the next Sunday. And y'all are springing forward. So you're going to be an hour ahead. So then I'm going to be on Central Time. Now, it's not for you to do all the math, right? I'm going to continue like doing things in Eastern Time. But because of that, 11 a.m., which is usually when I go live, 11 a.m. Colombian time is now going to be 12 noon Eastern Time. So the Frolicking Truth will now be coming on at 12 noon Eastern Time until daylight savings time goes back, okay? So that's a slight shift for a little bit. And so I want you to make sure that you govern yourselves accordingly, if you will, all right? The other thing is on Sunday, March 8th, we are premiering our newest podcast here on the Mind of My Black Ass Business Universe. Yes, insert the air horns and the applause and all the things here. I got to get me like a soundboard or something so that I can give, the proper reactions and responses to the things that I'm sharing. But pretend that there are air horns and things here and drop them in the chat if you are here hanging out with me live. But our newest podcast is coming up. It's called From Auntie with Love. And if you have been around, you've seen this trailer. But child, we're going to play it again. You know why? Because I'm excited about it. And it's a really big deal. So let's pause here for our trailer.
I don't know if y'all can tell or not, but we're excited.
Hey y'all, welcome to From Auntie with Love, a sisterverse of Black women reimagining life together.
They told me to put a pinch of brown sugar.
Who is they?
Who is they? She's like a cookout.
I'm trying to think back.
Right?
You don't want to like go to a lounge? 4 aunties in different seasons of life with stories to tell, thoughts to spill, wisdom to drop, and side eyes to give.
That's how we'll have a mindful moment, a mindful booty moment.
Okay.
I'll lead us through a mindful booty moment.
One of my newfound commandments is that I will hold space for change and forgiveness.
Do not show up to anywhere that I do not know that you are coming, especially my house.
You're going to find me with a drink high in the air in one hand and my body low.
Yeah. Let's get into the conversations that don't usually make it to the table, but they should. With love. Always. So I want you all to go ahead and mark your calendars, okay, for the premiere of From Auntie with Love. Again, it's happening on Sunday, March 8th at 6 p.m. Eastern. It's already scheduled, so you can already go over to the video and you can set your notifications so that you are ready and set. All right. This first episode, we're going to be telling our origin stories, who we are. I'm excited for y'all to meet the aunties. We have been having a really good time. Now, this is a pre-recorded podcast, but we are going to have live premieres. So we'll be in the chat during the live premieres. And, just chuckling and kikiing and all the things. We love a good key around these parts. So I'm really, really excited about that. We've been working on this, and I'm really excited to see how it lands for you all and what you all think, and also what else like y'all want us to talk about, because we churning out the episodes, okay? So from Auntie with Love is going to be airing every other Sunday, all right? And so currently we have So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese airs on Sunday. That is my podcast with my cousin Kalanda. We actually have an episode tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. So on the weeks that we don't have So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese, we'll have From Auntie with Love, all right? So we trying to fill up this docket, y'all. We trying to fill up the space over here on the network. Oh my God, it's a whole podcast network that's happening over here. So if you are creative and you are wanting to have a space to host your things and you want to be able to collaborate, please do reach out. Email me at mindofmyblackbusiness@gmail.com with the subject line collab if you are wanting to see how you can get your creative endeavor off the ground so that we can support over here. Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. All right, so that's that. The other thing, the Healing Circle is taking place. The next Healing Circle is on March 14th. So the Healing Circle is a space exclusively for Black women from anywhere in the world that are able to come into this space to reconnect to their bodies and reconnect to their breath. I partner with the Well Educator for the Healing Circle, and we do a yoga flow, we do breath work every time that we have the Healing Circle, and then we also have a theme for the month, okay? So in January, we talked about morning routines. In February, we talked about self-love. This month, we are gonna be talking about our gifts and what that looks like to really honor the gifts that we have, which is also something that we're gonna be talking about today, okay? So if you are interested in coming to the Healing Circle and you want to be a part of that community, please register at tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle. This information is also in the description. Okay, so you don't necessarily have to remember, just go into the description. And so we have the Healing Circle every second Saturday of the month. Now, the Healing Circle is taking place at 10:30 a.m. Eastern. So the Healing Circle happens on Saturdays, 10:30 to 12, and then at 12 noon, the Frolicking Truth premieres, okay? So we're kind of trying to put these things together so that we have this ecosystem going on, if you will. So again, if the Healing Circle is something that sounds like something you need, also, when is the last time that you stretched your body? When is the last time that you stretched your body? Okay, so this is a place for you to be able to come, be in community, to meet women from all over the world who are on healing journeys for various things. The only requirement is that you are a Black woman. All right. Now, if you're watching this and you're not a Black woman, tell a Black woman about it. All right. So that she can come and get some healing. So again, you can register at tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle. All right. Want to say again, I'm here live right now today in this moment. So if you are watching this, come on into the chat so that you can talk to me, talk to us, talk to the community as we are here. And I want to give a shout out to the archive. Okay, now the archive is the Patreon. That is the space where we are gathering to keep the things that are important to us. So everybody that is a part of the archive is a keeper, and you decide what you're in charge of keeping. Some people are keeping recipes, some music, some are thinking about the culture. Some are making sure that we laugh, child, and that we keep these jokes, okay? Because it's a lot that's going on right now. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot that's going on right now. But over here in this space, we are focusing on the things that are bringing us joy and the things that are going to keep us grounded during this time, right? So in the archive, we have different collections that you're able to go to and peruse through. For instance, we have the Inner Circle, that is my collection. We also have the Sunflower Path, where we talk about healing and restoration. We also have the Change Corridor, where we like power to the people, and this is the stuff that we need to do to make sure that we in line, okay? Then we also have spaces for each of the podcasts that I mentioned. So come over to the archive, check it out. You are able to get a 7-day free trial if you would like by joining through the Inner Circle. But the archive is $5 a month. And all of the proceeds from the archive go to support the projects that we have. So creating the podcast, ensuring that we're able to pay people and have a team and like all of that. So that's where the money is going to. So if you have $5 a month, we would greatly appreciate your support in joining the archive. It is deeply, deeply, deeply appreciated. All right. Now, one last thing. We have shifted over into this live model, right? Because editing was tearing your girl down. All right. I am not gifted in the area of editing. It takes a lot of time, and it really was a lot for me to try to manage over this last year. And so I had to give that up, y'all, because there's so much that I need to be doing, and I just cannot be sitting down editing for 3 days. Like, that is just not feasible. So because of that, we've shifted to these live models. So now we have 2 live opportunities. So if you're a part of the archive, you get to come and hang out with me on Wednesdays for our exclusive chats. All right. Now, this past Wednesday, I was talking to the Inner Circle about an energy healing session that I had. So last week, actually, I had told y'all that I was about to go to this energy healing session with Milana Snow, and I did that, and it was transformational. So I shared a lot about that during that time. I also was sharing some dating updates, child. It's so crazy out here in these dating streets. And one thing I just want to say, I'm not going to get into it because, that's what we talk about during during those exclusive chats. But one thing that I want to say is dating in a different country is still crazy. It's just in a different language, child. These folks are who they are. Okay. But we get into the dating things and what that looks like and sounds like. And then we be talking about the tea. So this is a time on Wednesdays for you all to come, and we do Q&As, and we really just hanging out for a little bit to get to know each other better. So that happens on Wednesdays at 11 a.m. Colombian time, which is going to wind up being 12 noon. So if you want to be a part of that, you have to be a part of the Inner Circle, right? So that's how you get the entry ticket into that space. Now, Saturdays here where we're doing the podcast, you just come, you participate. We got the things that we're talking about. You're able to share in the chat. You're able to build community. You're able to talk to the people. All right. And also, these are 2 completely different conversations, right? So what we talk about on Wednesday, we're not talking about on Saturday. So you got to have your face in the place so that you keep up with the things that's going on. Okay. All right. I think that's it. I think that is all of my announcements. So let's go ahead and get into our Frolicking in the Feed section. And this is the part where we talk about the different things that are happening out here in the algorithm. All of the stuff that somebody asked me to spell Reina. Reina's name is spelled Reina. It's the Spanish word for queen. So Reina is spelled Reina. Also, click through to come into YouTube so that you're able to talk to me directly in the chat so that I can see your messages. Okay. All right. So I want, again, Frolicking the Feed is the part where we talk about the things that are happening in the algorithm, the things that I have seen that may have made me pause, laugh, or cry, what have you. And this week's Frolicking in the Feed comes from Tabitha Brown. Now, Tabitha Brown is someone that I have admired for a while, and I really appreciate Tabitha because her first book was called, I don't even remember, child. Let me look it up, girl, because I'm about to make something up, and that ain't about to be it. Let me put some respect on her name. Tabitha Brown. The first Feeding the Soul, that's what it was called. So Feeding the Soul was released in 2021. And one of the things that I appreciated within that book is Tabitha was talking about her spiritual gifts. And y'all know I be over here talking about the spiritual gifts, okay? And she has been very clear in telling people that what her gifts are and how to honor those gifts and what that looks like and sounds like. And so she made this video the other day that I want to frame our conversation around today. So let's listen in.
Hello there. You all right? So listen real quick. I want to say this the right way. How do I? So I personally was born with a gift, right? Some people call it being a seer, where, I dream things that come to pass. Sometimes I dream of people I've never met that talk to me, people who have passed on, all the things. Ever since I was a little girl, sometimes I can see things in a room full of people. Nobody else can see it but me. I can hear things. These are all things I cannot control. But this has been my entire life, right? And a lot of times people don't like to talk about or believe in the supernatural, but it is very much so a real thing. I want to say to anybody out there who lives with the gift and who's obedient to it and have been called crazy and have been called witches and have been called all kinds of names, baby, sometimes you're going to just have to let them people talk. Keep being obedient to the gift that God has given you. Don't misuse your gift, but keep being obedient to it. I am a witness that when you are obedient to the gift that God has given you, when he shows you something and he tells you to speak on it, speak on it. If you hear something and he tells you to speak on it, speak on it. If you dream it and he tells you to speak on it, speak on it. Because that's how non-believers start to see, okay? But you're going to have to let them people call you crazy, and you're going to have to be all right with it. Pay it no mind. Keep on going. He has chosen you for a reason. He's trusted you with your gift, okay? So your dreams, the things you hear, the things you see, be obedient, all right? Y'all can always call Tab crazy. That's my business, honey, all right? Well, that's it. I love y'all, honey. Now go on about y'all business. Have the most amazing day. But even if you can't have a good one, don't you dare go messing up nobody else's. All right. I'll talk to y'all later. Bye.
So I left a comment on this video, and I want to read the comment because it's exactly what we're going to be talking about today. I said, I too have a prophetic gift of seeing and knowing. I made a post recently about people calling me a witch. I was so deeply bothered. I am learning to release it because I know God is guiding it all. I'm speaking on the things and being sure and knowing I am on my mission and in my purpose. Thank you for this confirmation. I'm grateful to be gifted. And so the title, I feel like I'm about to do a sermon, and I don't mean for it to sound that way, but also I'm very serious about what the things that I'm about to say. Alignment over applause. They can talk, I will walk is the name of the episode today. So back in 2017, I had a conversation with my pastor at the time. So I've talked a lot about from where I've come, like in the church world, and how things were showing up for me during that time. I talked about how I used to be really, really, really judgmental, and I used to I used to be just sending people to hell with gasoline draws on, y'all. It was so bad and it was just so ridiculous. And I spent a lot of time trying to figure out who I was supposed to be and what my life was supposed to look like as someone who is a believer in God, someone who considered myself to be a Christian at that time and a follower of Jesus more so, because this is before I get into the things. This is my thing with Christianity these days, is that the idea of Christianity has been bastardized so much that you got to check when people call themselves Christians or when people say God or when they say Jesus, you got to be like, so who you talking about? You talking about Black Jesus or white Jesus? Are you talking about God, the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-present God, or are you talking about your racist God that makes you think that you are supreme to other people? Like, you gotta check these days, right? So I've kind of stopped calling myself a Christian, and I consider myself now to be spiritual, but I also consider myself to be a follower of the teachings of Jesus Christ, because these new age Christians, these evangelical Christians, these Christians that are super religious, Jesus wasn't on it. Jesus wasn't on none of that. So I've kind of had to like find my own way in what this looks like and sounds like. So back to 2017. So in 2017, I was preparing to, and it was actually probably 2016 that I had this conversation, but I was preparing to enter into entertainment. I had been training to be an actor and model, and I was preparing for this calling that God had given me, right? I've talked a few times about how I had gone to this audition, and it was through this company called Actors, Models, and Talent for Christ. And the whole point of it was for us to get the quality training to be able to go into entertainment and be a light. Everything was about shining your light and showing up in a different heart space than other people, because we are connected to God, right? So I was doing that during that time. And I had a pastor at the time. And at this time, I was teaching Sunday school. I was on the praise team. I was in the choir. I was over the social media ministry. I was teaching the Sunday school teachers. Okay, I was deep up in the church. And so I go to my pastor and I'm like, oh my God, I've been called into entertainment. Like, I'm so excited. And I don't know like where God is leading me, but I know that this is going somewhere and I'm really excited. And she looked at me and she was like, God don't want you in the wilderness. And I was so confusion because I was like, sis, I know God. So I don't know what you're talking about being in the wilderness like that. I've never been in the wilderness. I'm not about to be in the wilderness. Like, what is you even talking about right now? And that was like the beginnings of me leaving that church, and also the beginnings of the deterioration of my relationship with that pastor, because she wanted to proclaim me to be lost when I was very much like, girl, I am out here on this search, like finding God for real, for real. And what's so interesting is since that time, I've been on this journey of really understanding who God is and the fullness of God and how God shows up in my life. And I have never felt closer to God since I have been away from the church and away from religion. Now, I know it's a lot of stuff going on right now that I'm not even acknowledging and speaking to about what God and religion looks like. I do have on my Delta Sigma Theta necklace today. I am Greek. And I know that there's a big like denouncing thing that's going on. And there's this YouTube video that's went viral and all of that. And people want to say that we were worshiping different Greek gods and all that. I want to definitively say that that is not the truth and that has not ever happened. But the reason I bring it up is because there are so many people who are in religion that demonize things and call things demonic and call things witchery, and it don't even be that, right? I've told you all many times, if you've been here with me, that I'm a scientist. And so as a scientist, I'm very aware of energy, and I'm very aware of how energy manifests and how energy transfers from one form to another, and like what that looks like and sounds like. And so a lot of my beliefs are centered in science as well as my lived experience with who God is and how God shows up, right? So I've been on this journey, okay? And I encourage everybody to be on a journey and to ask questions and to find answers, because one thing about God, God says, if you test me, I will show you. I will prove to you that I am God. And that is outside of these boxes that people try to put God in. All right. So back in, so I went into entertainment. All right. And one of my main roles that I had was as a talk show host with a platform called Beautiful Brown Girls. And so I was with Beautiful Brown Girls for 6 years. And over that time, I had a show called Brown Girl Boss. And on Brown Girl Boss, I had the opportunity to interview all sorts of brown women across the world who were doing amazing things. And every so often, I talk about them, and I've talked about them during the Frolicking Truth many times, like different women that have stood out. And one of the women that was one of my favorite guests was Milana Snow. So again, Milana Snow is a person that I had the energy healing session with last week. All right. But the first time that I was in Milana's presence was in 2020. Okay. So I interviewed her on Brown Girl Boss, and she was talking about this concept of energy healing. And she gave me an experience live on the show. So I want to show you all a little snippet from that show, because I credit this experience with the beginning of, or let me not even say the beginning, with the deepening of my healing experience, because in my healing journey, because I didn't even know that this type of thing was possible. All right. So the part that I'm going to show you from this episode is about listening and then about breathing. Okay. And I'll put the link for the video into the description so that you can go and watch this snippet. And you can also do this particular, what do I want to call it? This particular practice, you'll be able to do it yourself so that you can really see how it manifests in your own life and in your own world. And it really is just about honoring our breath. Okay, so let's take a minute to get in our way back machine, if you will, and take a trip back to 2020 with Milana and myself as she was introducing me to this concept of breath work and energy healing.
And I'm going to guide you in how this practice works, but one of the most important parts of what I find to be an inward meditation is that we close our eyes, so that we can kind of signal to our brain that we're ready to focus on our inward experience. And that's kind of also going back to acknowledging that everything is within us and that we have the choice on how we feel. And so if you could just for a second, see if you can start to really listen to the way that I'm speaking. So go from hearing Milana's voice to listening to my voice. Maybe for the first time, you're noticing my accent. Maybe you're noticing my pacing. But just let yourself just listen, because one of the things that we can do when we start to practice meditation is to use our sensory system to help us become more and more present. So can you just listen to the words that I'm saying, but also listen to maybe the birds in the background, cars, people talking. And instead of trying to make everything silent or perfect, this meditation that I'm about to show you is letting all of that come in And in fact, if you hear like a lawnmower or somebody yelling or an ambulance, I want you to invite that sound into your experience. So you're listening to it. Okay, great. Now, just as you're listening to my voice, notice how you're breathing. Just how are you breathing? Are you breathing shallow in your chest? Because when we were running from bears in ancient times, or tigers or lions, our body learned to breathe shallow. And that's the way that we have evolved to be in a stuck place of survival. So let's just notice if you're breathing from your chest instead of down into your lower belly, which is a comfortable, safe breath where your body and your brain are reminded that everything is safe. So just notice that and come back to listening again as you notice your breath. So I'm going to show you how to do this breath work by telling you with your eyes closed. It's a 3-part breath. You're going to breathe in 2 times and you're going to breathe all through your mouth. So the way that it goes, and you can practice as you listen, is you're going to breathe through your mouth into your lower belly so that your belly balloons out. And then you're going to take a second breath into the chest and then you exhale out through the mouth. So it's going to sound like this. Or you could go faster if you want, or even slower. So keep that on repeat as you're listening, because what we want to do here is we want to drop down into our lower bellies, which literally is telling our instinctual brain, I'm okay. Everything's safe. You don't have to panic. You don't have to run. I'm relaxed. And when you breathe into that upper chest, you're literally saying to the heart and the mind, we're going to give you more oxygen. We're going to support you so that you can do more of your work, heart, more blood cells with oxygen, brain. And then you exhale it out. So continue that breath, and we're going to come back to that drop-in, just like we did in the very beginning of this program. And that is, how am I thinking? Because sometimes we have thoughts, but they're not actually how we feel. Sometimes there's a disconnect there. So turn your listening from listening to the outside world to listening to your thoughts. Even if it's just for a second, what are you thinking right now as you continue to breathe? As you continue to breathe, what am I thinking? Now, sometimes people will say, oh, I'm thinking that I don't like the way this is going, or I'm thinking I need to go and finish this, or I forgot to call this person back. Whatever that is, notice it. Be right with that. Notice that this is a pattern.
So I want to pause there for a moment and just kind of underscore what Milana was sharing during this video and how the practice of breath work shows up for us in our bodies and in our spirits. So one of the things that she mentioned is about oxygen, right? So oxygen is a key part in our bodies being able to function. We need the element of oxygen to create energy, for instance, through the process of cellular respiration. Oxygen is necessary for our blood. Oxygen is necessary for our body to know that it is safe and that it has the things that it needs to be able to support life and all of that. And one of the things that we often do, clearly we're breathing because we're alive, right? But we have been trained to have these shallow breaths that really do not oxygenate our body deeply. And when we are breathing from a shallow place, it makes our body feel like we are in survival mode. Now, brain research is something else that I talk about over here often. And when we are in survival mode in our brain, the only thing that we are asking ourselves is, am I safe? That's the only question that is ruminating, whether we're doing that consciously or whether we're doing that unconsciously.
And so when we engage in this particular breathing practice where we have the 2 inhales and then the 1 exhale, so the first inhale into our belly, the second inhale into our chest, and then the exhale, it forces our body to go into a space of saying, I am safe. I am safe, I am calm, I am relaxed, right? So we're able to shift how we're feeling with a simple breath. What I love so much about breath work is that our breath is with us all the time. Nobody can take that away from us unless, they take our lives, but knocking on wood, that's not happening, right? But our breath is always with us. It's free. So we don't have to pay any money for it, right? A lot of times when we think about self-care practices and we think about healing practices, a lot of times we think about things that cost money, and breath work is something that is absolutely free, absolutely accessible. Anybody can do it from any phase of life. You really just have to create the time to be able to breathe. And so with that particular breathing pattern, it allows us to calm our brain, to calm our nervous system, and get ourselves into a place where we are able to hear from a spirit place and not from all of the the competing thoughts that are there and present in our minds. So I had that experience with Milana back in 2020. And as the video continues, I wind up like emotions come up, and it's okay. Like it is something I often call it emotional constipation, where we have like stuffed down so much within our spirits and within our bodies that we don't even realize how clogged up we are. So this particular breath work and this particular practice allows us to be able to pull that stuff out so that we can release it. Crying is one of the ways that our body resets itself, is one of the ways that we release toxins from our body. But unfortunately, a lot of us have been conditioned to believe that crying is negative and that it's something that we shouldn't do and something that we should suppress. I see the comment here, Geraldine said, I enjoyed that exercise. Yeah. And so it's something that we can do anytime that we are feeling unsettled, or we're feeling like we need to calm ourselves and we need to tap into the power that we have within us. So Milana she just wrote a book. It's called It's All Within Us. And in the book, she gives 4 tenets that kind of guide everything in the book. The first thing that she said is experience is greater than analysis. And by that, meaning our lived experience and us experiencing the world is going to be more powerful than all of the thinking and analyzing that we can do. So a lot of times, especially now, I'm a big proponent of therapy. Okay, we need to have good mental health, and we need to have mental health support, and we need to have mental health specialists that we work with. All right, I'm a big proponent of therapy. But one of the limitations a lot of times in talk therapy is that we are doing a lot of thinking and not a lot of feeling. Now, granted, I didn't learn how to feel until I turned 40. Okay, so around the same time in 2020, all of this was happening at the same time. And I had a therapist at the time who was like, what's your deal with feeling? Like, why don't you want to feel? And I told her, I was like, I feel like if I start feeling, I'm never going to be able to stop. Like, I'm just going to be crying forever, right? And that's when she was talking to me about, that's because you've been stuffing so much stuff down. But once you clear those pathways, you have the opportunity for feelings to pass through you. That's how feelings are supposed to behave. They pass through us. They come, we feel it, and then it moves on. I had not experienced that, right? So for that first tenet, experience is greater than analysis, it really is about allowing ourselves to experience and allowing ourselves to feel without trying to think our way through it. allowing our brain to release control so that our body can do what our body was designed to do. I don't know if y'all know that our body was designed to heal itself. Our body was designed to give us cues and clues about what we need. I had talked before about another lady that I interviewed on Beautiful Brown Girls named Nzinga Onewusan. And Nzinga focuses on food and how certain cravings show up because we are craving certain things in our bodies and certain things emotionally, right? And so our experience, our lived experience is going to give us more information and more insight than any of the thinking and intellectualizing that we might be feeling like we need to do. What's the comment? Feelings are forced suppression since childhood. Some of us been pushing down feelings since childhood, and that's a lot. I've been on this earth for 45 years. Now, how long you been on this earth, right? And so that's a lot of time. If we haven't learned how to feel and allowed ourselves to feel, that's a lot that we have to get up, but it's possible. It's possible, right? So the second tenet that she has in her book is that everything is for your use. I have a saying that I used to say all the time, that everything happens on purpose with purpose. Nothing happens in our lives by accident or happenstance. Even the things that are uncomfortable and the things that cause us to experience things that are not necessarily pleasurable, we are still able to use that in order to help ourselves and to support ourselves in our healing journey, because we learn things from every experience that we've been through, right? We learn how to trust ourselves more. We learn who to trust and maybe who not to trust. We learn things from all of the experiences that we have. So keeping in mind that everything is for our use and that we are able to shift the way that we're experiencing the world by the way that we are viewing the world and the way that we're experiencing the world. The next tenet that she put in here is what you resist persists. So this again goes to, if I'm resisting the need to feel, that is going to continue to be persistent because my body is saying, hey, we need to deal with this. And we really need to put ourselves in a position to be able to hear what God is trying to say. God is always talking to us, y'all. God is always talking to us. God is always there. There are always messages that are coming through. It's just, are we allowing that to come through? So if I am resisting that awareness, it's still going to persist. Like, I still have to get there, eventually. You know how they say, if you don't learn a lesson, the lesson is going to keep coming? Because our job is to learn the lesson so that we're able to move on to whatever the next thing is that we're supposed to do. So allowing ourselves not to resist, but to embrace and to support ourselves with our breath and understanding the power that we have within us. And then the last tenet that she has is set and setting matter. So understanding that our environment plays a big part in how we are experiencing the world. This is something that I really used to take for granted, and I really didn't even understand how much my environment played a role in my life until I came to Medellin. When I came to Medellin for the first time in 2021, I had another therapist. I've had a lot of therapists over time, okay? But I had another therapist that told me, she was like, I want you to pay attention to the environmental factors that you experience when you go there so that you know what you need to have in your environment to feel safe and whole and connected. And so something I realized on that trip was, I need nature. I need to see green. I need to be able to touch grass and have plants around me, which is something I was very, very resistant to for a lot of my life, even though I have this whole biology degree and took plant physiology and all of that. But growing plants was not something that I ever felt was a part of my life until I started thinking about the setting, and that when I have plants around me, when I have living things around me, again, that gives energy. right? That gives energy, and it gives me a sense of purpose in watching this living thing grow. Like, if y'all have never planted seeds before and watched those seeds grow, it is like so fascinating to see one day nothing is there, and then it seems like all of a sudden this thing like just springs up, when the whole time there's been work that's been happening underneath the ground, and the roots have been developing, and the system has been developing in order to create this support system to sustain life, you know? So putting ourselves in a position where we're able to honor our environment is always going to support the healing journey that we're on. Let me grab a couple comments. Okay. We resist our body's natural functions. Yes, we have to stop doing that. I just learned in my late 60s to feel the feelings, but don't stay there. I was stuck in the feelings. Yeah. And so that happens because we are emotionally constipated. We're in this space where we are feeling stuck and feeling stagnant because we haven't had the opportunity and we haven't had the practice to be able to allow ourselves to feel. So being able to do a practice like breath work is getting us out of our heads and into our body, so that our body is able to do the work that it needs to do without my brain resisting the work that needs to be done, right? It's interesting because before I had met with Milana last Saturday, she asked me, she was like, before we did the breath work, she was like, how are you feeling? And I was like, I'm nervous. Like, I don't know why. I'm like, I'm feeling this like fear of what's going to happen. And she was like, that's very natural, because we forget that we are spiritual beings, because we have to spend so much time in our physical world, and like in the physical world, and like being whatever that means, like whatever our different contexts look like in the physical world. We forget that we're spiritual beings and that we have God within us. We forget, like you're talking about Jesus on the main line, like Jesus is in us, you know? So like we forget that because we spend so much time in this physical world dealing with other people's stuff and trying to figure out life and dealing with systems and wars and like all the stuff that's happening, that we forget that we have this power within us, or we have never connected to it. So we need to learn, you know, what that looks like and sounds like. So she was like, we are spiritual beings in this world, and it's important for us to put ourselves in these spiritual places so that we are able to access what God wants to do and get the downloads and the uploads, if you will, about how we're supposed to move and what our mission is and what our purpose is and all of that. And so she told me that. And then the other thing that she told me was, we're not in this world alone. And we have the collective energy of our ancestors within us, whether we are tapping into that energy or not. So without going into too much detail, when I did the energy breathwork session with Milana, she had me do like a visualization exercise. And I had the opportunity to talk to my grandmother, my great grandmother, and my great great grandmother. And it was really wild. Now, this is not the first time that I've had this experience. There is a therapy technique called EMDR. EMDR stands for eye movement desensitization reprocessing. And it is a strategy that is used to help people who have experienced trauma, because what happens as we're talking about things getting stuck, right, is we get stuck in places where we have had traumatic experiences, and then our brain feels like it's in our short-term memory, and so we feel like it's happening right now, as opposed to having had the opportunity to process it, to feel it, and then to release it, so that our brain is able to move that into long-term memory and then know I'm safe. I'm not in that situation right now in this moment. And there's so much, what do they call it? Epigenetic markers that we carry with us. So when I say epigenetic, I mean like we have our ancestors' blood within us, right? Hopefully there's no disputing that, right? We have our ancestors' blood within us, but also we carry the traumatic experiences with us until somebody in our bloodline is willing to say, hey, I need to actually deal with this. For myself, I got that message probably when I was about 8. So I remember being 8 years old and knowing that I was going to be responsible for breaking generational cycles. I didn't know what that meant at the time. I very much thought that it meant that I was going to have my own children and my own family, and I was going to be like this amazing mother, and that's how I was going to break that cycle. That none of that has happened, right? Because that wasn't the actual assignment. The actual assignment was to be in a position to awaken people to who they are, who God sees them as, and to honor the people that have come before us. So on my healing journey, I found myself a lot going back to my ancestors and what they had to do in order to survive and what they had to do in order to make sure that I'm still here. Now, the thing that's been kind of difficult in this is I don't have a lot of information about my ancestors. My grandmother, we didn't have a close relationship. So now that she's gone, so my grandmother died in 2017. So now that she is gone, I know that she's trying to right things from the other side. And I am learning to welcome that and to get those lessons from that. My great grandmother died when I was 7. So I definitely really didn't know too much about her. And then my great great grandmother never knew and just learned recently that she is indigenous. And so I have been like on this like discovering journey, if you will, of who were these women and how did they sustain themselves and how did they show up and what practices did they do and how did they connect to the earth, right? So even for instance, when I mentioned plants, so my mother liked plants and likes plants. And I remember her like going into this plant phase and like growing things and all that kind of stuff. And I never thought about it as something like to be passed down generationally. But then I remembered my grandmother also grew. And she had, so my grandmother lived in Mississippi and she had land or crops on the land. I don't remember what she was growing, but I remember her growing things. You know, I remember my great grandmother had a fig tree that was outside her house. And I remember her making like fig preserves and things of that nature. And then knowing that my great grandmother was indigenous, I'm knowing that there was some type of connection to the land. So it only makes sense that I would go down this path of gardening and plants and biology. But I wasn't really able to make that connection before because those pathways weren't open for me to really understand, like, this is your lineage, like this is in you, it's within you, right? So it's been really, 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 really interesting. And it's caused how do I want to call it? I think there are a lot of misunderstandings, if you will, about what it means to really be connected to our cultural practices. And a lot of that is because of colonization and white supremacy culture and the things that people have told us are witchcraft, right? And so, episode 4 of The Frolicking Truth, the title of the episode is Who Told You That Was Witchcraft? Because I was in my old apartment I had moved into the apartment, and I remember I was like trying to reset my energy. And I was saying to myself, like, it feel like I just need to do something to reset my energy. And so I put on some praise and worship music, and then I had burned some sage and some incense, and I was going into each room and I was like praying in that room. So in the bedroom, I was like, God, I want to bring peace into this space, that there are dreams where you're able to communicate with me, that when my head touches the pillow, that I am having restful and restorative sleep. I remember going into the bathroom, and I live with OCD, so bathrooms are very difficult for me. And so I was like, I want this to be a place of peace. I want your spirit to be in here, that when I come in here, that I feel supported and I feel connected and I'm able to hear from you. I really do believe that water is a portal for how God communicates to us. So a lot of times when we're in the shower, we get different downloads and all of that. I have not necessarily done the research about that, but stay tuned, that's coming. But anyway, while I was doing that practice, I had this moment where I was talking to myself and I was like, now they claim they're using sage as witchcraft, but how is this any different from using holy oil or holy water or all these other rituals that are present within Christianity? How is this any different? Why are y'all saying that that's not witchcraft, but this is witchcraft? In that church that I was telling you about, where the pastor told me, don't be in the wilderness, we used to come in and do intercessory prayer before the services, and we would read this like prayer, but like this incantation is really what it was. And it was like, we're calling forth this and calling forth that. How is that different than what you're saying is witchcraft elsewhere? Like, so when we're using words, and we're using words like witchcraft, like, where did that come from? And who said that that's what it was? And keeping in mind that a lot of our practices as Black people and Indigenous people and people who are of the diaspora, a lot of our practices are cultural practices that we were told were demonized, practices that kept our ancestors from long ago, right? So I did an African ancestry in 2020, and my African ancestry came back that our people on the maternal line are from Cameroon. And so then that got me curious about what the practices were in the African existence of my bloodline, right? So I bring all of this up just to say that I'm really shifting and moving into a different space. Okay. And I really have to be who I am actually called to be and not worry about what people are calling me. So, to Tabitha Brown's point just a little bit ago, they're going to call you what they want to call you. They're going to label you what they want to label you. They're going to tell you that it's witchcraft. They're going to say that you're crazy. They're going to say that you don't know what you're talking about. They're going to say that you're in the wilderness, right? They're going to have to say that. They just gonna have to say it, because I have to be authentic to who I am and who I am called to be, not who people are wanting me to be for their own comfort or for their own whatever, their own limitations in their relationship with God. Because it be blowing me, like the way that people put God in a box, and the way that people say, Kev on Stage had made a post just yesterday, and he was like, one of the questions that he always used to ask in Sunday school is, okay, y'all are telling me that Jesus is the only way to be able to get to God. But what if there's somebody who grew up as a Buddhist and their family is telling them the same thing? Like, that's the only way that you can get to God. And he was like, the people at the church were like, those people are going to hell. And it's so reductive, and it's wild to me in this phase of life, because there are many pathways to God. There are many pathways to God. So why are we saying that God can only exist in this one pathway? Why are we saying that God can only exist? For example, Jehovah's Witness, and I don't know a lot about the Jehovah's Witness, but one thing I do know is that they say that it's only 144,000 people that's going to get to heaven. Well, what happens with everybody else? So everybody else going to hell? Like why are we putting limits on God and saying that God is only going to show up for certain people in certain ways? This is a question I've always had, and it's a question that I have come to understand that that's just not the truth. It's not even, the other day I was doing some research and they were talking about when the concept of hell came about, like hell being this place that you're damned to for all eternity and like all of this, that came about through colonization. That came about through white people trying to scare black people, enslave black people into doing the right thing. If you don't do what I tell you to do, then you're gonna go to hell and you're gonna burn in the eternal lake of fire. And I always had conflict with that because I was like, how y'all saying that God is this loving God, but also that God would like find joy in sending people to hell? Like, I just don't understand. Come to find out, that is something that was constructed by man. So the invitation is really to take the time to get to know God for ourselves and to have a personal relationship with God, that we have inside of us the compass for how we are supposed to move and how we're supposed to show up and how we're supposed to treat other people, right? Because just a little bit ago when I was talking about Christianity, the Christianity that they will have you believe is Christianity today is nothing about what Jesus taught. Jesus said to feed the hungry, to clothe those who don't have clothes, to house those who don't have houses, to care about children, to protect and honor the most vulnerable. And Christianity today is about hatred and harming those people. So how you gonna tell me that you serving God? That does not align. That does not align. So if I am putting myself in a place where you're saying to me, it's okay to genocide a whole group of people, it's totally fine. And then you want me to believe that God is okay with that? Like, y'all cool? Like, are y'all all right? Because that just sounds so wild to me. It should to you, you know? So anyway, it's I am at this place in my life where I'm like, I need to get the answers that I need. And I want to support people in finding their own pathway to God and understanding who God has created them to be, how God has designed us like uniquely. Like we really God like took his time with us. And that's if you call God a he, because that's the other thing. Some people, I'm on the journey of degenderizing God because I feel like it was such a mistake. Maybe it's the best word. I don't know. That it is, let me say, it's inaccurate to take God that is not human and then personify God and then put God in this box of human limitations, right? So some folks are like, God, universe, the divine spirit, like whatever's, right? I'm still working on that because I very much have thought about God as a father figure, but also God has shown up as a mother figure for me as well, right? But anyway, I think the most important thing is to be able to build that personal relationship and understanding God took time with us. God took time. God took time to design us. God took time to give us all of these unique qualities and characteristics that are supposed to show up within the way that we view the world. And the way that we show up in the world. So I'll give you some examples. So my gift is as I'm a prophet. So I I see and I know. And a prophet is known as a heart revealer. And so a big part of the work that I do is in helping people to understand God's actual heart, not the way that God has been personified and even demonized in some ways by people. So who is God actually? Like, how does God actually show up? God is love. And there's a period at the end of that. God is love. And so one of my gifts is in helping people to tap into the love, the deep, everlasting, deeply penetrating love that God has for each of us, that made God take the time to uniquely design all of these things about us, right? So, one of the things that we have to do in understanding our gifts is first to understand that we're all gifted. We all have a gift, every single one of us. And you can choose to use your gift for good, or you can choose to use your gift to cause harm. So, in my gift as a prophet, that can also be used in a way to harm people. So, for instance, one of the things that comes with being a prophet is discernment, and like the quick discernment, quick deciding this aligns or this does not align. One of the ways I used to misuse that was judging people, right? So I would be like, you don't know God and you going to hell, right? That is a characteristic to be able to quickly judge, but I was devoid of grace and mercy and understanding that everybody is along for their own journey. And so my job is not to damn somebody to hell. My job is to invite them into understanding who God is and what God's heart is. So for every gift, we have uses of the gift and we have misuses of the gift. And so it's our job to learn what those uses and misuses are so that we are not causing harm to people, even if that is unintentionally, right? So in my gifting, I inspire people to see God through understanding how God sees us. And it always goes back to that. Like it always goes back to we are uniquely designed with a unique purpose. God did this on purpose. Me and all of my shenanigans and the way that I, advocate for people in the way that I am always like leaning towards justice and being willing to speak up when nobody else is saying anything. God uniquely picked that out. And he said, let me see, because Kimberland, okay, I need her to have a little bit of this and a little bit of that. I also need her to have some sass. I need her to be an out of the box thinker. I need her to be willing to stand on her own. Because that's the other thing, too, is when you're gifted, spend a lot of time by yourself because people don't understand. Because people don't understand. So it can also feel like a very lonely journey because you have gotten instructions and other people don't understand, right? So I, in my gift, have to know that so that I'm not taking off my square, if you will, um, when people don't understand, when people talk, when people call you a witch, right? When the whole time, me and God be hanging out every day, all day long, right? But because somebody else is perceiving it through their limited understanding, then now they have labeled it as something that is not. So again, my gift and my role is wanting to help people to see God through how God sees us. Okay, so that we are able to truly understand. So I want to pause here for just a moment, and I want to share the Discover Your Destiny commercial. I also need to run and get the fan right quick because, child, I am burning up. Okay, so let me go ahead and play this right quick, and then we'll pick up on the other side of these.
What if the thing you've always called too much was the exact thing God designed on purpose? This is for the ones who've always known they were different. Too sensitive, too loud, too knowing, too intuitive, too woo-woo. But what if your sensitivity is actually your superpower? What if your intuition was your inheritance? Discover Your Destiny is a 10-week sacred journey back to yourself. We explore the design of your soul, your spiritual gifts, and the unique way that God speaks to you. This isn't church. It's not a rule book. It's not a performance. It's the moment you stop chasing approval and start walking in divine alignment. You'll gain clarity, language, and confidence around who you are and what you are here on the earth to do. You'll learn the real voice of God. And if you feel called to go on to become a certified intuitive melanated life coach, this is where that path begins. There are 2 ways to enter this sacred container: the Destiny track, full investments and coaching experience, or the Divine Exchange track, where internship meets soul work. You'll support podcasting, content creation, or brand development behind the scenes while learning how your unique gifts benefit the collective. Your knowing isn't a flaw, it's the fingerprint of God. This is your invitation, and I hope that you'll answer.
All right. So, let's talk a little bit about Discover Your Destiny and the work that happens in Discover Your Destiny, and then we're gonna get out of here. Okay. And so a part of what was there was something I did not an energy healing session, but I did what did he call it? A life path reading that I did with one of my life coaches. So I certified life coaches, and one of my life coaches, he is working on developing his practice and what that looks like to honor his gifts. And we did this life path journey, if you will, with some cards, using some cards. And one of the things that came up is the question was, what has expired or something like that? Like I think it was like, what is expired? And the card said silence. And I took that to heart because one of the things that I often struggle with is like what to say, what not to say, and if people are listening. And I really just had to make this definitive choice that I'm going to say what I'm supposed to say, and the people that need to hear it are going to be the people that are going to hear it. And I really can't worry about how people feel about what I say because my instructions are my instructions. And I would prefer to be obedient to those instructions by choice instead of by force. I have been in many situations over my life where God has told me to do something and I didn't do it, and then the block got hot because I didn't do it. Okay. So I would much rather be in a position to honor what God is telling me to do and not worry about how people feel about that because I know that I am following what God has told me to do. So when he did that reading with me, and it's been over a few times, even when I did the energy healing session, the consistent communication that I keep getting is you need to talk about what you do because there are people who are looking and people who are asking and people who are wondering. So I want to take a minute and talk to y'all about Discover Your Destiny, and then we're gonna get out of here. So Discover Your Destiny is a 10-week program, and basically what we do is we introduce you. You take this journey to understanding who God is and how God shows up in your life. I do not tell you who God is and how God shows up in your life. I do not tell you how God has designed you. We do it through some assessments and then through you taking time to understand who God is for you. One of the biggest things that we do is we work on practicing building a conversation pathway with God. So for me, that looks like God will send me emails. That was the first thing that I asked for God to do. Back when I was trying to understand, like, God, is that you or is this the spaghetti sauce? Like, what's happening? God sends me emails, like literal emails. Like, I get literal emails. They're not like emails that say, this is God, but they're emails about things that I prayed about. And they show up as emails. I also get messages through songs. I get messages through different animals. So, like, sometimes there's a tree that sits outside my window, and yellow is one of the colors. That's my favorite color, right? And so sometimes God will send me this yellow bird that sits in that tree, and I just notice it. And then it's like, what does this mean? Or like, God sends me bees. My cousin Kalanda has talked a lot about God sending her ladybugs. So it's like God is always, 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 always talking, right? So one of the main things that we work on is what is the pathway that God uses to talk to you, right? So that's one of the questions that I would like for you all to answer in the chat or in the comments. How does God talk to you? How do you know that this is God talking? And you might be saying to yourself, I don't know. Okay. And that's fair as well. So then the question to God would be, well, this is the first question I want you to ask yourself. What do you actually pay attention to? What do you pay attention to? So if you're a music person, for instance, when a song like catches in your spirit. So I'm also neurodivergent, right? So I'll listen to a song on repeat for like forever until I feel my spirit tells me to move. But let's say you're a music person and God talks to you through music or you feel things through music. Okay, so God, send me a song. Send me a song that's going to catch my spirit, right? And then you put on your playlist. Maybe you press shuffle a few times and then you wait on the song that catches your spirit. That's the message that you needed to get. Or maybe you're somebody who reads a lot of books, right? So, you might ask God, what book should I read? And then you wait to see where your spirit feels led. You start reading that book, and maybe there's a particular passage in that book that you need to get. So building that communication pathway with God is something that we focus on in Discover Your Destiny, because that is how you are knowing what happens on your journey. We also take some assessments for you to understand what your spiritual gifts are. And like I said, I'm a prophet. I'm also an apostle. An apostle is a dream awakener. And I've seen that come about in various times. I remember one time I was at this conference and I was talking to this lady, and we were looking at maxi skirts. This was during the time where like a lot of people were wearing maxi skirts. And she had mentioned that she made maxi skirts, or like her and her husband sold maxi skirts or something. And I was like, well, when are you all, starting your business? And she like looked at me like, what? I was like, when are y'all starting your maxi skirt business? And she was like, oh my God, I just finished talking to my husband this morning about doing that. Like, I didn't know this lady. I didn't know nothing about that lady, but I knew that God had deposited that thought in my head to be able to communicate to her. So the biggest thing that we work on in Discover Your Destiny is being able to open those channels and those pathways. Y'all see things coming full circle. Y'all see things coming full circle. Okay. So, one of the biggest questions I want you to ask yourself is, how does God talk to you? And then my next question is, what is your gift? We are all uniquely gifted, every single one of us. We all have a gift, and that all manifests in different ways. So you might also be a prophet or an apostle, but like, for instance, here in the comments, it says medical subjects, infections, and control. I'm a servant. So someone who is in healthcare, for instance, that is your gift, right? So then that's your vehicle for how you use your gift. So what is your gift within that vehicle to help people to understand who God is and how God shows up in your life? Okay. So there are 5 different gifts that are present. And I'm thinking about like talking about these during this time to kind of give us a little bit of insight over the next few weeks or whatever. But I'm gonna list them off and I want you to let me know which one you feel like resonates with you. Again, either in the chat or in the comments. So the first is apostle, dream awakener. Then we have prophet, heart revealer, evangelist, storyteller, pastor, soul healer, and then teacher, light giver. So which of those feels like it resonates most with your spirit? Which of those feels like there's a calling there that you align with? When I talk to people who are evangelists or storytellers, it'd be so funny because they be telling stories. Like that's how they communicate with people. That's how they connect with people, through telling stories. And some y'all know people in your life, they always got a story to tell. They'd be like, well, one time this happened and that happened, right? Or someone who, for instance, is a teacher. I see here in the comments, I'm a CPR instructor, right? So you're giving light to people for them to understand and connect and to make things make sense and to break down complex things into things that people feel like they're able to access, right? So what is that gift? And how are you supposed to be using that gift through the vehicles that you have in front of you? And how is God speaking to you to give you the signs of what to follow? I see here, greeter at church and curious about prison ministry. Let me tell y'all a funny story right quick about prison ministry. Okay. So I don't remember what year this was, but at my church, there was a program to support teenage girls who were in the juvenile justice system. And I know one of my callings is to girls and young women. I've always had some type of mentoring program or something, whether it's with girls or with adults, but I'm always in this position of supporting girls and young women. So I'm thinking to myself, this would be perfect. Like, I would love to be able to support these girls and like figure out what this looks like and sounds like. Child, I went down to that, and this wasn't even like prison. This was juvenile justice, baby. I remember pulling up. So first off, they told us, they were like, don't bring anything with you besides your keys. Don't bring nothing in here but your keys. And also you're gonna need to leave the keys with the people, right? So I get in there and you check in and you give them your keys, you give them your ID, all the things. So then they're like, all right. And this day we weren't even meeting girls. This was just for like the training orientation. So I turned in my stuff or whatever, and then they were like, all right, we're gonna go into the area where the girls were, but there was like this classroom that was like off. So if there's a hallway, there's a classroom right here, and then it opens up into this common space where the girls were, okay? So they opened the first door, right? So they got the keys and they're like, clink, 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 bang, bang, right? So they open the door. And so all of us go in. Then they slam that door behind you, right? Then they lock that door, right? So then there's another door that's like, clink, 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 like there's a lot of clinking and a lot of heavy doors, okay? So we opened the second door and the girls couldn't even see us, but of course they know the sound of the door, right? So they was like, who is that? What's going on? Like, it was just a whole lot. It was a whole lot. Let me tell you something. After that, I said, this is not my ministry. This is not my ministry. This is not for me. I felt so nervous and like it was just a lot. It was a lot for me. Okay. So that's not my ministry, right? But that might be your ministry. You don't feel any type of way, or it's not something that's jarring to you, right? Because that's the place that you're called to. That's what we're trying to get to, is understanding for us to have this communication with God, right? To know how God is speaking to us. Then when God puts things in on our heart, then we're able to follow that path and honor the gift that we have to show up in that space. That is what Discover Your Destiny is about. That is what the work that I do is about. And so I'm grateful for those of you who have gone through Discover Your Destiny. There have been quite a few people. At this point, there have been upwards about 30 to 35 people that have gone through Discover Your Destiny. There have been 5 people that have already gotten certified to be an intuitive melanated life coach. I'm currently certifying 2 people, 2 more people to become certified melanated life coaches. Intuitive melanated life coaches. But that's the work that I do because I know that my mission is to help people understand their unique design and calling so that they're able to have a deep personal relationship with God. Okay. And that is what I'm going to be focusing on from here on out. I know, y'all, that the world is falling apart. I know it is. And also, I cannot consume myself with that because we have work to do. We have real life work to do out here in these community spaces so that we are able to sustain ourselves in this next level of life. Okay. And that is the space that I exist in, that healing space and that creative space. So y'all are going to see my content shifting over into that space and really thinking about how I can support us in showing up in our gifts and honoring who we are. So I'm grateful that y'all are here. And often, if you are saying to yourself, this doesn't align, I also don't take offense if you are taking the off ramp. I really don't. I appreciate the time that you've been here and I appreciate your support. And also, I am very clear in what I am supposed to be doing at this stage and phase in life. And so I wanted to communicate that and let y'all know because I think it is really important to be clear in where it is and what it is and who I am and where I'm going in this phase in life. So I invite y'all along for the ride if you are willing to stay. And if this is your off ramp, I wish you the best. I wish you the best. And I want you to know that I send you with all the love and all the light that I can muster up. Okay. So that's it for today, y'all. That's it. That's all. Y'all drop me some sunflowers if you resonate with that. I appreciate you. I do want to go ahead and get ready to wrap by sharing our final thought that I have here for us to think through and think about, keeping in mind that our assignments for this season and for this episode is for you to ask yourself, how does God talk to you? Okay, and for you to develop that relationship with God, whether that be through animals or through different gifts, or different, I didn't mean to say gifts, through different media outlets, like that is your thing to figure out. So I would like to invite you to do that and to share that with the other folks that are a part of this community. And I want you to share with me what those gifts are in the chat, in the comments, as you come to understand what those gifts are. Okay. So our final thought as we get out of here is from Audrey Lord. And it says, your silence will not protect you. Our obedience is not up for debate. Okay, God is giving us very clear instructions. And so it is up to us to follow those instructions and to honor what God is telling you to say and what God is telling you to do. All right. Being silent is not going to shield us from anything. It's the time to speak up and speak loudly and clearly about how God is showing up for you and showing up in your life. So remembering that our obedience is not up for debate. Okay. God is giving us the instructions, not the crowd. So let them people talk. Let them people say what they're going to say, because they're going to say it regardless, okay? Our job is to walk it out and honor who God has created us to be. All right. We'll be back tomorrow here on the Minding My Black Ass Business Network with So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese. We go live at 11 a.m. Eastern. Please join myself and Kalanda we got a lot of shenanigans and laughs that we're going to be talking about tomorrow. So I'm excited about that. So please do mark your calendars for that. And we'll be back here for the next episode of The Frolicking Truth next Saturday. And if you want to be a part of our exclusive chats, come on over to the Patreon, the archive. If you go to patreon.com/mindingmybblackassbusiness, you'll be able to join us there. And then you can get the exclusives and all of the things that are happening behind the scenes in our Minding My Black Ass Business universe, okay? And in my world, all right? So again, thank you for hanging out with me. I appreciate y'all so deeply. I love you, Nanan. Thank you for being here. And I'll catch y'all next time, all right? Bye.
Hey, brown girl. In a world that is set up to make you question who you are, take this time to reconnect to your greatness and speak to the inner depths of your soul. Your grace is undeniable. Your confidence is envied. You radiate and shine in every space you occupy. It's time to take back your power and remember who you are. Take a deep breath. Release all doubt and repeat after me. Today, I choose to walk in peace that will not be disturbed. I will allow my mind to exist in my unlimited future. I am breaking cycles of trauma on my bloodline. I will take up space without shrinking. My ideas will impact generations to come. I belong in the rooms that I walk into. Today, I will effortlessly walk in purpose. I attract peace and abundance. When my feet touch the floor, the day stands at attention. I am calm, confident, powerful, and filled with love. I trust myself to explore the possibilities of my heart's desires. Today, I rise with the power of my ancestors. It is okay to rest from productivity. I will live my dreams out loud. Creativity flows effortlessly through me. Emotions are welcome in my space and in my body. I am overflowing with abundance. It is time to create again. It is time to dream again. Every breath brings more joy, more peace, and more healing. I belong in every room that I walk into. Radical rest is my birthright. I inhale confidence and exhale doubt. Today, I choose gratitude. It is okay to not be okay. My testimony will be someone else's survival guide. I give myself grace and space on my journey. I show up every day as my full and complete self. Growth is difficult, but I trust that I am strong enough to do it. I will always be enough. I trust myself to set boundaries that will protect my peace. My peace is my superpower. Every step in the right direction is a step in the right direction. I believe I will receive what I need at the exact time that I need it. Someone smiled today because I am still here. I believe in my ability
to do things that scare me. I put out the energy I wish to receive. I will stop apologizing for being myself. My mistakes do not define me. I was put on this earth to walk out my unique purpose. I let go of drama and embrace peace. I am attracting people that align with my peace and my joy. I am continuing to heal every day that I continue to breathe. I am confident that things are working out for my good. If it doesn't bring me joy, it isn't welcome in my space. I only strive to be a better version of myself. As I walk, I shine my light on my journey of purpose. I decide to wake up each morning and choose joy. I am manifesting my happiest self. Brown girl, it's time to shine.
Hello. Hello. Happy Saturday. Hello. Hello. It's 11:11, y'all. Make a wish. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? I'm still trying to get things together. I'm gonna get started in a second. And I also need to decide what earrings to wear. It's the little things in life that I sometimes need help with. So I have these. These used to be a pair of my favorite earrings. Okay, so I have these. And then I also have, hold on. I also have these. So these are my wooden earrings. Ooh, ouch. Ouch, ouch. So I also have these. Hey, Google, turn off the music. So these are the second option, and these are just wooden. And then I also have, hold on. And then I also have these. So I'm trying to decide what my look is that I'm going for today. I don't really know. So then that's the third pair. Influencer hand. I feel like these might be a little too shiny. I'm gonna go with the wood, I think, for now. They're also the lightest. I have not been wearing earrings for a really long time. And so my ears kind of feel a little tired when I put earrings on. So for now, I'm just gonna wear these because these are lightest, I think. Okay, there we go. I feel better. Now I don't look like a boy. That's what our family always said, that if you don't have on earrings, you look like a boy. Okay, let me check my sound right quick before we get started. Hey, y'all, I'm live right now, so you can come into the chat and say hello and talk to me and us in the chat about the things. Hey, boo. Hold on a second. I have like 17 things going on right now. Wooden ones are nice. And oh wait, this isn't linked today. And light. Yeah, I think the light is what I'm going for because my ear holes are like, sis, relax. It's a lot that's happening here today. So I think I'm gonna go with these. Yeah, we'll see. And also, behind the scenes fact, this is actually a skirt that I have on that I am using as a dress today. I was feeling very Pinteresty. Do y'all be on Pinterest? I just wanted to say hello, getting ready for my event. Please have a wonderful event. I can't wait to hear how it goes. Thank you for swinging through. Yeah, this is a skirt. And then I was like, I'm gonna make it a dress today because on Pinterest, they have like all of these different ideas for different things. And so I was looking at like different color palettes. And today I was feeling very orangish, like earthy, type of situation. And I was looking in the closet and I said, I think I'm a rock that. So this is my outfit for today. Happy Women's Month to all the women's folks. We're actually going to be talking about women and Women's Month today. And I just have to get my things together. Okay, perfect. So my sound is good. That's so funny. It's a skirt now. Or it's a scress. It's a skirt and a dress all together. That is funny and also very accurate. Yes. It is a thing. And you know what? It's such an advantage because I'm not really out, right? I'm like in my house or whatever. And so, from the top up, things can be things. But that is my little behind the scenes situation that I'm letting y'all into. Okay, so let me turn this off because this is making noise and I don't want that to happen. And let me get up my runner show. So happy Saturday to the people. Hey, y'all, come on into the chat and hang out with me and drop some sunflowers when you get here because they bring me joy and they make me happy. All right, let me get up my things so that we are good to go. How is everybody's Saturday going so far? Depending on where you are in different places of the world, your Saturday is either just getting started or it is almost over. Okay, here we go, y'all. Getting the things together. I'm trying to increase production, but also we're in the middle of Mercury retrograde. And so do too many bells and whistles because it don't really be working right now. I've had a lot of weird things that have been happening. And so I'm just trying to roll with it, just trying to roll with it. Just in the kitchen, put 2 chicken thighs in the oven. So what do you eat with your chicken thighs? What goes on the side of your chicken thighs? Okay, there we go. Perfect. I haven't even eaten anything yet. I was going to, so this is always the plan on Saturdays, right quick, before I get started, because y'all know I love a tangent. So this is always the plan. It's like, okay, I'm gonna get up and I'm going to make some kind of like breakfast situation. So whether that be toast with peanut butter or a smoothie or something, right? So that be the plan. I think about this all night, right? And I'm like, all right, in the morning, I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna make my tea, I'm gonna do breakfast, like everything gonna be good to go. And then Saturday morning comes and I be like, girl, oh my God, I'm so tired. I'm really trying to work on that because and also, though, I think I'm trying to keep in mind that a symptom of perimenopause is being tired and being exhausted for no particular reason. And yeah, so Let's Talk Sis said we were supposed to organize Friday. That was yesterday. We did not do that. We was chit-chatting it up. We was chopping it up. And we did not organize, but that's okay. It's all right. I'm organized-ish. I'm organized enough, and there's always next week. I'm doing my best, guys. I'm doing my best. Okay. And I believe that you all are doing your best as well. And that is really all that matters. We just do the best that we can with what we have. Okay. And we just kind of honor that because it's a lot that be going on. So, I try not to be too hard on myself with the things because it's a process. It's a process and it takes time to kind of get things together. So give yourself some grace if you are saying to yourself, what is this? Why is this? Oh, I'm like, why is this looking like this in here? Hold on, y'all. Let me get myself together. Okay. But yeah, give yourself some grace if you are trying to get your shit together too. Okay. And yeah, try not to be too hard on yourself. We're all in here fighting for our lives, okay, literally, because the world is falling apart right in front of our faces, which is so crazy to say, but you know, here we are. Here we are with the world falling apart every day. All right, so let's get this party sorted. I have a lot of clips that, not a lot, that was being very dramatic. I have some clips that I want to show today. Hello, if you are watching this live and you are able to come into the chat, come on into the chat, say hi, drop me some sunflowers in the chat. Go ahead and like the video if you have not already done that. It helps with the algorithm and tap the screen and like do the things. Okay. I'm trying to get in the habit of saying all of that because all of those things make a difference in pushing me out to the algorithms. All right. We are fighting against the algorithms every single day. Every single day. Okay. All right. Let's get started. I'm doing the most today. I am doing the most. Oh my gosh. Oh, I also said I wanted to try. Okay, I'm going to try that later. All right, so here we go. Let's go ahead and get started. Okay? All right.
Hey y'all, I'm Kimberland, and this is the Frolicking Truth, a soft space for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Here, joy meets justice. We calm our Black-ass nervous systems. We unmask and we leave behind whatever that is trying to kill us. You're seen here. You're safe here. And you don't have to do this alone.
Yay! I love that intro. It makes me so happy. So what's up, y'all? Welcome to episode 41 of the Frolicking Truth podcast for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, where joy meets justice and nervous systems get free. Come on in here, find a comfortable spot, honey. Take a seat, okay? My name is Kimberland, and this is my little corner of the world. I'm also doing everything out of order today because why not? It's okay if you don't identify with those descriptors that I just mentioned. It just means that when you come into this space, come ready to listen, ready to learn, and ready to support. And the ways that you can support are a few ways. One, you can always drop sunflowers into the chat. That is a way to be able to say, yes, sis, all of those things that you are saying, clocking the tea, giving the applause, very good. Sunflowers always are going to give that type of energy. If you think about it, like, I don't know if you all are familiar with the Care Bears, but the Care Bears would shine their whatever their symbol was. So just think about sunflowers shining towards me when you're putting sunflowers in the chat. That absolutely counts, okay? The other thing that you can do is tap the screen. So you can tap the hearts, you can tap the different emojis that are there. Okay, that counts. That gives me love. I see that. All right. And also like the video if you have not already done that. Please go ahead and like the video and share it with somebody else if they need to get an infusion of frolicking into their world. Go ahead and invite them into this space. Okay. So I appreciate that. And I'm probably going to say that a few times throughout the time that we are here. So for history's sake, today is Saturday, March 7th, 2026. I am in Medellin, Colombia, in South America. And side note, yesterday, so I'm trying to get down to the TikToks. This first segment right here is called the Auntie Check-In. This is where I tell y'all about what's happening like in my own world. And I'm trying to get acclimated with the TikToks. And I had gone down to the TikToks yesterday, and one of my cousins was on live. Not Kalanda. Y'all know Kalanda. But my other cousin, her name is Kayla. And she was on live, and I jumped in her live, and I even went in one of the boxes to talk. I don't really know what any of this means, but I went into one of the boxes, and it was quite the experience. It was quite the experience. Okay. It was a really good time. But anyway, I was telling them that I live in Medellin, Colombia, in South America. And they were like, oh my God, like, how did you do that? And why did you do that? And that is always such a loaded question when people ask me why I left the US. And I never really know what to say because it's like, it's a layered thing. And no matter what I say, there are more follow-up questions. So I be trying to like choose my words carefully without saying too much. But I was basically just like, the US makes me tired. It makes me weary. It's a lot. And I know that y'all can probably relate because the majority of the folks that are here are based in the US. And even the folks that are not based in the US, y'all get it too because the US is terrorizing the world. Yeah, it's a lot that's going on. But anyway, it was a good time down there to the TikTok. So I'm going to be exploring what that looks like. If you're over on TikTok, you can definitely connect with me at Kimberland J. I don't really be posting like that for real, but what I do is every Thursday, Shekinah and I from Let's Talk Sis, we have a co-working session on TikTok where we work on different things. And then each week we also have a mindset moment. And we have a, what is it called? Oh, I'm about to mess it up. It's brands, business, and boundaries. And so we have a little chat where we talk about the different things. So if you're over there down to the TikToks, come over there and hang out with us on Thursdays. And I'll keep y'all posted on what that's going to look like moving forward. But when I tell y'all, I be feeling like the auntie of all aunties, because she was like, all right, cousin, I'm finna send you the thing so you could jump in the box. And I'm like, girl, what I'm supposed to do in the box, girl? So I get in the box and I'm like, hey, y'all, good evening, everybody. How does this work? I felt so auntie coded, but also I am an auntie. I'm 45 years old now. And I'm wrapping my mind around what that means because I don't really know what that means. I feel like my idea of being in your 40s has really developed, and I try to think about like what my parents or my aunts, like how they were behaving when they were in their 40s and like how I was perceiving that and what that looks like in my life right now. And it's just very interesting because I be feeling real youthful until somebody gets a plan. And then I have to be like, now listen, okay, I don't have time for this foolishness. I'm not one of your little friends. I be having to get people together. And so there was this guy that was on there, and this is all linked because we're talking today. Today, we're talking about protecting Black women, trusting Black women, and loving Black women. And a lot of that is going to center around a conversation about men. But anyway, this guy, he was a truck driver. So he was all like, "Ooh, we on a date. Like, this our first date. Hey, cousin," like all of this, right? And so he had said something. He was like, it was given very much I'm the prize energy, like as the man. What he had said to me, I don't even remember what he said, but whatever he said, I was like, yeah, that don't really work like that, Mr. Sir. Like, not at all. And so then he wound up getting off. I think I had hurt his feelings by accident. I didn't mean to hurt his feelings, but also stop playing with me. He had said something like it was something that was sexually coded. And like, dude, you don't even know me. Like, what did you talk about right now? Like, this is a lot. And I hollered at get in the box. Yeah, I need the auntie version. Girl, I didn't know what to do up in that box. I was just like, what I'm supposed to press and how this work and what these coins mean up here. It was a lot that was going on. But I said I'm gonna try to get down there more often so I could figure out how it works in auntie land. That was like cousin land because she's probably she might be a good 10 years younger than me. I don't know if she's even 30 yet, honestly. But yeah, so she was having to get the people together, girl. She was like, what she had said, she was like, y'all better stop playing with my cousin. I'm gonna mute all of y'all. And I was like, girl, I ain't want to come up in here and cause no problems, child. I was just trying to see how the TikToks work. Like I was just, it was quite the experience. It was quite the experience. Okay. And so, but it did give me some insight into how the lives and things be working over there because I do understand the benefit of streaming and everything that comes with streaming, but I don't be knowing what's going on and what to do, child. I'm like, so it was really, really interesting. The comment says, "Ooh, I've seen these exchanges. All of the hard legs show up thinking they're the prize." Girl, he was like, yeah, because I'm 38, I'm a truck driver, I got this and that, and I'm finna move here and I'm about to do this. And he was like, good. And when we go to the cookout, I'ma be there and such and so. And I was like, sir, I'm not finna be at no cookout. I live in South America. I'm not there. Like, what are you even talking about right now? Like, he just really thought he was running game, and the game was not being run. And so I had to be very honest. I tried to be as gentle as I could, but also, hey, I'm grown, sir, and I don't know what this is. This I'm the prize energy. I don't know nothing about that. Okay. So cut it out. So then he wound up getting out the box, and I said, oh, I made him leave. I'm sorry, y'all. Eek. And that just kind of happens. All right. So shout out to the chat. Hey Melissa, hey Miyoshi. Thank y'all for coming and hanging out with me. All right. So let's talk about the rest of the auntie check-in. So Raina, got her big chop and everything, and we're still trying to figure out what this looks like and what's going on. You know, I still have some length up here, but also I'm trying to figure out if I really want the bangs. So I have the bangs. I kept it long on purpose, but I also feel like maybe I just want to chop the rest of it off. I don't know. I'm really trying to figure it out. I don't know. I'm just kind of in a place where I just don't want to really be doing hair. And I feel like, not I feel like, the longer my hair is, the more I got to do hair, you know, and I really just want to wake up and just be. So, also, though, after the chop, the curls are like doing a little bit better. So, you know, we're seeing what that looks like because I felt like my ends were just not curling like I needed them to. So Raina is, you know, she's trying to figure it out. I'm debating whether I want to like shave the sides. I've never done that before. So I'm debating that, but also I have told myself when I turn 50, I'm going bald. Oh my God, I can't even believe I said that. I have never like seen my head. I just want to know what it feels like to not have hair. Like, I just want to know what it feels like to just be like, free. I don't have to do any hair at all. So I am kind of going in that direction. Um, Mio should say, have you ever considered locks? Probably for about 15 seconds. Because this is the thing, I still would have to be doing hair. I don't really want to do hair. I don't really feel like I want to do hair. And I feel like if I have locks, I still have to like style it and like do things with it. And I think that locks are cute. I also only like certain types though. Like I don't like the, what are they called? The sister locks or the micro locks. I don't really like those. That definitely feels like doing hair. Okay. Like I don't really know if I want to do that. And then I like the locks where people have like that their ends are curled. And so I think I don't know. I don't know. I've considered it for just like split seconds, and then I'll be like, girl, cut it out. Because also you gotta maintain that. Like you gotta get retwists and like all that kind of stuff. Oh my God. It just sounds like a lot. This is why it took me so long to go natural, honestly, because I used to be asking people like I have a lot of hair, who finna comb it? Y'all are like, yeah, it would be so cute. It would. If any style that I choose is gonna be cute. Also, who's doing it? Who is maintaining this hair? Okay. So yeah, I'm kind of, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what that's about to look like. Let me see. Melissa said, I love the bangs, especially in purple. So this is the other thing that I was debating of whether I want to dye my hair again. And I have had some different colored hair. The first time I had purple hair was probably, it was pre-2017 because in 2017 I had did my acting and modeling debut, if you will. And in acting and modeling, you're supposed to be like a blank canvas. And so they want you to have your natural hair color. And so I had dyed my hair. Well, I had dyed it black. That's also not my natural hair color, but I had dyed it black. So then I had like jet black hair for a while. But then after that, and after I chopped Raina, I had fire engine red hair for a while. That's also very hard to maintain, okay, because it fades. So then that kind of faded to like it almost started being pink for a minute. Like it was very interesting. So then after that, I went to like a burgundy. Okay. And we did that for a little while. And then after that, I just kind of let it grow out. And so I would use hair wax and stuff like that. But also, I think I'm developing allergies in this season of life, which is bullshit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. I feel like I'm developing allergies to all sorts of things that are not natural things, because Even I had put on a pair of earrings the other day. I know I'm all over the place, but go with me. So when I was younger, my mother used to always be like, oh my God, these earrings are making me sick. When she would try to wear costume jewelry, she'd be like, it's making me sick in my body. And my mother is very dramatic already. Okay. So I used to be like, girl, the drama, relax. But I think I understand. I think I understand now because I feel like I had put on this pair of earrings and I was like, I don't feel right in my body. But that's what happened the last time I tried to use hair wax. I had put it in and I was all like, ooh, this is gonna be cute. And then I was like, I feel like it's seeping into my pores. Ah. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna color my hair. I'm figuring out. We'll see. So y'all are along for the journey and we'll see what happens. But I'm giving you the heads up because also when I chop Raina, I got a lot of messages where people were like, no. And I was like, relax, like hair grows back. But also, I'm liable to do anything. So I'm giving y'all a heads up just in case you come here one day and you be like, this girl really done chopped all her hair out. I'm telling you now that that is where we're heading towards. I also think it's really cute. Let me show y'all some of let me show y'all some of the I had put this in the Patreon when I was trying to decide what hairstyles I wanted, but let me show y'all some of the ones that I'm really leaning towards. It's one in particular that I really, really like that I feel like I might be heading towards with these bangs. Um, Let me see. Melissa said, what she said? I love, oh no. I feel you on the do nothing hairstyle. You don't have to style it. Sometimes I don't touch my hair, but I understand. Baldy is the most freeing. I've done it 3 times. Oh my God. That's dope. Yoshi said you stressed already, so that's a no. Exactly. I'm not trying to stress myself out more. I really don't want to do that. Wait, where my inspiration pictures at? Hold on, y'all. Let me find it. Let me find where they at. Oh, you know where I could look? I could look in the Patreon. Okay, hold on. So let me show y'all this picture. Okay, can y'all see that? So this is the style that I really feel like I'm probably gonna wind up with because I feel like I'm kind of almost there, but I still have a lot of, hair on the top. But I really, really like that one. This is the other one. Now, I've never done the undercut and such. I've never done that. But also, you got to maintain that. You still got to go to the barber. And I'm not trying to do all that. I'm trying to do something where I ain't got to do all that. You know what I mean? So we'll see. Stay tuned. And Raina has given me permission, and Raina's just like, we're gonna figure it out and we're gonna be along for the ride. So that is what that's what we're doing. But I really think I might just let go of the bangs because the other thing is with the bangs, if it's not like curled and falling just so, it also be looking mad weird. So I feel like maybe I just need to leave that alone because also I'm not a hairstylist, okay? And I want you to know I am cutting my hair. I am the one that is chopping off my hair. There is no guidance, okay? Literally YouTube video and let's just see what happens. So we'll see. But there is a barbershop across the street and I did say if I mess it up too bad, I'm gonna just be like, hey, can y'all do something with this? So we'll see. We'll see. Okay, I had that nickel allergy as a child. Okay, so maybe it really is an allergy. Now costume jewelry is my bestie. Yeah, and see, I used to wear costume jewelry all the time as a child. And so I feel like I'm going reverse. Like now I'm getting allergies. And that's stupid. I just hate it. I hate it so much. But anyway, so we'll see. We'll see what happens with Raina and how this all pans out. We'll see. Y'all will find out when we get on here. Tomorrow is daylight savings time. Well, I guess technically tonight. right? Because it starts at like 2 in the morning or something. I remember I used to work overnight. I was a manager at Walgreens for a long time. And I remember when we would have, I liked working on Spring Forward night because Spring Forward night was when I didn't have to be there as long, because we lost the hour. Fall back night was now I gotta be here an extra hour. That's stupid. But in the US, you all are having daylight savings time tomorrow. So I need y'all to be prepared. I need you to get your clocks together. If you still have clocks that you have to manually deal with, figure that out. But also check your calendars, y'all, and make sure that things are in your time zone and that you got things together. Now, I'm somebody, I work in different time zones. So here in Colombia, the time doesn't change. So all this time I have been, since over the winter season or whatever, I have been on Eastern time. But because y'all about to spring ahead, now I'm about to be on Central time. Okay. But I also work with teachers across the US. So then I be having to do math. And I work with people in other countries. So I don't be knowing what time it is. I said all that to say I don't be knowing what time it is, where I'm at, what's happening. It be a lot. So I'm giving y'all the heads up in case time zones is something that you got to navigate. Go ahead on and get your maths together because the time is about to change. But what I'm going to do is stay on my time. Okay, so when I'm talking to y'all about particular times, I'm doing what's best for me, okay? Because I really don't, my hours of operation really don't start until 11 a.m. I do not do a good job of being anywhere before 11 a.m. and having to be functional and like present. It doesn't work out for me. And I have accepted that about myself because for a long time, I used to be like, why I can't get my shit together? Like, why am I always like trying to try to get it together like early in the mornings? I can't. I just can't do it. It's just not a part of what I want my life to be like. So, having said that, some things are about to shift in the Mind of My Black Ass Business universe in the times of different things. Okay. Miosha said the US has been supposed to go to universal time. And see, I remember back when I was with beautiful brown girls, they were like, this the last time that we finna daylight savings time. And then that was not the truth. So then I was like, why are we still doing this? I thought we was just gonna have time. Like, what is this back and forth and cut it out? It's stupid. It's stupid at this point. I will say though, they're not the only people that do daylight savings time because Mexico also did daylight savings time. Now that used to jack me up real bad when I lived in Mexico because I used to be like, because it's not on the same calendar. Like Mexico's time changes maybe 2 weeks after the US. So it would be all over the place. It would be all over the place. So I said all that to say, the times are going to be changing for some things. Okay. So next week, the Frolicking Truth, next week and moving forward, the Frolicking Truth is going to be coming on at 12 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. Which is 11 a.m. Colombian time. All right. So that's going to be a shift that is going to happen. And so it's important for you all to govern yourselves accordingly to that. All right. And I'll still send out the reminders and stuff. And of course, if you have clicked the notification bell, go ahead and do that so that you are able to know when I'm going to be on. But I want to let you know because I've been talking to people and I've been saying this. And just yesterday, I was talking to somebody and it was like, when is daylight savings time? And I was like, girl, tomorrow, like Sunday, Saturday, it's about to happen. So I do my best to make sure that people understand what's going on because I don't want you to, be late or early. I don't know which direction that goes right now, but know that the time is about to change. Okay. But that's also good because that means that in the US, you all will have more sunlight and, kind of getting back into the swing of things. I feel like this winter was real brutal. It was a lot that was going on during this winter season. It was a whole lot. So now we kind of get back to like normal life, I guess, however normal we can be in a world that is the upside down world. So again, govern yourselves accordingly for that. The other thing that I wanted to let you know is that our new podcast from Auntie with Love is premiering tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. Okay. And so I have a new clip that I want to show you all so you can just kind of see what you are in store for. Our first episode, we are kind of introducing ourselves and letting everybody know like who the aunties are and what our origin stories are and like all that kind of stuff. So let me show y'all this clip right quick so that you can see what that's going to look like.
But that's so she on the tables, but I don't know if that's the whole time. So
You're going to find me with a drink high in the air in one hand and my body low.
Yes.
She's on the dance floor.
I'm going to be somewhere dancing with a drink in my hand the entire time. That's my
love it.
Put me on some throwbacks, some 90s, 2000s, hip hop, R&B.
Yes.
With a drink in my hand. That's where TT gonna be. Right?
Very cute, very cute. How about you, KJ?
Oh man, this is a really good question. So I haven't been to a cookout in a long time. I've been gone for a little while.
She's like a
cookout. I'm trying to think back.
Right?
You want to like go to a lounge or something? Like, could find me in a couple places. One is, where's the food at? Okay, so I'm definitely trying to make sure I got a plate and that I have access to the food. So that's number one. I'm probably either in the kitchen having a deep conversation with somebody. I'm either talking to the youngers or learning from the olders, right? I'm engaged in a deep conversation somewhere, and that might be in the kitchen, or it might be we got to go take a walk sometimes with the customers, and come back later. It might be there.
Okay, what about you, Vanessa?
I'm not even made. I will be on the floor with Sierra. Actually, we may be doing a twofer. We may be doing a little dance like that. You know what I mean? We might be on the dance floor. Okay,
absolutely.
I might be giving the DJ request like, "Hey, can you play that one next?"
Yeah, he gonna have a whole set list for me.
I'm gonna have me my plate and my drink, and I'm in this chair dancing all day. Okay. Now after a few drinks, I'm out on the dance floor with y'all, and I'm sweating it out. That's just it. And then I'm going on that goddamn walk, and y'all better not leave me. Okay. I'm going on. In fact, y'all ready?
Okay.
So, From Auntie with Love is going to be premiering tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern, and the aunties will be in the chat to answer any questions and kind of talk about the different things and topics that we are bringing up. But I am very curious of where we can find you at the cookout. Now, this is the thing. They be trying to like slick clown me, like, oh, shit, I'll be at the cookout. I haven't been at a cookout. I left cookout land, which is where my family, if you will, would be, like a long time ago, right? I left New Orleans, if we want to say, I left New Orleans in 1999. Like, that's when I graduated. But I stopped like really going back for real probably in 2018, 2019. The last time I went to New Orleans might have been 2022, maybe. So once I left the US, like I haven't really been to cookouts here in Colombia. And cookouts are kind of like a different type of thing or whatever. Here they don't really have like cookout culture. They have it's more kind of like a block party, honestly, but I haven't really been to any. It is actually one of my goals is to be able to go to a Colombian um situation because I don't really know like how they be rocking, here. Um so that's why I haven't really been to a cookout for real. But it's I used to love cookouts, and like I was always like dancing and doing the things or whatever. But yeah, so I see Tulsha said I'll be at the dessert table, felt and heard, okay? Because you got to have you a plate. All right, I got to make sure I eat because also if you don't get the good food, it runs out. Okay, and I ain't got time for that because I done came here with an appetite. You know what I mean? Um, but yeah, so that is just one of the conversations that we are having during From Auntie with Love. And you all will be able to see that full episode on tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. And again, we will be in the chat to kind of kiki it up and talk about all of the things. So go ahead and mark your calendars now. One of my friends messaged me and she was like, I see what you're trying to do over there. I see you got a whole like network situation going on. And I was like, you see me, girl. You see us. That is the whole point, y'all, of Minding My Black Ass Business is to let this be a hub of content where we are minding our Black ass business and we are doing the things. So if you are interested in starting a podcast, you're looking for a community to have your podcast be a part of, holla at me, okay? And let's see what we can do because I really do believe that if we work together, that we can get to where we're trying to get much faster, right? A lot of times we be working in silos and that's cool, but also many hands make light work. All right. So if you are looking for a collaborative like type of experience and also already having a built-in audience, please do consider hosting your podcast here on the Mind of My Black Ass Business Network. And we can talk about that. If that's something that you're interested in, you can email me at mindofmyblackassbusiness@gmail.com and we can talk about what that looks like and sounds like and get you started. If you also need support in trying to figure out how to start a podcast, I got you because that is literally what I do. So you can learn how to produce, you can learn all the behind the scenes stuff that happens because it is so much bigger than just turning on the camera and talking. Like it's a lot of planning and logistics and all that goes into it. So if that's something that you want to get into, holler at your girl, okay? Because I can definitely help you get it together, okay? Tusha said, I miss eating at cookouts, but not doing the work and prep. Let me tell you what I'm not finna do. I'm not prepping nothing. Okay. I'm pulling up. First of all, I'm not coming on time. I'm showing up a little late. Okay. To already make sure that the food is going to be ready when I get there because I'm hungry and I don't have time to be sitting here. You done told me that things are starting at 4 and you just putting the food on the grill at 4. I'm not doing that. So I'm showing up about 6:30. Okay, to make sure that the food is already ready. I'm getting my plate, but I'm also not going to be in this kitchen. I'm not cooking, I'm not cleaning nothing, and I'm leaving before it's over with because I'm also not helping to clean anything up. I feel like I've served my time. I feel like it's time for them cousins that I was talking about. It's time for them to be doing all of that. I'm just showing up and like, where are the things? Where's my plate? And when we going on this walk, okay? So yeah, we'll get into that. We'll get into that. We'll get into that tomorrow during the premiere. All right. So again, that's gonna be a live premiere. You'll be able to be in the chat and hanging out with us. All right. All right. Cool. Cool. Now, the last thing that I wanted to update us on is the healing circle. And again, because times are shifting, everything is shifting, right? So the healing circle is going to be taking place on next Saturday, March 14th. And we have moved the time to start at 9:30 Central, 10:30 Eastern. So in the past, what would happen is we would have the Frolicking Truth and then we would go to the healing circle. What is happening now is we're going to have the healing circle and then we're going to the Frolicking Truth. Okay. So just for those of you who may not know what the Healing Circle is, the Healing Circle is a space that is exclusively for Black women. It doesn't matter if you are Black American or Black from another country. It really doesn't matter, but you do have to identify as a Black woman. And it's a space where we reconnect to our body, reconnect to our breath. We do a breath work exercise. We have a yoga flow, and then we also have like a targeted conversation. So this month, our focus is on our callings and thinking about what that looks like and sounds like and the power that we have within us. Okay, to be able to affect change. So that is what everything is going to be centering around this month. And we'll be focusing on our heart chakra and our third eye chakra. Now, if you're like, chakras, girl, what is that? The chakras are just the type of energy that we carry in ensuring that our energy is flowing freely throughout our bodies so that we are able to really tap into the spirit and really understand what is happening within ourselves. So that's what we're going to be talking about this month. So if you are looking for a community, if you are looking for a space to be able to balance yourself, if you are needing an opportunity to be able to stop and breathe, okay, the Healing Circle is probably a place for you. So you can register for the Healing Circle by going to tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle. And then you can register for the Healing Circle and prepare to join us. You can also register in advance for the other circles that we're going to have just to get them on your calendar and to make sure that you are in the place. Okay. So that is next Saturday, again at 9:30 Central, 10:30 Eastern. All right. All right. I think that's all of my announcements, y'all. Let me see. Let me look and make sure we got everything. Okay. Oh, the last announcement. How did I forget this one? The last announcement is I would love for y'all to join me in the archive. So the archive is our Patreon. And the whole premise behind the archive is that everybody that's in the archive is a keeper. All of us are charged with keeping something, whether that be keeping recipes, keeping stories alive, keeping memories alive, keeping music alive, jokes, culture, because right now in 2026, they are actively erasing history. Actively. So we really want to make sure that we are doing our job to preserve that history and like really document what is happening right now in the world, because the future is going to be wanting to know what we was doing. Okay. The future is gonna be wondering what they was talking about back then, because this time is definitely gonna be in the history books. Okay. And so the archive is a place for us to really think about that. It's also a place for us to connect with other people. There are different collections that are present within the archive and different resources, if you will, that we can use to support ourselves. For example, just recently, I had gone to, I'm not going to say too much about this, but I had gone to a webinar where they were talking about, I'm gonna put it in the frame of like a conscientious objector, but it had to do with taxes and deciding that my tax dollars are not going to be funding all of these wars that they keep doing. My tax dollars are not going to be funding an active genocide. Like, so what does that look like to be able to divorce ourselves from that? And what are the risks, if you will, that come with that? So that's the kind of information as well that's there in the archive. There's also information about like healing and I am on this herbalism journey. And so This is a place for us to get the things that we need. All right. So if that sounds like something that you want to do, it's $5 a month to be a part of the archive. And that money goes to building things out here at Minding My Black Ass Business and supporting the work that is being done behind the scenes, hopefully allowing a team to come and to get, things together and in place. All right. So if you go to patreon.com/minding my black ass business, you can check it out. If you don't have the $5, that is also okay. You can join under the free version, and you'll still get notifications even though they might not be unlocked. So when you do have the $5, then you can just jump on in and you can see the things. All right. Side note, we have started our first cohort of Found Her Future. I have been telling y'all about our internship program that we have coming up, and I'm so excited about it. We have now, we have representation on the continent of Africa, and that is really exciting. I have not had a chance yet to visit the continent. And this is a way where we are able to be more connected to what is actually happening on the continent and with the Pan-African movement and everything that is going on there. So I'm just telling y'all all this because I'm letting you know we're shaking and moving. It's things that's happening out here. All right. And so you can get that inside information. If you are in the archive, you'll know what is happening, when it is happening, and then you'll be able to support that work. All right. Okay, that's it. That's all for the announcements. That's all for the announcements. All right. So let's get into the things today. All right. So this segment is called Frolicking in the Feed. And Frolicking in the Feed is basically a segment where I talk about the things that I'm seeing in my algorithm and the things that are kind of popping up within my social feed, and then kind of amplifying those things. And before I get into the topic for today, I wanted to give us a little bit of background and remind and or inform you about me and who I am and what my background is and like why these things are really important to me, because I'm a multifaceted individual. Okay, there's a lot. I've lived some lives, if you will. All right. So the first thing, I've told you all several times that I am a scientist, particularly a biologist. My bachelor's degree is in biology. And at one point, when I was in school, I was going to be a doctor. My plans were to be a pediatrician specifically. And that obviously there was some twists and turns along the way, okay, where that did not happen. But that was my goal as I was going into college. And I bring that up because one of my passions since being a child, and I don't really remember like when this became my passion and when I got really, really interested in it. But mind you, I was born in 1981. Okay. Insert all the gasps here. Okay. So I was born in 1981, and this was like in the height of the AIDS epidemic and people figuring out what HIV and AIDS was. And like, there was a lot of conversation around how you might contract AIDS, and like people were scared to touch people with AIDS. And then they were like, no, it's sexually transmitted. And like, it was just a lot of conversation around HIV and AIDS. And so for myself, I became really, really passionate about wanting to do work in the areas of HIV, AIDS, and STD or STI prevention. I had a dream of, hey, Nanan, I had a dream of wanting to have free health clinics in our neighborhoods, because even at the early age, I realized like healthcare wasn't something that was accessible to all people, and especially people that may have had different conditions, like they were not being able to get the care that they wanted or needed. And so I was really, really passionate about wanting to have free health clinics. And I would like have these ideas in my mind about what neighborhood that health clinics should be in so that people would be able to get the care that they needed. And then when I got to college, and again, went through all of the situations, it was organic chemistry, y'all, that tore me down. Okay. I took that 3 times. Okay. I realized that I wasn't going to be going to medical school. And so then I got really interested in public health. And it was through, I had, I think it was actually my microbiology class. Shout out to Dr. Junior. So in microbiology, we had a unit that was about public health and about epidemiology. And I got like so intrigued with epidemiology. And then I also really was interested in focusing on maternal and child health care because it came to my attention that there were large disparities in Black communities. Black women in particular were dying at an exorbitant rate in the areas of maternal and child health care. And because I wanted to be a pediatrician, I've always been passionate about children and protecting children. Like that's always been my thing. And so I was like, yeah, I really feel like maternal and child health care is my thing. And then that evolved into epidemiology. So I wanted to give just some context of what these words mean, because I also know that I'm using terms, and I don't ever want to assume that we know what those terms were. The comment here says, ugh, organic chemistry. Let me tell you something. That organic chemistry tore my ass up. Okay. I literally took it 3 times. Like it was a lot. But anyway, so epidemiology is the scientific study of how diseases and health-related factors are distributed, caused, and controlled within populations. So basically, epidemiologists analyze who is getting sick, when they are getting sick, and where they are getting sick. And they use data to develop policy to prevent outbreaks and improve health outcomes. So epidemiology, if you think about COVID, and everything that was happening during COVID and tracking where diseases came from and like how they were spreading, that was like big epidemiology work. Okay. And so I got really, really interested in that. And I actually, when I graduated from college, I said to myself that I was going to get into public health. I was actually applying to the University of South Florida's public health program. And then I also was wanting to study pathogenic microbiology. So pathogenic microbiology is like all of the germs. Germs is not a scientific term, but the bacteria and viruses that cause different types of diseases. Big microscope energy, big like growing bacteria and all of that. That's also why I have OCD. Okay. That's also why I live with OCD, because I have grown bacteria. Like I know that there are things there, even though we can't see them, and I can't really turn that off in my brain. So I be fighting it every single day. Okay. Every single day. Every single day. Okay. Focus. So I had gotten really interested in public health and epidemiology and everything. And again, specifically maternal and child health care. So a few weeks ago, I was scrolling on the internets and things, and I ran across a clip from this panel that this organization had. So the organization is called Sister Song, and the leader of the organization, her name is Monica Simpson, and she hosted this roundtable with a bunch of Black men. And the roundtable was called Black Men Trust Black Women Roundtable. And the roundtable had quite a few people. So there's a creator named Conscious Lee that was there. Clifton Davis, I think is his name, this older Black man. I'm gonna show y'all a clip in a minute. He was there, but Kendrick Sampson, who is from Insecure, that's where a lot of people know him from, but he's also an activist. So he was moderating the roundtable because he has an organization called Build Power, where he works with Black people around our power and reclaiming our power and what that actually looks like and sounds like, right? So they held this roundtable. And there was a clip that came out from the roundtable that caused a lot of conversation to happen because there were men from all different walks of life. So there were men who were like, one man was he said that he had fought 2 life sentences and beat the case, I guess, or whatever, but had like been in the criminal justice system. There was another who was a trans man. There was another who was a homosexual man. There was another man who was adopted. There were men who were actors and music artists. Like, it was just this table of men with all of these different life experiences. But at the center of the conversation, they were talking about trusting Black women. Now, I think that we should think about trusting women, period, and our work that we do with women and our understanding of women's life, I think, needs to be increased, even for those of us who identify as women. I'm specifically talking about Black women because I'm a Black woman. Okay. So if you are watching this and you're like, why is she not talking about other women? Because I'm talking about Black women. Okay. Because we minded our Black ass business over here. All right, cool. So I wanted to get that out the way because I think that's important. So the leader of Sister Song, again, her name is Monica Simpson. She is a reproductive justice advocate. And reproductive justice is not necessarily a term that I was very familiar with. And I really didn't know what it meant for real. So I want to like talk to y'all about it because you might not know what it means either. So reproductive justice is the right to live free and whole, and our right as women to make decisions about our bodies, our families, and our futures without fear, shame, or violence. And simply put, it is the right to have children, the right to not have children, and the right to parent children in a healthy environment. Okay. So all of the work that she does is in regards to reproductive justice and thinking about how, as Black women, we are fighting for our lives, if you will, to be seen and heard and trusted in different situations because of all of the isms and all of the things that are present that work to silence us. So this work is really important. Okay. Now, in combination with that, there is also a podcast, one of my favorite podcasts that I love to watch. It's called Unhinged and Immoral. And on Unhinged and Immoral, the hosts are Jamila and Mecca. And Jamila and Mecca did a follow-up from the roundtable where they had Monica Simpson and Kendrick Sampson on the show. All right. So I want to show us a clip from this, and then I want to talk about this a little bit. And in this clip, you're going to see the viral exchange that happened, but then you're also going to see a conversation that they had on the Unhinged and Immoral podcast. So let me go ahead and share this. And let me make sure the volume is on. Okay.
Overtalk me. I'm gonna fucking overtalk you because you're talking out of line. But you're not gonna disrespect me. You don't know what the fuck you talking about. I just learned how to love at 60. I do. You don't know what the fuck you talking about. Oh, I do. Because you can't fix
You wouldn't know what to do if they got the hooting and hollering around me. Boys, stop!
Guys.
Boys, stop!
Meanwhile, I'm over there like, they good.
They fine. No, so I know we're going to talk about it because we know the internet talks about it.
Yes.
But, you know, in that experience of the moment where all of the energy came to a head, I am a trained Black woman to try to make everything right? And so I had the skill set to do so. I also had respect in the room. So I stepped in, right? Because I'm like, yo, what's up? And what happened in that moment with Kendrick, though, this is where I knew that the trust was like so real between us, because I'm getting ready to shut it down or at least try to bring it down. And Kendrick is like, no, Monica, got it. And I just had to throw my hands up and just sit down. And that was an experience for me as a Black woman who, because I'm going to say this about us Black women, it's our superpower, and it's, you know, it's a thing for us to have to like relinquish that power.
Yeah.
And I had to do that in that moment, but I trusted this black man too.
Because that was the important part right
Because
there.
that was the important part. I trusted that he was going to be able to do that. And what I witnessed in that moment was that black men are going to have these conversations in this way. There's no other way for us to get around it. Like masculinity and all of that stuff that's in them.
It's going to come out.
It's going to have to come out.
Yeah.
And it's got to come out with them so it doesn't come out with us.
Please.
Do you see
Come
what I'm
on.
saying? Like it has to come out with
come out on
them.
me.
Is that as badly as we want to work with our brothers, because I know we do,
Yeah.
we got to give them time to do that. So
Yeah.
that we don't have to absorb any more of that trauma.
Yeah.
Right? And so that was just it was a hard moment, but it was a beautiful moment in some ways for us to understand what we really dealing with here. You know what I'm saying?
I realized, and I also realized that most of our transformation, most of our breakthroughs, most of our power is right on the other side of them argument.
Right.
Like meaning, like we get into it. The way our ego works, obviously, is much different from y'all.
Well.
And we be in these ego battles, and the battles we don't even realize is really over what you mean. What do you mean by that? It could be taken care of.
Because what I heard you just
Yeah, because
say.
what I heard you say.
Oh, okay.
But instead, I'm in defense mode already.
Yes.
I heard you say this, and I'm going to prove to you that I'm not a bitch.
Yeah.
And why are you calling me? Why are you calling yourself that? What is where we get? Where we
Yeah.
And what you gonna do is be a bitch because now I gotta call you something so that I'm not the.
Yeah.
And then y'all get back and forth and don't realize.
Now we're not even talking about what we was talking about.
What did you mean by that?
Yeah.
That's
What
it.
you meant
that
by
was
that?
it. That was it.
Let me say this.
So I should have said, hey y'all, they're gonna be cussing in a second. But so let me give some context about what was happening. And I did wind up going and watching the full roundtable because I had only seen those clips and I wanted to have like a real understanding of what they were talking about. And in this particular moment, what they were arguing about is that Clifton Davis, who is, I want to say he said he's 70 now. And he was talking about how he's just learning how to love. He was like, I'm just learning how to love, and I'm just learning how to show up for Black women because I have a Black queen in my life who has taught me this and taught me that. So then the other young man who happened to be a homosexual, he was like, why do you wait until you are 70 to now all of a sudden respect Black women? Like you've been effing over Black women all this time, and now that you've gotten to the last bit of your life, now you want to learn, right? But you've done so much harm over this time. So he was basically saying like men need to take more accountability for how they are showing up, and they need to do this work much, much sooner than waiting until you're 70 to finally have your aha moment. The secondary point that the young man was making was it shouldn't be up to women to teach you how to respect them. Why don't you just have respect for women, period? Why did it take for you to have this Black queen that now all of a sudden you're willing to listen to the ways that you've caused harm? Now, y'all know I be trying to stay out that maniverse. Okay, because that maniverse is quite a place, all right? And I be trying to stay out of there. That's why I told y'all down there on that TikTok live, I was like, listen now, sir, this ain't really what you want, because it's a very, very interesting place in the way that men are conditioned to think about women. But something that Monica said during the interview is that we as women are trained to step in and protect ourselves and to protect men and like be the ones to speak up, because a lot of men don't step up to speak for us and don't step up to protect us. And she mentioned how Kendrick Sampson in that moment, so you saw in the clip where Monica kind of, you see her hand and she's like, hey, like, all the things. And Kendrick was like, I got it. You ain't even got to worry about that. And as a woman, I cannot say that I have really had a lot of men like step up for me and to really protect me and like honor me. And so Monica said like that was new. Like that was new for me because we are trained to carry that emotional labor and we are trained to be the ones to try to keep the peace and insert, ourselves into these situations. And unlearning that is like a whole process of things that need to happen because we have had to protect ourselves because other people are not stepping up and protecting us, particularly people being other men. And so out of that, I was saying to myself, I'm like, wow, like we and I have to be so intentional about not carrying that emotional labor and not being the one to have to teach a man how to treat me. Like I like that should be conversations that men are having with each other. Now, over the course of my career, I've always had like different mentor groups and different groups like with girls and young women because I believe it is very important for women to understand like what it looks like for us to be able to honor boundaries and realize that we have boundaries and like honor the sanctity of our lives and our bodies and like all that kind of stuff. And one of my girls would always ask me like, Miss, you talking to us, but who's talking to the boys? And I'm like, girl, that's a good question. Because who is talking to the boys? Where are the men that actually love and respect women that are instilling that in the boys, right? And putting themselves in a position to own the work of deconstructing patriarchy. And definition break here. When I say patriarchy, I'm talking about the system of structures and practices in which men dominate, oppress, and exploit women. And so some examples of patriarchy are like men making laws about women's bodies and controlling women's bodies, or women needing permission to make decisions about their bodies and make decisions about for instance, if a woman decides that she wants to have like a hysterectomy or something like that, which is going to where she won't be able to have children, the woman has to have permission from her husband to be able to do that. Like where's the autonomy in that? Or patriarchy might look like the ability of men to move around the world without considering how their presence is impacting women or how their presence might be causing harm to women. A lot of times I hear women talk about things like when we're out at night. Like if you're out at night and you go into a store, you go into a parking lot, like where you choose to park, or how you are walking with your keys in your hand in case you have to defend yourself, or being sure that you have mace so that you're able to defend yourself, or thinking about like we're constantly thinking about our safety is my point. Like we're constantly thinking about our safety, and men do not necessarily consider that ever, right? Or it might look like seeing women as property to be used for their sexual satisfaction and servitude. It might look like anytime that we're having conversations about our menstrual cycle or about the women's health issues that we have, that men throw their hands up and they're like, oh, that's women's business. I don't need to know nothing about that. All of that is patriarchy. All of that is patriarchy and putting men on this level where I don't have to concern myself with these particular things, because the way that men get to move around the world is very differently than the way that we get to move around the world as women. Let me grab this comment. It says, Mama used to say that you teach people how to treat you. Therefore, we don't trust men to know how to treat us. I agree with that. And also, I think that the teaching should come from men holding each other accountable, right? So my teaching you how to treat me is I'm not going for that. Like, you not coming over here, you ain't finna do all of that with me. Like, I'm not doing that. But like the actual deconstruction of, sir, this is patriarchy. Sir, this is problematic. Sir, for you, you don't even know me and you looking at me as property, or how you can get sexual satisfaction from me and you don't even know my middle name. Like that kind of stuff. I feel like those conversations men should be having those conversations with other men. I had told y'all one time, we had did on So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese. We wrote, there was a letter that came in about snacks. And we were talking about how snacks had gone, that's the name of the guy that was in the letter, that snacks had gone to this young lady's home and eaten all of her food without even considering that you just ate all of her food and didn't replace it, and then I had asked the men, what would you say to snacks? And they were like, I tell him he moving wrong. And I was like, what does that even mean? Like, how are you holding each other accountable for the ways that you're showing up in the world and how you're moving about the world in regards to women? And unfortunately, a lot of the conversations that men have with each other about women is only in a sexual context, and how women are able to be utilized for their benefit. That's something else that the young man was saying, as a gay man, I don't have sexual interest in women. So my interest in women is about honoring and protecting who they are and how they've shown up in my life. But for men that are heterosexual, that actually have sexual attraction, how are you protecting all women? Not just the women that you're sexually attracted to. Why does a woman have to be related to you? Or why do you have to have a sexual interest in a woman to show up in a way that is an ally to the things that we have to experience as women? Like, why are we relegated to usefulness for you? Like, why do you not just see women and think to yourself, wow, I, as a man who has privilege, who has the ability to be able to walk around the world without considering all of these things that women have to think about, why am I not showing up for women and just protecting women, period? Tulshed says, I don't think any guy spoke to me about this growing up. But I bet there were conversations about sex. And I bet there were conversations about how you could pull a girl and how you could get a girl and how you can do all of this. But where are the conversations about just women have value, period? Just period. Just period. Even if you think she's ugly, even if you think she's not attractive, even if she has an attitude that you perceive as an attitude, where are the conversations about protecting women, period? Right now, I know that this is the Frolicking Truth podcast for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, right? So this is a women-centered space, and I realize a lot of this I'm preaching to the choir, but I think that our one of the things that we have to realize as women is that there are certain types of men that are not safe for us. And there are certain types of men that are not having these conversations and are not holding other men accountable and are continuing to perpetuate harm. And so, unfortunately, we wind up having to protect ourselves and having to protect the young women who may be exposed to these types of men. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I'm very concerned for the younger generation right now. The younger generation of women, I'm very concerned for what the dating pool looks like. I'm very concerned for how they are being treated. Again, reproductive rights are being just slashed left and right, specifically in the US. And so it is past time, in my humble opinion, for men to be stepping up and using the power and privilege that they have to advocate for women. Let me see this comment. It says, Tusha said, yes, exactly. There was a lot of sex talk. And if guys spoke about treating women right, he was made fun of or called a P word or gay. Yeah. And I hear this all the time. I know y'all don't know this. So in my master's program, my thesis was on single gender education, specifically focusing on young men and boys, because I have a heart for men and boys and understanding like what they need, how they have to show up in society. And society has done men a great disservice. I don't know if a lot of men know this, but society has done men a great disservice. Society has dehumanized men. Society has, especially Black men and men of color, society has really done a work on men. And so I was like, let me, do some research on this and understand like how I can support my male students and like all of that. But also, at what point do the men take the boys under their wings, not for how you can get over on a woman, not for how you can use a woman as property or you can use a woman to your sexual benefit, but just about the fact that women are special and women are to be honored. Where are those conversations? And so as a woman, when we come across a man who actually just values you as a woman, it is so like, wow, I've never had anybody do that, because the conversations are not about protecting and honoring women. They're just not. And I challenge y'all to do your own research on this, right? Do your own research of talking to the men in your lives about the different types of programming that they have received and what that looks like and sounds like in their circles. I watch Bridgerton a lot. And one of the things that stands out to me when I'm watching Bridgerton, shout out to anybody who be over in the Bridgerton universe, is the whole premise of Bridgerton is that the girls are trying to find a husband. And so they have to go, they call it the promenade, I call it the whole stroll, because it really feels like the girls just have to go out and present themselves and whatever you may like. And like it's very much my whole mission in this world is to have children and to be married. And as a woman who is in her mid 40s, who is not married and does not have children, I think it's also important for young girls to know you don't have to be married and have children in order to have worth. That is not what makes me a woman, is having kids. That's not the key to success. Being married and having a partner, like that's not the key to being a woman. And when I mentioned patriarchy earlier, so for instance, men are just Mr. So-and-so. Just that's it, Mr. So-and-so. Women are Miss, Mrs., or Ms. Why do you need to know whether I'm married or not? Why does that need to be a part of the title that I am using? Why is there delineations about whether I'm married or not? And especially growing up in church, a lot of the programming was you need to get married. You need to get married. That is the most important thing, is to find a husband, and he who findeth a wife findeth a good thing. And there are pastors that their whole thing is about teaching women how to be good wives. And there's no discount to anybody who is a wife, right? I think that's awesome. You found love, girl. Yes, do you, boo. Also, if that's not what you want, that's also okay. One thing I'll say, my mother said to me that I really took to heart. She was like, it's very easy to get married and it's much harder to get out of a marriage. It is why I never got married. Because it got to be right. I'm not about to be in a marriage that is not healthy, that is not where the man is not seeing the fullness of who I am. I'm not about to do that. And even while I'm out here dating, the types of things that men say, like I was just talking to this man the other day, and he was like, first of all, I hadn't heard from him in weeks. So his number is not even saved in my phone anymore. Okay. So, cause I tell you, I'll be canceling subscriptions, right? So he reaches out, he's like, hey, how have you been? And I was like, I'm fine, thank you. And he was like, "Oh, I was thinking about you." No, because I said, "What made you reach out to me?" So he was like, "I was thinking about you." And I was like, "Thinking what?" And he was like, "How much I would love to hug you and kiss you." No, sir, I haven't even heard from you all week. Like, why do you think you building a relationship with me and I haven't even heard from you for a whole week? And you think that you're about to have access to my sexual energy? Like, bruh, come on, bruh. Seriously? And that is just so common. Like, it's so common. It's so common. And it is so like dehumanizing. Because I said to him, I said, "So what value do you see in me beyond the fact that you want to be physically intimate with me?" Oh, like it is like you ain't giving what you think you're giving. My aunt say wrong answer. Very much. Like you are not whatever you think you're doing, that's not what you're doing. It's actually the very much opposite. I've told you all before there was another man that was trying to get me to get to the point, if you will, to want to have sex with him. And then when I was like, you are not about to get access to my sexual energy if you are not my friend. And I don't know that you are a safe man. You're not. And you know what he did? He was like, "Well, that's why you empty." And so, see, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Okay? So there's a lot of work like that needs to be done. So anyway, back to Bridgerton. So in Bridgerton, the whole point is of these girls finding a husband, right? So they have their debut and then they find this husband. But the issue is that the girls never know what they're supposed to do now that they're married. So they're not having conversations about their bodies. They're not having conversation about sex from a place of empowering them with information. It is very much just like you get a husband and then you'll see. Meanwhile, the men and the boys, they've gotten the education for what to do and how to have sex. And they've had all the sex in the world by the time they've gotten to the young lady that they want to marry. And there's like this idea of purity culture that if girls are not pure, then they've been ruined and now they can't find a husband. Meanwhile, you literally out here on the whole stroll, sir, just in the brothels and everything else. And like that is celebrated. That's patriarchy. That's patriarchy. Looking at women as these trophies that are on the shelf, or these things that I use for my sexual benefit, or you cook me this meal and you do this, but seeing you as a person is often not a part of the conversation. And so one of the things I would do with my girls all the time is we would have conversations about sex and conversations about their bodies. And when I tell you they do not be knowing, this is why I'm concerned about the next generation. Because now, mind you, I was a science teacher, right? And I told you my passions were in HIV, AIDS, STI prevention. So as I'm talking to my students about sex and about their bodies and about different diseases, we talking about the things, you know? And I told you my girls would always be like, who's talking to the boys like about these things? Because I would allow them to just ask me anything. And it was anonymous. So just put your question in the box and I'm gonna get to as many questions as I could possibly get to. My girls would ask me things like, "Well, miss, if you get pregnant, can't you just drink bleach and get rid of the baby?" Well, yes, sweetheart. You will get rid of the baby. You will also get rid of yourself. Okay? So we're not drinking bleach. Like that's not the fix it for pregnancy. Like that's not let's talk about preventative measures. But then the other side of that is straight abstinence culture. Just straight like be abstinent and just don't do anything, which is also not realistic. Okay, so how do we empower our girls with this information. So we would talk about them having the right to refuse touch, having the right to refuse sexual interactions, letting them know that their value is so much more than sexual. Like we're whole human beings and we deserve to be protected, valued, and honored just because we are human beings. But in the purity culture, abstinent culture, everything is really like don't do it. Just don't do it. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. So why not empower them with the information? It's gonna happen. Hopefully it doesn't happen while they are still children and cannot process what is going on. But at some point they're gonna have sex and they need to know that this is natural. It's not something to be ashamed of, and it's not something that you don't have any power and agency in. We have the ability to be able to protect ourselves, but because of society, that's not being taught. And so, even more so now in the US, particularly, all of that sex education and all of the education about our bodies and the different things that are happening is abysmal. It was bad when I was in the classroom, but I was also, y'all gonna get this lesson. All right. So I was making sure that my kids knew. But right now, we can't even, that's not something that can be discussed in classrooms. So we're taking away the opportunity to be able to make these informed decisions because purity culture and because we want to control women's bodies. The comment says, poor kids. Yeah, it's really concerning. So anyway, let me get off my soapbox for just a minute to say I have a challenge for y'all. And I want you, if you are a woman, to ask these questions to the men that are in your life. If you are a man, I would like for you to ask these questions to the men that are in your life. So these are some of the questions. The first question is, what does it mean to be a man? What does that mean to you? The next question is, how do you honor women who are not related to you? Because a lot of men will say things like, oh, that's so-and-so's sister, that's somebody mama, that's somebody, that's my sister, my blah, blah, blah. So that's why they're showing up. But how do you honor women who are not related to you? How do you honor and respect women who you are not sexually attracted to? How often do you think about the general welfare of women and their safety? How do you hold other men accountable for how they treat and talk about women? And what does it mean to be a protector? Now, I'm going to let you know, they might not have answers to this, and they very well may not have ever thought about any of these questions. So also brace yourself, okay? Because this may be the first time that they're having this conversation. And this may be the first time that they've ever had to consider these things. But I also think it's really important to know if how the men in our lives think so that we know if they are safe people or not. Now, disclaimer, I'm not anti-man. I love men. I love men. I want men to be successful. I want men to have all the protection, and I want them to be able to thrive, and I want them to be able to be all that they can be. Okay? And also, that does not happen independently of how they operate with us. So I want to give you an example of a man that I run across on Instagram and the work that he is doing in order to start these conversations and have these conversations with the people that are in his life. The handle is called Born with a Dark Tan. That is the handle. And he has been on this mission to learn about women's health. I believe he's getting married soon, if I'm not mistaken. And I can't really remember what started him on this journey, but this is the kind of content that he makes. So let me show you this guy.
It's day 136, learning about women's health. yesterday I was talking to my friend Alex about this, and we were talking about fibroids, right? Fibroids are non-cancerous tumors that lay in or around your uterus, progressively getting worse because of estrogen or progesterone, right? What is crazy to me is that it affects 90% of black women, 70% of women in general by the age of 50. It's wild because we don't talk about this. Like, I've talked to so many men about this, like privately, and I've talked to men more about endometriosis, PCOS, or breast cancer throughout my life. And when I tell you that 5 months ago, I had no idea what fibroids were, but the fact that so many women have talked to me and were like, oh yeah, my girlfriend got surgery for that like last week. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I'd never heard of this before, but it affects so many fucking women. And it boggles my mind because, like, you hear about the symptoms. Oh, we're late because of the fact that she always got to use the bathroom. Oh, you know she cold because she's anemic. Nigga, those are symptoms. Like, I feel like I'm going crazy because it's wild because you hear these things on a regular basis, right? Like, and there were people in my comment section the last time I talked about this, and they were like, well, how do you get, checked for this? You can go in for ultrasound. You can go in for an MRI. And I think it's crazy because, like, there are medical professionals who will dismiss and probably say, oh, it's all in your head. That's crazy to me. 70% of women deal with this. Like, mind you, we're talking about, like, you can have multiple tumors in or around your uterus. Just to illustrate how crazy this is, did you know that only like 12 to 13% of women deal with like breast cancer? 1 to 2% of women deal with like cervical, like ovarian cancer or cervical cancer. Like PCOS only affects 13% of women. Endometriosis only affects I want to say 10% of women. Fibroids affect 70% of women. There's higher protocols for all the other things that I just talked about. And it's just so wild to me that we don't talk about this shit more. And I'm not talking about women. I'm talking about other men. Because what the fuck are we talking about? It's day 136. Learning about women.
So he has been on this mission of learning about women's health and women's health care. And one of the comments that was here, he said, is she complaining or is she telling you symptoms? Right? I know so many women that have had fibroids and have had to have them surgically removed. I feel like Lupita Nyong'o was just talking about this. She was just talking about this recently. She had done a photo shoot where she had, let me see if I could find it. She had a fruit basket where she's holding a bunch of fruit that represents all of the fibroids that she had. Where is that? Let me see. Here it is here. Let me share this. So she says, today is my birthday and it's got me feeling reflective, not about age, but about a different number, 77. Over the course of my lifetime, I have carried 77 uterine fibroids, 25 surgically removed, and more than 50 still growing inside me today. The largest, the size of an orange. Swipe to see my MRI. This is not a rare story. It is just a rarely told one. I have endured seasons of constant pain, losing dangerous amounts of blood each month, and suffering in silence. In this image, I'm holding 77 fruits as a symbol for each fibroid to make visible the weight that I and millions of women like me carry every day. There are so many women, and disproportionately Black women, as the guy just said in the Instagram post, 90% of Black women are living with fibroids or have had some type of experience with fibroids and all of the symptoms that come with that. Yet we don't talk about it. Yet there's not a lot of research about it. Yet people, their healthcare is like, just take their ovary, just take it all, just take it all, just take it all out, just all of it. Take the uterus, take the ovaries, take all the things. I have one of my really good friends. She was living, I want to say, in Tennessee at the time, and she wound up having to go to California to have a surgery to remove fibroids because the healthcare professionals that were in Tennessee kept telling her that she needed to have a hysterectomy and that she needed to have her uterus removed because she had these fibroids. And she knew enough to find someone else who was able to work with her particular situation. Now she's had a baby and, like, thank God that her uterus wasn't taken. But these conversations are not being had, is my point. And so I really am urging those the men that are connected to this channel and to the Frolicking Truth to do better, to be more intentional about what you are paying attention to. All of us have blind spots, and this is a huge blind spot for many men. This is a huge blind spot for many men. And then also, as women, we also don't know a lot because there isn't a lot of education out there. So as women, really making sure that we are doing our due diligence to have the understanding for what it looks like for us to show up for ourselves and to show up for our sisters, as the men are trying to do the work to deprogram themselves and purge all of that patriarchy. One of the things that Kendrick Sampson has said in that clip I showed y'all a little bit ago, and one of the things Monica said was, it is important for men to have these conversations so they can get all of this out of their system so that they are able to show up for us, and we don't have to house all of the trauma, and we don't have to house all of the uninformed and ill-informed ways of viewing the world, right? I'm calling on all of the men to show up and do better. Ignorance is not an excuse. Not having female body parts is not an excuse not to know, especially if you are someone who claims to love women. Now, a lot of y'all don't like women. Just keeping it real. And it shows in the way that you show up, in the way that you treat women. But if you are a man who claims to love and care about women, it is your duty and responsibility to understand how to show up for us more and how to protect us more. Okay. So I'm gonna put a pin in that because we probably gonna come back to it because reproductive rights are being scaled back every single day, and it's probably gonna be something else that I'm gonna have to come back up in here and talk about reproductive justice, but I'm gonna put a pin in that for right now. And before we get out of here, I want to give us a lighter thing to talk about. And this is a clip that comes from one of my favorite content creators and folks that are here in the content space. Her name is Melissa Fredericks, also known as Mrs. Kevon Sage. Y'all have heard me talk about Kevon Sage and the Kevon Sage universe many times because I have a deep, deep respect for the Fredericks family and Kevon Sage and the things that they're doing in their universe. So I ran across this clip the other day that Melissa was having a conversation with Tabitha Brown, who is also one of my favorite creators. And so I want us to wrap up with this. Hold on, let me make sure I started. Okay, here we go.
On, my final days and I look back over my life, I don't want to say I supported a bunch of people to accomplish their goals, their dreams, their ambitions, and I didn't do anything that I wanted to do. And so once I came to that, I was like, well, first of all, guess what, girl? You're the main character.
That's right.
And it came with like an infusion of energy that I think most people are seeing online of like, my shoulders are out. And my thighs.
Okay.
Yes, my thighs are small. Big thigh. What is it? Thick thighs save lives.
Honey.
Yes, I have thick thighs too.
And that's your business.
Yes,
honey. That's your
correct.
business,
I
girl,
appropriate
yes.
thick thigh culture. But like literally, I just felt like, you know, if there was ever a time to take center stage in the movie that is my life, now is the time.
Yes.
And I'm on, you know, my.
So I feel that main character energy. Okay. And so all of my ladies who are watching, I am curious about what your main character energy looks like, right? In the face of all of this systemic stuff that is happening, what does it look like for you to show up in your main character energy? What is the name of your main character? What is the movie, if you will, that you are in? What is the name of this season of your life? What does that look like and sound like for you? I will share that I am in a season of life where I am unapologetic about who I am. I am embracing boldness. I am using my voice and using my voice with intention and impact, and being okay with having my circle be small. Having my circle, my cousin Kalanda would say that she has, I think she said she has a dot. Having my circle be insulated in a way that is allowing me to be able to show up in the fullness of who I am. That is the season that I am in. Okay. And all of us are in different seasons, and that's totally okay. I'm just curious about what this season looks like for you. So, what is your main character energy? How does that show up for you? How are you embracing that? So, whether that's you doing your hair in a new way, whether that's you're experimenting with fashion, okay. What does that main character energy look like for you? Because we are all main characters, and while society is trying to get its shit together, I think it is supremely important for us to know what our main character energy looks like, so no raggedy person is able to come and mute that. Okay. So that is my charge and my challenge to all of the women that are listening and was probably like, girl, the whole time I was talking. Sis, what is your main character energy looking like these days? Tell me in the comments, let me know in the chat what that main character energy looks like and what is the name of this season of life that you are in. All right. So we are going to prepare to get on from out of here today as the hour has come. And our final thought today is inspired by a quote from Bell Hooks, who is a famous author. And feeling 40-ish. I love that. I love that. That's so cute. That's so cute. I love that. Keep those coming. Keep those coming. Okay, so our final thought today is inspired by a quote from Bell Hooks. To build community requires vigilant awareness of the work we must continually do to undermine all the socialization that leads us to behave in ways that perpetuate domination. If we truly want community, we have to be honest about the habits that we have learned that harm Black women. Trusting and protecting and loving Black women requires more than passive intention. It requires intentional unlearning. Real love demands that we examine the ways we were taught to dominate, dismiss, and silence Black women. Building community means doing the work to unlearn those patterns and choosing something different. Liberation begins when we are willing to challenge the lessons that taught us whose voices matter and whose bodies deserve protection. Trusting Black women is a major part of that work. If we want real community, protecting and honoring Black women has to be at the center. Okay? So that is what I want to leave us with today. Okay. And please do share this with someone. Again, if you have not already liked the video, please go ahead and like the video. If you have not subscribed to the page, please go ahead and subscribe to the page. Immediately after I get off, I would really appreciate if you all would go in and leave a comment. Again, that comment can be that you are leaving sunflowers, there, or you can respond to one of the many questions that I have asked as we are here. But I really would like for you to help me to spread the word about all of the things that are happening in the world, that are happening in the worlds of Black women, and really holding ourselves accountable to how we can show up in a more caring and loving way for the Black women that are in our lives and the Black women that we claim that we care about. All right. So again, tomorrow we are going to have the premiere of From Auntie with Love, our very first episode. It'll premiere at 6 p.m. Eastern. So go ahead and mark your calendars for that. And then next week, we will be back with our next episode of The Frolicking Truth at 12 p.m. Eastern. If you are a part of the archive, you also get a bonus episode on Wednesdays. I'm playing with the name, but right now it seems like it's going to be called Just Ask Kim. And it's our time to really just chat and like hang out and learn more about each other and just talk about random things. So if you are looking to have that type of connection, please do come over to the archive at patreon.com/mindingmyblack-ass-business. All right. I see y'all in the comments. I love you too. Thank you for always being here. And I'll see y'all later.
Hey, brown girl. In a world that is set up to make you question who you are, take this time to reconnect to your greatness and speak to the inner depths of your soul. Your grace is undeniable. Your confidence is envied. You radiate and shine in every space you occupy. It's time to take back your power and remember who you are. Take a deep breath. Release all doubt and repeat after me. Today, I choose to walk in peace that will not be disturbed. I will allow my mind to exist in my unlimited future. I am breaking cycles of trauma on my bloodline. I will take up space without shrinking. My ideas will impact generations to come. I belong in the rooms that I walk into. Today, I will effortlessly walk in purpose. I attract peace and abundance. When my feet touch the floor, the day stands at attention. I am calm, confident, powerful, and filled with love. I trust myself to explore the possibilities of my heart's desires. Today, I rise with the power of my ancestors. It is okay to rest from productivity. I will live my dreams out loud. Creativity flows effortlessly through me. Emotions are welcome in my space and in my body. I am overflowing with abundance. It is time to create again. It is time to dream again. Every breath brings more joy, more peace, and more healing. I belong in every room that I walk into. Radical rest is my birthright. I inhale confidence and exhale doubt. Today, I choose gratitude. It is okay to not be okay. My testimony will be someone else's survival guide. I give myself grace and space on my journey. I show up every day as my full and complete self. Growth is difficult, but I trust that I am strong enough to do it. I will always be enough. I trust myself to set boundaries that will protect my peace. My peace is my superpower. Every step in the right direction is a step in the right direction. I believe I will receive what I need at the exact time that I need it. Someone smiled today because I am still here. I believe in my ability to do things that scare me. I put out the energy I wish to receive. I will stop apologizing for being myself. My mistakes do not define me. I was put on this earth to walk out my unique purpose. I let go of drama and embrace peace. I am attracting people that align with my peace and my joy. I am continuing to heal every day that I continue to breathe. I am confident that things are working out for my good. If it doesn't bring me joy, it isn't welcome in my space. I only strive to be a better version of myself. As I walk, I shine my light on my journey of purpose. I decide to wake up each morning and choose joy. I am manifesting my happiest self. Brown girl, it's time to shine.
Hello, happy Saturday to you. Hello, hello. I'm about to get started, just pulling everything up. If you are able to, please come on into the live chat and say, hey, hey, Vanessa. All right, I'm getting the things up, y'all. Hey, hey, hey. I've had such an amazing day already today. I'm so excited about that. All right, so let me close this out. Close that out. Very good. Hey, Atu. What up? It is Saturday. I'm excited to see y'all. Hi, Etienne. I'm so excited you guys are here. Yay. All right. So let me get the things up and get started so we can get into the things, y'all. Honestly, today I just want to laugh about a lot of things. And so hopefully you have brought your laughs with you and that you also have your fingers ready because I'm going to ask some questions and have some potentially controversial takes. I don't know. We will definitely see in the supermarket. Yes. You better be adulting. So again, if you are watching and you have the ability, please come on into the live chat, talk to me, help me to co-create this episode that we are having today. And all right, let me get the things up. Let me get the things up. The chat says, I need a good laugh too. Very good. That sounds like you have come to the right place. Okay. All right. So, welcome, y'all. This is episode 42 of the Frolicking Truth, and we are about to get this started. Let me make sure my sound is shared so that we're good to go. And yes, there we are.
Hey y'all, I'm Kimberland, and this is the Frolicking Truth, a soft space for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Here, joy meets justice. We calm our Black-ass nervous systems, we unmask, and we leave behind whatever that is trying to kill us. You're seen here, you're safe here, and you don't have to do this alone.
Very good, very good. So, hey, y'all. Hey, welcome to episode 42 of the Frolicking Truth podcast for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, where joy meets justice and nervous systems get free. It is okay if you don't identify with any of those descriptors. It just means that when you come up in here, that you come ready to listen, ready to learn, and ready to support. So my name is Kimberland, and this is my world. Welcome. Insert cheers and applause and all the things here. And y'all can drop me some sunflowers in the chat if you would like. So I'm going to kick this off with going through all the updates and announcements of the things that are happening here in the Minding My Black Ass Business universe, the things that are happening in the Kimberland Jackson universe. And then we're going to get into the stuff that we're talking about today, okay? Today's episode is called Sauces, Snacks, and Strategic Social Avoidance. We're going to get into it, all right? But I'm going to definitely need y'all to chime in and let me know your thoughts as we are going along. But first, let me go ahead and make some announcements. So the first thing that I want to do is to shout out the chat. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat and a special shout out to the keepers who are in the archive. The archive is my Patreon. And it is the place where we are holding on to all the things, the recipes and the traditions and the culture and all the stuff that the world is actively trying to erase right now. And so if you are wanting to support a movement and all of the stuff that I'm about to talk about, everything that you give in the archive goes to that work. So to join the archive, it is only $5 a month. And again, that money supports the work that we are doing, okay? So I'm going to drop the link in the chat here for you. And if you do not have the $5 a month, that is also okay. There is a free way to join where you are able to still get all of the notifications of the things that are happening so that when you do have the $5, you could go ahead and tap in. All right. So again, shout out to the archive. We have all sorts of collections that are in the archive in different places where things are held. My space is only one particular space that is in the archive. It's called the Inner Circle. But we also have a bunch of other collections that are there, okay? So get in there, click around, join. You can even do a 7-day free trial if you join through the Inner Circle, and you can kind of see all the stuff that's in there. And get in on the ground floor because we are actively building community there so that we have a safe space to be able to have some of these important conversations that we need to have, okay? So again, shout out to the archive, shout out to the keepers, and shout out to those of you who are in the chat hanging out with me. All right. So y'all, I was a little torty to the party today because we just finished the healing circle. And when I tell you today, it was a very good time. A very, very, very good time. Your girl was in here sweating down. I'm talking about sweat was running into my eyes and everything. And I was like, Lord, have mercy. My shirt was wet. Like it was a lot that was going on, but it was so good. So as you all may or may not know, the Healing Circle is a space that is exclusively for Black women. And in the Healing Circle, we, hold on, how do I share this? I want to share this image with y'all. There we go. So in the Healing Circle, we are creating a community of Black women who are wanting to reconnect to their bodies and reconnect to their breath. And this morning, we just had the Healing Circle with myself and Vanessa of The Well Educator, where we focused this month on our callings, and our yoga flow was to open our heart and third eye chakras. It was a very, very, very good time. Okay. Very, very, very good. Very good. So our next Healing Circle is going to happen on Saturday, April 11th. We have the Healing Circle every second Saturday of the month. So if you are a Black woman, you need to tap in. If you're not a Black woman, tell a Black woman that she needs to tap in. Again, it takes place every second Saturday of the month at 10:30 a.m. Eastern. And we always have a yoga flow, breath work, and then we have a conversation afterwards to be able to connect us with a focus for the month. So again, this morning, our focus was on our callings and really thinking about the words that we use and who we actually are, not who people told us that we are. Okay. So if you are wanting to connect to the Healing Circle, you are able to do that and register. So you do have to register ahead of time. So if you register at tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle, then you will be able to go ahead and carve out that time to be able to join us. All right. So please put that on your calendars and make sure that you are there. That is something that you would like to do. Okay. Now, we also have all sorts of podcasts that are over here in the Minding My Black Ass Business Network. And we just premiered our newest podcast last Sunday. It's called From Auntie with Love. And when I tell you, it was a very good time. Like, it was so funny. It was just a quick little introduction so y'all can see who the aunties are and such. And I've been, pulling up different clips and things so that you all are able to meet the aunties and understand the aunties and all the things, right? So I want to show y'all a new clip, okay, exclusive. This is hot off the press. So I want to show y'all a new clip from our next episode, which is going to premiere next Sunday. So From Auntie with Love comes out every other Sunday. It has a live premiere at 6 p.m. Eastern. So you can always join us during the live premiere. And then you'll be able to have your, you can contribute just like you're doing now. So you can be talking and all that kind of stuff to the aunties in the chat, okay? So let me give y'all a little snippet from the upcoming episode that we have. This episode 2 focuses on family dynamics. So that's the topic. And we go a few different places, all right? So let's get into this clip.
Because I can't cook good. And and
I don't like to. So that everyday thing, you lost.
I be wanting to be in the bag. Like I go to the Whole Foods. I go to I get the fresh thyme. Okay? I get the rosemary, I get the dill. And maybe I shouldn't combine all three of those.
No,
those definitely don't go together.
Well,
maybe you should start there.
Yeah, maybe there you have it. Because when I learned about pimentos, I'm not gonna get on a tangent, but what I'm just saying is even if I would like to be a stay-at-home mom, I couldn't do it because he would come home and be like, "What is this?" And I know right now, my boyfriend, he be trying to be nice about my cooking. But he'd just be like, "Oh yeah, no, I don't need nothing to go." Because I can't cook good.
So that was just a little snippet of a conversation that we had with the aunties. So we was talking about cooking, okay, and family dynamics and all of that. And just a heads up, we are trying to enlist a chef to help us with some cooking and recipes and things like that, so that we can, do what the aunties do. Like we got to make sure that we got the meals and things together. So anyway, the next episode of From Auntie with Love comes out next Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Again, you can watch during the live premiere. You can be hanging out with us in the chat. You can be laughing about the things that are happening. We try to, have a level of transparency as we are there, so that the people know that this is a safe place to be able to come and have the conversations that we don't often have, but that we absolutely need to. All right. So that will be next Sunday. Now, this Sunday, as in tomorrow, we will have our next episode of So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese. This is my podcast with my cousin Kalanda. And this podcast started because Kalanda and I do put syrup on our grilled cheese. Y'all let me know in the chat or in the comments whether you've tried syrup on your grilled cheese before. And this the thing is, y'all be knocking it and you ain't tried it, okay? So anyway, we put syrup on our grilled cheese and we thought everybody did that. We thought everybody did that. And then we got out into the rest of the world and we realized that no, everybody do not be doing it. It was actually just in our family. So it is the family recipe for a lot. And we talk about things that we thought were normal in our families, and it was actually not normal. It was actually just happening in our families. So we talk about that. We talk about things that are happening in the world. We update you all on our lives and all of that. So the next episode of So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese will be coming out tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Central, 12 p.m. Eastern. It is a live show. So again, just like today, if you are watching live, you're able to come into the comments. You're able to talk to us during the episode and give your input and talk about all the things. All right. So definitely feel free to chime in with that. Put it on your calendars now. All right. So that you are able to be in the place and have the things ready and prepared. It's a lot of good laughs, okay, on that show. It's a lot of good laughs, and we have a really good community that hangs out with us on So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese. So that'll be tomorrow, 11 a.m. Central, 12 p.m. Eastern, right here on Minding My Black Ass Business, all right? Now, I want to show you a quick commercial for the internship program that we have over here in the Minding My Black Ass Business universe, and again in the Kimberland Jackson universe. This is a collaboration between those spaces and Let's Talk Sis. So we have created an internship called Found Her Future, and we are actively collecting applications. We've decided to collect applications year round. So I want to just give you a moment to take this in. And if any of this applies to you, if you are a Black woman, I need you to pay attention to this. Again, if you are not a Black woman, but you know a Black woman, make sure that you spread the word. So again, Found Her Future is an internship program for women 18 years and older. Um, do not necessarily have to be a Black woman to apply, but also understanding that we are a very Black woman forward space. Okay. And so if you know anyone who is looking to expand their creative gifts, they are looking to learn more about themselves and the different pieces of themselves and what that looks like in a personal space as well as professional space, we invite you to find out more information about Found Her Future at tinyurl.com/found her future. Now, the first part of Found Her Future is Discover Your Destiny. And Discover Your Destiny is my life coaching program that I developed starting in probably about 2016, 2017. And it was birthed out of me asking myself the question of who am I? You know, a lot of times we spend time thinking that we are someone that somebody else told us that we are, that our parents said, that society said, that your teacher said, that other people said. And the question is always, who did God say that we are, though? So the first part of Found Her Future is being able to experience Discover Your Destiny. And in Discover Your Destiny, every participant has the opportunity to really understand their unique gifts, build a deep personal relationship with God outside of the constructs of religion, and then think about how those gifts are able to be used in the actual world and what that looks like to put it into practice. And y'all, we are in the middle of our first official cohort for Found Her Future. Drop me some butterflies in the chat for Found Her Future. It is so amazing. Like, we've been having such a good time. And we have representation all across the world. We just picked up representation on the continent of Africa. So we are just so excited about what this cohort is going to produce, because when I tell you God be sending the people, God be sending the people. Okay, God be sending the people. And so we've had some really, really deep conversations and a lot of conversations that align and just really help us to be able to understand how we're going to use our gifts to be able to impact the world. And so this particular cohort, I have a chance to coach from a couple different angles. So one of the things that I tell people about Discover Your Destiny is that every time that I facilitate a Discover Your Destiny cohort, I also am going through the journey of Discover Your Destiny. And so I get to learn a lot more, another layer of depth, if you will, about my relationship with God, about my spiritual gifts and how that shows up. And it is always personally rewarding. Then I get to see other people go through that journey and watch them have their aha moments and really just understand, like, wow, this wasn't an accident. Like, God really created me this way. These are the gifts that I have been having all this time. I never knew. Or maybe you did know and you just didn't know what to do with them. So it's been really, really rewarding. And then this particular cohort, I also have a chance to support those who are seeking their life coach certification. So I am a certified intuitive melanated life coach, and I certify life coaches. And currently I have 5 life coaches that have been certified through the program in different places across the world. And there are people who are currently pursuing their life coach certification as well. So within the cohort, I have a chance to be able to coach as, okay, this is the Discover Your Destiny journey. But then I also have the opportunity to coach, like, okay, you're getting your life coach certification. So how do you apply this to what you want your own program to look like? So it's kind of like a train the trainer model, if you all know what that means. I'll just be over here floating. One thing about me is I love it when I'm in the zone and I really get the opportunity to, like, do my thing. And I really be doing my thing up in this space. So it has been so exciting for me. Like, I've really, really enjoyed it. And I'm just really happy that we have the opportunity to be able to impact lives in such a deep way and help people to build deep personal relationships with God. So I'm going to pause here for a second and play the Discover Your Destiny commercial. And then we're going to get into the things for today.
What if the thing you've always called too much was the exact thing God designed on purpose? This is for the ones who've always known they were different. Too sensitive, too loud, too knowing, too intuitive, too woo-woo. But what if your sensitivity is actually your superpower? What if your intuition was your inheritance? Discover Your Destiny is a 10-week sacred journey back to yourself. We explore the design of your soul, your spiritual gifts, and the unique way that God speaks to you. This isn't church. It's not a rule book. It's not a performance. It's the moment you stop chasing approval and start walking in divine alignment. You'll gain clarity, language, and confidence around who you are and what you are here on the earth to do. You'll learn the real voice of God. And if you feel called to go on to become a certified intuitive melanated life coach, this is where that path begins. There are 2 ways to enter this sacred container: the Destiny track, full investments and coaching experience, or the Divine Exchange track, where internship meets soul work. You'll support podcasting, content creation, or brand development behind the scenes while learning how your unique gifts benefit the collective. Your knowing isn't a flaw, it's the fingerprints of God. This is your invitation, and I hope that you'll answer. I had pressed the wrong button. So if you want to get more information about Discover Your Destiny, if you are saying to yourself, I would love to build a deeper personal relationship with God, I would love to be able to understand the uses of my gifts and how I can impact the world, please go to dyd25.com. And you have the ability to be able to watch testimonial videos there. There are also testimonial videos on the page here at Minding My Black Ass Business that you're able to watch. So go do your research and then holla at your girl. All right. I promise you that if you have been seeking something like this, if you've been seeking a community and been seeking clarity on your gifts and what they're supposed to look like, this is going to get you. This is going to get you where you need to go. All right. Okay, cool. All right. Announcements are over. Things happening. Govern yourselves accordingly. All right. So the first thing that I want to get into, the first segment that we have here is called the Auntie Check-In. And the Auntie Check-In is a time for me to tell you all about what is happening in my own life and how things are going in my own life, what's come across my world and what's happening in my personal world. The first thing that I want to say is daylight savings time is kind of whipping my behind a little bit because I live in Colombia. I live in Medellin, Colombia. And the time doesn't change here. It stays the same. But because a lot of the work that I do is in the US, that time does change. So a lot of my start times for things have shifted up. Now, I am infamous for saying I don't like to work before 11 a.m. I don't like to talk before 11 a.m. Like I really only work and talk before 11 a.m. if I'm being paid for it or if I really, really want to do it. And so I kind of structure my work life to look like that. And some of the things that were at 11 a.m. before are now at 10 a.m. And boy, that hour is making a difference. Let me tell you, it is making a huge difference in my life. So I'm still trying to like get myself together with daylight savings time. And I wanted to share that because some of y'all might be in the same position. If you're in the US, give yourself some time to adjust and like find your new circadian rhythm and like kind of get yourself together, get your feet together, if you will, because it is a shift when everything shifts an hour. Like it is a shift. So like give yourself some time to kind of adjust. Now, one of the things that I did take time to do is I have done some homemade hair care products. Okay. So I know y'all see Raina. Raina's my hair, if this is your first time here. And let me tell y'all what I did, y'all, because I am so excited. I am so excited. It was so easy. Okay.
So if you were watching the commercial earlier, you see Raina got a little chop, right? So I chopped Raina maybe about a month ago now. I just turned 45, so I wanted to do something different. And also, it's a lot to have a lot of hair, and I was kind of just over it. So me and Raina had a little talk, and I was like, hey, listen, girl, we're going to chop you down a little bit. But another part of that was like really trying to revitalize Raina's curls because I felt like they just weren't popping and they weren't juicy like I needed them to be. Now, let me see if I could get in this camera so y'all could see. Now, what I want you to know is this wash and go situation here that I have has been holding on for a good 5 days. A good 5 days. Actually, today is the 6th day. A good 6 days. Okay, let me tell y'all what I did. I made some flaxseed gel the other day. So I told y'all like I had found this new, I don't know that it was new, but new to me. I had found a hair care line here in Colombia by a Afro-Colombian woman who is a chemist. And I really like the shampoo, conditioner, like I like the whole system, right? So I had started using that, but also I had so much hair that I had used up all of the gel, all of the curl gel. So I said to myself, I was like, I really want to try to make my own gel and let's see what happens. Y'all, I bought me some flax seeds for $2. $2. And then I made some flaxseed gel. And when I tell you these curls have held, like they are held, they are defined. My hair is so soft. And I am just so happy about this because now I didn't even use the whole bag of flaxseed. Have y'all ever made flaxseed gel? Any of my folks out here? It is really, really easy. Like you literally take a half cup. I did a half cup of, if you're in the Patreon, I put up a vlog yesterday actually that you can watch like the whole process. But I did a half cup of flax seeds. I want to say so 2 cups of water and made the gel. And then I also made some rosemary, mint, and clove water. So I washed my hair and then I used the infused water to like make sure my hair was really wet. And then I put the flaxseed on it. I didn't even like finger coil or nothing. Like I was just like, let me put the flaxseed. Okay, it's covered. I ran the brush through it a couple times and then I let it dry. Okay, then I let it dry. Baby, I am so pleased. When I tell you I am so pleased, like I have not had to do anything with my hair all week. Like, and I'm a big get up and go type of person. I don't like to do hair all the time. That's not my ministry, nor do I find a whole lot of joy in having to do hair all day, every day. So I was able to do this, get it out the way. It dried. It didn't have any residue. My hair is not crunchy, like any of that. And so now it's just kind of going through the process. I'm letting it grow and stuff. But y'all, I am so pleased. And so you can store the gel in the refrigerator for up to 2 weeks. And so I'm gonna wash my hair again, probably tomorrow or Monday, and I'm gonna do another wash and go type situation. But I just want to let y'all know, because if you ain't tried it, child, it is so easy. It is so easy. I was shocked at how easy it was. Okay, so Raina is over here thriving, child. Curls popping. Okay, I'm feeling brand new out here in these streets. All right. So I wanted to tell y'all that. And then the other thing that I wanted to tell y'all is that this past week has been overstimulating AF. This past week has been so crazy. I want to show y'all what the past week has been like for me, and y'all tell me if you can relate to this. Let me play that again, just in case you missed it. Yo, this past week has been so crazy. Like I've been wanting to air fight. I've been wanting to flip tables. I just been like, what more do you want from me? Now, granted, we are in Mercury retrograde is happening right now. So technological issues have been off the chain. Like it has been so crazy and just weird stuff happening. So that has been one thing. And then it's just like one thing after another, after another, after another, after another. I've been so over it. I don't know if you can relate. Let me know. Um, and so I have really just been trying to process my neurodivergence and what that means to exist in this world that is actively crumbling. And I'm just realizing that I am neurodivergent AF. Like I am autistic, I have ADHD, I live with OCD. It's a lot. Like it's a lot of things that be happening over here in my brain. And every so often, I'm reminded just like how much. And that's the kind of week that it's been because I've been like, girl, I got to talk myself off these ledges. Like, it's a lot. Like, it's a lot that's going on. And so I was looking through different like memes and things on the socials and stuff. And I ran across this one meme because I be asking myself, like, were there signs? Like, were there signs beforehand that were missed or like I just didn't know? Or like, how did people not know for so long? And I ran across this video and I was like, there were definitely signs. There were definitely signs. So I never did this exact thing, but this is something that I would have done. All right. So in this video, this baby is making some brownies. Okay. All right.
Please tell me.
Blend by hand.
Haley.
It said blend by hand.
No.
I am weak.
It meant stir it instead of put it in the machine.
But it said blend by hand.
Not.
It says blend by hand. She got both hands.
So she's making brownies and the box says blend by hand. So the baby is putting her hands, let me put it back up so y'all can see it while I'm talking. So the baby is putting her hands into the brownie mix because it said blend by hand.
Please tell me.
Blend by hand.
Haley.
It said blend by hand.
No.
I am weak.
It meant stir it instead of put it in the machine.
But it said blend by hand.
Not.
It says blend by hand. She got both hands.
So the box said blend by hand. So that baby was using her hands to blend the brownie mix because it didn't say on there to use a fork and blend by hand. It just said blend by hand. And when I tell you I can relate to this so bad, I can relate to this so bad because I am a very literal person. And so I can believe that at some point I would have been like, okay, I guess blend by hand, right? It like put my hand in it and blended it. My point is there were always signs, and sometimes people miss those signs because they don't understand how our brains work when we are neurodivergent. And I know a lot of people that are over here in this space that you are also neurodivergent and or understanding that you're neurodivergent the more that I talk about it. But I was very much like, that could have been me. Like that could have absolutely been me. And so I'm trying to figure out how to work with my brain instead of working against my brain and trying to make my brain exist in a way that doesn't make sense for me. And it's a work in progress. You know, some days are more better. Some days are more successful than others. But I have been successfully existing without crashing out. So I think that's good, especially to say everything that's happening in the world. Kudos to me. Okay. But yeah, I saw that. I said, see, that would have been me. That would have been me. And then the daddy on the phone talking about, I am dead. She got both of her hands in the thing. It said blend by hand. Like, what more do you want from me? I'm telling y'all a side note. So over the weekend, there was, what day? What's today? Saturday? So this was Thursday. Thursday night, there were a bunch of power surges in my neighborhood. They was doing some construction or something. And there kept being like all of these power surges, like just kept happening, like back to back to back for almost, it was a long time. It was probably like 15 or 20 minutes that it kept happening. And the power would come back on, then it would go off, then it would come back on, then it would go off. And so as this is happening, I'm cooking. And so I literally was just like, let me just go sit down somewhere and because I don't even know what to do with this, right? Okay. So the power finally comes back on, but all of the power didn't come back on. So there was certain lights in the apartment that weren't coming back on. And then when I went out to like look at the elevators, like one of the elevators was down. So then I'm like, okay, I don't really know what's going on. And so I go to the breaker box and I'm flipping switches and all of that, and it's not making a difference. And so I wind up calling the administrator and I'm like, hey, like the power hasn't been restored. Only certain plugs are working. Nothing is working upstairs. Like it's a lot. So they were like, flip the breaker. I'm like, I did that already. Right. So I'm reading the panel and it says, this 1, 2, 3, 4, these panels, like all that stuff. Flip it. Okay. Nothing's fixing anything. Yo, why them people came up in here to fix it? And it was literally just the other one. So in the breaker box, it said like bathroom, kitchen, living room, loft, like it's labeled, right? And then the other side, it said free, 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 right? Like there aren't any breakers, if you will, that are attached to this side. So I had flipped those anyway, but it didn't make a difference. Come to find out, they was all off. That's why it didn't make a difference. So the man came in here, he was like, and then the lights came back on. And I said, sir, I swear to God, I did that. He was like, but see down here at the bottom, now in my defense, it was where the off and the on was opposite on the one side versus the other side. Okay, so I had mirrored it to the other because I mean, I used to own a house, believe it or not. That's how like that was the on. So I had did that on the other side, but it was actually opposite on that side. But then like it was at the bottom and it was like etched in. It wasn't even a different color. So he was like, oh, you see right here where it's got this symbol, that actually means on. I was so done. My point is, I be in here fighting for my life. I be in here fighting for my life every day. And I don't know who left me in charge, like to be an adult. I really don't know who was like, yeah, she should grow up and like be an adult and be responsible for things. It was wild. But anyway, the power is restored. Amen. And thankfully the kind man came and flipped the breaker box, even though it was something that I was able to do. Yeah. So I sum all that up by just saying I'm trying not to be at war with my brain, and I'm trying my best to get my brain to cooperate with me so that we can get the things done that we need to get done. So I also found a video that supports that. And I'm just curious how many of y'all can relate to this.
Working from home is so great for people with ADHD. You can make your own hours. You can work weird hours of the day for your weird little brain. No, it's not no. Because any day, my brain goes, oh, I could not work today. I could double work tomorrow. What about that? And little tumbleweed brain goes, oh yeah, sounds good. No work today, double work tomorrow. But you can't double work tomorrow because deadline today. But little brain go double work tomorrow. And then you do tomorrow and your brain go, no work today, triple work 3 days from now. And your brain go, no math. And then you do it and everyone's mad. Everyone is mad. Minecraft world good. All bosses angry. Clients upset. Emails read. Not READ. RED. Different. Very different. And bad for brain, for ADHD brain. So no, working from home, bad. Go to place. Need structure with person who says no, work today. You, brain, work now. And I'll be mad. And that's fine, because work gets done. I'm gonna go to bed.
Y'all, I be so exhausted with myself. Like, I really be in here like I have, and this is why I be having so much to do because my brain do not be wanting to cooperate a lot of days. And so I just be like, I'll do it tomorrow, but I have things to do tomorrow. So then I just, it's a lot. Y'all keep your girl in prayer. Okay. Y'all keep your girl in prayer because I'm doing my best. Okay. I'm doing my best and I'm trying to keep it together. All right. Um, and so if you are neurodivergent and you are trying to help your brain to function, I just also want to say give yourself some grace, child, because it's a lot of variables out here that are working against us and are like extra things that we have to manage when it comes to being able to be here and be productive and like keep all the things together and all the plates spinning and all the balls in the air and like all the things. It's a lot. All right. So I want you to give yourself some grace about all the things because all the times our brain people do not be cooperating. And when I say brain people, so if you think about like the movie Inside Out, when they have like different people in the brain that are operating the functions, the different functions of the brain, like those are the brain people. And I don't know that my brain people have been at work. Like, I feel like there was a vacation, like there's a rolling vacation or something that's happening right now, and people are going on vacation, and I didn't get notification. Like somebody approved it, but I didn't approve it. I don't know. So now I'm like, well, why is this not working? And it's like, oh, that person isn't here today. Like, I feel like I'm operating with a skeleton crew or like not the crew that's usually, I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot that's going on. And so I try not to put myself in positions where I have to like control my brain people and be like, listen, I need y'all to sit down and get it together. But it sometimes feels like that. Like they feel like they're running in a bunch of different directions and like everybody like runs in at one time and like wants to do everything at the same time. And then I'm like trying to think about something and now I have 17 thoughts at the same time. And it's like, hey, I need everybody to sit down. Like that's what my brain has been feeling like lately. And so today I was just like, you know what? I'm not about to do this. I'm going to bring people on this wild ride of me and my brain people. And I'm just going to see who relates to it because it's a lot. Like it has been so crazy in my head lately of all the things, the random things that I've been thinking about and wondering about and all of that. So y'all ready? Y'all ready to go on this field trip with me? We're about to frolic in the feed. All right. Now I've already kind of given you an example of what that looks like. Frolicking in the feed is when I go into my different social medias and I find different things. Now, in full transparency, one of the things I have really been trying to get off of social media, I am actively backing out of social spaces. If you are familiar with Heal That Shit, which is another podcast that I have with my best friend Bianca, we have been doing like this social media challenge. And basically, we admitted to ourselves and to the world that we have phone addictions and social media addictions. Now, what I know is that this is not unique. there are a lot of people that have phone addictions and social media addictions because, one, our phones hold and control everything at this point. There's this 90s challenge that's going around right now where a lot of celebrities and people are like pulling up pictures from the 90s and they're like, "Mom, who were you in the 90s?" Like, and all of that. And one thing that we had in the 90s was, or one thing we didn't have in the 90s was cell phones and 24-hour access to people. In the 90s, it was very much, if I'm home, I'm home. If I'm not, leave a message on the answer machine and I'll get back to you when I'm home. And now, in these days, with our telephones, that even sounded old. Does anybody even say telephone anymore? With our cell phones, people always have access to us. And a lot of times that comes with people expecting like immediate responses and like all of that. And then when you add social media into the mix, social media is designed to be addictive. Like the app is designed to keep you on there to the point, I don't know if y'all have seen this before. Sometimes when I'm trying to get off of an app, like whether it's Instagram and TikTok are really bad about this, is I'll press the back button like to get out of there, and it'll tell me I have to press it twice. And then if I don't press it twice fast enough, it just keeps showing me videos. Like it just keeps you in there. You know, it's a trap, you know? And so, anyway, I have been in this process of trying to release myself from social media and change my algorithm because a lot of the work that I do, I'm an activist at heart and I work in education. And so, a lot of the work that I do is about the things that are happening in the world. And with all of the things that my brain people are balancing right now, sometimes I just have to tap out. So I've been in the process of redesigning my algorithm so that I'm intentionally including more opportunities within my algorithm to laugh or to like talk about neurodivergence or talk about random showered thoughts or like all that kind of stuff, and find things that actually bring me joy as opposed to opening up the apps and it's like war, war, war. Like I cannot do it anymore. Dial your number on my telephone. Listen, even as I was talking about telephone, I did this. Like the kids today don't even know what this means. Like they don't know why this was the phone because they don't know that phones had like a receiver, you know, that was shaped like that. That's why we do that. So now like if you ask kids today to be like pretend like you're on the phone, they do this. Cause the phone, like, you know, the phone, like they do this. It's so weird. It's so weird. The world is changing at hyperspeed. So yeah, so I've really been trying to like redesign my algorithm and get off of social spaces because it's really just a lot. Like that's why I be just in the archive and I try to just share things in the archive and be over there because it doesn't have an algorithm because social media is just really overwhelming for me right now. But what I did the other day is I took what I call a brain field trip. And brain field trips are when you just allow your brain to do what it wants to do. You just stop fighting it. You just stop like being like, you must do this. You just be like, what you want to do, brain? What you want to look at? What you want to laugh at? All right. So I gathered these collections of videos and collections of interesting thoughts. And I said, I'm gonna talk to the people. I'm gonna bring it to the people and we're gonna talk about the things, okay? So this is the first one. Now I'm gonna ask y'all this question in the chat. Okay, the question is, are you saucy or nah? Okay, so I'm typing it here in the chat for you and I'm gonna pin it up. Again, if you're watching this live and you're not in the chat, you can come into the chat and hang out with us. So the first question is, are you saucy or nah? Okay, I want y'all to answer that in the chat. If you're watching this during the replay, tell me in the comments if you're saucy or nah. Okay, it's an important question. All right, now let me tell you why. Let me show you why I'm asking it.
Heinz has introduced a Heinz remix machine that lets you create your own sauces, like the Coca-Cola remix for sodas, but for sauce. It comes with some built-in sauces, but he finna show you how to make your own.
We like to build our own flavors. All right, my favorite flavor is ketchup, and then I'm gonna add bacon and jalapeno to my mix. And so once you build your flavors, you can add up to 2. You're gonna say mix my sauce, and it's gonna tell you to place an empty cup right below. And then you're gonna click start mixing, and here it goes. It's going through its final mixing, and it's almost done. And it's complete. Enjoy your sauce with your favorite fries from the deli.
This is the most important thing in technology since the invention of the wheel, the internet, Google, Allen Iverson. Do you understand how much I love sauce? And this is real. I know you think this might be AI. It's Allen Iverson. It's nuts. At the Muckleshoot Casino, I checked the news in Seattle's news. Cairo 7 said this is really real. Next time I go to Washington, I got to try this. I'm like Ryan Coogler. I usually mix sauce, but I got involved with that at this time. This is a real deal, guys. Do you understand? The world is changing. This is what we need. Oh, I'm so excited. If this goes nationwide, I want one at my house. And I can mix sauces, but I want to press buttons and watch it be mixed for myself. It's like a special treat.
So the comment says, saucy like in flirty? No. Saucy like in do you be putting sauce on your food? Let me tell you something about me. I'm saucy as hell. I love sauce. I cannot eat my food if it does not have sauce. I will, and it's one of the reasons, like, so I like sushi. And here in Medellin, they don't have spicy mayo for real. Like they really just be giving you soy sauce, which is fine, but it's not my favorite sauce. When I eat sushi, I like to have me some spicy mayo. I like to have me some eel sauce. I'll also have like the soy sauce, just a tint little bit of wasabi, but I like to have me a sauce variety. You understand? When I'm eating French fries, I have to have ketchup. Okay. And then sometimes I'll do ketchup with hot sauce or sriracha because I like me a spicy type situation. Okay. But I also can do like a creamy, tangy sauce, if you will. I am a saucy bitch. I love sauce. And what I did not know is that people have such strong feelings about sauce. I know that I have strong feelings about sauce, but other people also have very strong feelings about sauce. Some people, I actually have a sorority sister, she hates sauce, like hates it. She doesn't eat any sauce on anything. So if she's eating a sandwich or something, it just be dry bread and meat. Like, where is the sauce? And for me, I need the sauce. If I'm having egg rolls, for instance, I need my duck sauce. I want some sweet and sour sauce. I want me some garlic sauce. I like me a good like garlic aioli type of sauce. I love sauce. I like cocktail sauce. I will do tartar sauce if there's ketchup and hot sauce in it. Okay, like I need to have sauce. I don't understand how people out here eating dry food. I just don't understand. It feels like it'll get caught in your throat if you don't have no sauce. So seeing this sauce machine, I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. When that is a good way to use some technology. Like imagine being able to go up. Now, I don't eat meat anymore, but like they had like a bacon. Imagine you could go up and make a bacon ranch sauce. Like you can go and make a spicy ketchup, jalapeno, pineapple sauce. Like you have the ability to make custom sauces. It just does my heart so well. One of my favorite sauces right now is the teriyaki sauce that Chef Ratatouille taught me how to make. Baby, when I tell you I'm putting that teriyaki sauce on everything, I be having it on the salmon, I have it on the rice, I have it on the vegetables. I be saucing it up and down. You understand? And so I'm curious about y'all and how y'all feel about sauces. Y'all be caring? Do y'all, because if I don't have sauce, I'm not eating it. So when I mention sushi, for instance, I don't even order sushi here anymore because I know they're not going to have the sauce that I need. You know, when I have the hibachi, I need to have the yum yum sauce. I need to have my sauce. Where's my sauce is at? So I wanted to ask y'all how y'all feel about sauce because this is a very important question. And it is a question that I don't know that people are having the conversations. Like I feel like sauces can break up a home if like we don't have the sauces available. Like my condiment drawer, matter of fact, it's the drawer. You know how so a lot of people put their condiments in the door of the refrigerator? My condiments are like it is so many that they have their own drawer in the refrigerator because I've got to have sauce. I got to have sauce. So I see a comment here. Yeah, I gotta have sauce. Yeah, I need to have sauce. And so I'm curious. This is my unofficial polling and social experiment of really trying to figure out are y'all as passionate about sauce as I am? Because for me it's a really big deal. And I want to I'm actually working on a cookbook right now. And I kind of just want to have a sauce section. You know who else is? I don't know if y'all know who Victoria Monet is. She's a singer, but she's also in culinary school right now. And she has been doing a YouTube series called Saucy Sundays, where she's making different sauce. The other day she made a jerk sauce. Then one day she made a caramel sauce. Listen, I need to have the sauce. And let's not even get on Mexican food. Oh my God. I need the red salsa, the green salsa. Like, we got to have the sauce, y'all, is what I'm saying. I'm not trying to influence you. You might not like sauce, but I'm saying in my world, we got to have some sauce in order to take this up to the next level. Okay. And if you are eating dry food, I'm judging you. I'm sorry, but also I'm not sorry. But also I'm judging you. And I try not to judge, but also I'm judging you if you don't eat sauce. Okay. Because what is the world without sauce? I don't understand. The comment says food is too dry without sauce. That's what I'm saying. It's all caught up in your throat and stuff, and y'all ain't got no sauce on it, and you just sitting here, you just dry dogging food. Come on, man. We got to do better. We got to do better. But if you are somebody who does not deal with sauce, I am very curious about why. What is it about sauce? Talk to us about your sauce aversion. And we're going to be kind to you. Okay. We're going to be kind to you in the comments. We are side-eyeing you though, but we're going to be kind to you in the comments because I am genuinely curious. Like for those of you who don't like sauce, what is it about sauce that you're like, yuck? Like, what is it? Because for me in my house, we saucy. We saucy as hell. Okay. Now, to that, I want you to hold on to that. All right. And so then my next question that I'm wondering about, and I just told you a moment ago, I don't eat meat anymore, but I want to know what are the perfect toppings for a hamburger? Okay, so I'm going to put it here in the chat. What are the perfect toppings for a hamburger? Now, if you don't eat hamburgers, consider whatever type of sandwich that you might eat. I also know people who don't eat sandwiches, which is also like really interesting. Is that like, and I know that I'm from the US, so is that like an American thing where we like be eating sandwiches? I don't know, maybe it's cultural, but imagine your favorite sandwich, if you will. So if that's like a fish sandwich or something, what are the perfect toppings? Okay, but I particularly want to talk about hamburgers. What are the perfect toppings for a hamburger? All right, so I want y'all to answer that here in the chat or in the comments, okay? And then, of course, I have a video to support this.
That's the hamburger. That's what you wanted. You said a hamburger.
Wait, what did you want?
I wanted a hamburger, not just two things on a hamburger. That's not even how you make a hamburger.
I don't know what you're saying, Max.
Wait, what's a hamburger to you?
It's a hamburger! You put tomatoes and stuff on it. This is not a hamburger, just a bun and a pickle. It's not a hamburger. I'm not eating this roast hamburger.
Well, you didn't even try it yet.
Yes, I did. I already know it tastes horrible.
Why don't you try it? You
No,
want?
I don't like
Here.
the
Then
hamburger.
try a chicken nugget.
No,
So let me explain what was happening in case you missed what the crash out was about. The point of view at the top, it says POV, your kid begs for a hamburger, you get him a hamburger. Now, mind you, they got the hamburger from McDonald's, okay? And on the hamburger, the baby said there is only bread and meat and a pickle. I wanted a hamburger. And they were like, well, what is a hamburger to you? And he's like, a hamburger has lettuce and tomato and like things on it, not just bread and meat and a pickle. Get this away from me is basically what was happening, right? Now, in the comments of this video on social media, some people were like, oh my God, he shouldn't be screaming at his parents and all that kind of stuff. That's cool. You can feel however you want to feel about that and how they allow their child to communicate with them about his needs. But this is what I want you to know. I feel that baby. I feel that baby. Because a hamburger has toppings. So let me tell you the toppings that when I did eat hamburgers, and I'll think about like if I were to have a vegan hamburger or like a black bean burger or something like that, what I need on my hamburger. First of all, we got to have some sauce. So we got to have our mayo, our ketchup, and our mustard, bare minimum. All right. And also, you got, for me, okay, y'all can tell me how you feel about it. You got to put the sauces on both breads because some people are both buns, whatever. Like some people just be putting the sauce on one bun, then the other bun is dry. I don't like dry food. Okay, so you got to put that on both sides. All right, so you got to do your little mayo. Got to get you your ketchup, just a little tinge of mustard, not a whole lot. Yellow mustard, okay, just a little, just a little. Shake it up first though, because if you don't shake it up, it's just gonna squirt. We don't like that. All right, so mayo, ketchup, mustard, in that order. All right. I also like to mix them up. Some people don't like to mix it up. Like they just like to have the mayo, then they put the ketchup, then they put the mustard without mixing it up. I feel like it needs to be evenly distributed. All right. So that's the first thing. Then we got to have the lettuce, tomatoes. I'll do onions, but they got to be red onions only. I don't want no white onions on my burger. You understand? So got to have some red onions, lettuce, tomato. I can do a pickle, but it's got to be hamburger pickle. So it's got to be the round pickles with the ridges if we gonna do pickles. If we not doing pickles, we not doing pickles, and we just be all right with that. Okay, but any other pickle on the hamburger, get it out of here. Why is it here? What, like, don't do that. Okay, so got to have that. I would also do, the comment here says mushroom and Swiss burger. So I like a little fancy, situation. If I wanted to have cheese on there, I think the perfect cheese for my hamburger would be a pepper jack cheddar combination. Okay. And then I would probably, back when I used to say hamburgers, would probably put like some bacon on there, and that would be my complete hamburger. Okay. And so I'm curious for y'all, what are the perfect toppings? Because I relate to old boy. You done went and got me bread and meat, bro. This ain't no hamburger. Like what is this? Get that baby get that baby a hamburger for real with all the toppings on that thing so he can enjoy it the way they showed it on the commercial. He probably been sitting there watching the McDonald's commercials and things and mouth just watering like, ooh, I want to have a hamburger. And then they really went and got him a hamburger. Y'all know how the McDonald's hamburgers be for the kids and look like they had got a kid's meal or what is called a happy meal. And so that's all it really be, is it be two pieces of bread, a piece of meat, one little lonely pickle, that little sad pickle that ain't even got no ridges. And then they might have a squirt of ketchup on there, and that's it. I feel my boy. I feel my boy. I feel like I would have crashed out too. And I was that kid where I'm not eating this. I'm not eating it. I will starve. I am not eating this. I don't want this. This is not what I had my mouth set for. I'm not eating this. And like, so I felt him, and while people have strong feelings about how he should have communicated that, I feel my boy. Why y'all ain't put no lettuce and tomatoes on that baby hamburger? Huh? We got to do better, parents. We got to do better. We got to do better out here. So y'all have to tell me in the comments what is the perfect hamburger toppings for you, because it really does matter. And do you put the mayonnaise and mustard and things on both sides of the bread? This is the other thing. I'm saying mayonnaise, and I know some people like to use Miracle Whip, which is not mayonnaise. I don't know what it is, but it's not mayonnaise. It looks mayonnaise-ish, but it is not mayonnaise. And also I know some people have an aversion to mayonnaise. They don't like mayonnaise at all, which I'm not like necessarily like, ooh, give me all the mayonnaise, but also like I don't want my bread to be dry. And like the ketchup and the mustard, it just don't do it right for me. Like the mayonnaise for me gives me that base. And then the ketchup and the mustard like goes into that. So I'm curious. I'm curious about the things. Y'all tell me. Y'all tell me what you think, because it matters. Like dress my sandwich, bro. That's what we call it in New Orleans. We call it dressing your sandwich. So you'll go and you'll order something, like you'll order a sandwich or a po' boy or whatever. And they'd be like, do you want it dressed? That means, do you want lettuce, tomatoes, pickles, mayonnaise, ketchup? Like, do you want it dressed? You got to tell them, because like some people don't, but a lot of people do. Okay. Dress my sandwich. Don't be giving me no naked sandwich. Don't be giving me no naked sandwich. And stop giving them babies naked sandwiches if they don't want all that. Now, some kids just be like, bread and meat me, please. That's it. Just bread and meat me. And some people, but I need to have my sandwich dressed. I don't like an undressed sandwich. It does not do my body well. Okay. Okay, now the next question that I have for you all is, what is your favorite snack? What is your favorite snack? Okay. What is your favorite snack? So I feel like I've probably talked about this before, that I used to be addicted to a lot of different things. Matter of fact, let me just show y'all this video first, and then I'll get into the things. It's real quick.
Day one of not eating a honey bun at work. Day one of not eating a honey bun at work.
I didn't go to work today, so we are off to a good start.
I've been eating them. I've been eating them. Not every day, but I've been eating them.
Bro, when I tell you this video makes me laugh from my core. So, for anybody who doesn't know, a honey bun is a pastry, if you will, that has I don't even know how to describe it. It has like a glaze on it, and then it's like this like pastry cake type of situation that we have in the US. And so the lady said day one of not eating a honey bun at work. Then she had another day one not eating a honey bun at work. Then she said, I didn't go to work today, so I didn't eat any honey buns. And then the next day she said, I've been eating them. I've been eating them. Yo, I could relate to that so bad because one of the reasons that I don't buy snacks because I will eat them. I will eat them. The comment here says, I like tortilla chips. Let me tell you about me and tortilla chips. I'm eating a whole bag. You understand? I'm sitting here and eating a whole bag with or without sauce, believe it or not. Now, I love to have me, see, this is where the sauces come in. I love to have me a good chunky salsa, okay, with my tortilla chips. Or what else? Guacamole, I'll eat with my tortilla chips. I will do a smooth sauce if there are other things that are going along with it. So if we're doing like nachos or something like that, then I can do a smooth like salsa type sauce. But chunky salsa or guacamole is my go-to for tortilla chips. I'm busting down that bag, all of them. I might probably eat it in one sitting because I don't know how to stop. I don't know how to stop. I don't know when enough is enough. And it's why I stopped buying snacks. I had bought myself some Oreos the other day because I said to myself, "Ooh, I want some sweet." I ate them all. I ate them all in 2 days. I bought, and it was probably in each, so in the package that I bought, it was like four, the mini packs of four, and it might have been like 6 packs of four within the pack that I bought. I bought regular Oreos and I bought golden Oreos because I didn't know which ones I was gonna feel like having. Right. And then the first day I said, okay, I'm gonna take me, I don't know why I said this. I said, I'm gonna take me 1 pack of regular Oreos and 1 pack of golden Oreos. And then I'll just see which ones that my spirit wants, right? I get to eating the Oreos. I came downstairs 3 times. Okay, three. I wound up eating half the Oreos the first day. And then I ate half the Oreos the second day. Like I can't stop. I can't, like, I've been eating them. I've been eating them. And whether that's Oreos, I told you I used to be addicted to Banana Twins, which is like a little Debbie snack cake. And that is a brand that is in the US. And the like little breads on it are like little banana breads, and then there's like this cream filling that's in there. And in the box, each package will have 2 in them, and then there's 5 of those within a box. I'm eating the box in a whole day. One day, box gone. I be eating snacks, which is why I got to stop eating snacks and got to stop buying them. Snickers, I used to have an addiction to that I would just be like, at one point, I was eating a Snicker a day. I don't even like chocolate. Matter of fact, the only kind of chocolate that I actually do eat are Snickers. I was eating a Snicker a day. I be eating snacks, which is why I cannot buy them. If I buy them, they gonna get 8. They gonna get 8. And they gonna get 8 probably in one setting. So I be trying to help myself by not even bringing them in the house. Because if I bring them in the house, they're gonna be gone. I don't care. Even like with potato chips, I'm not like a big chip person outside of tortilla chips. I'll be busting them tortilla chips down. But sometimes I'll get like on a tuna fish sandwich. That's maybe what I should have for the next year. Anyway, focus. So I sometimes I get on a tuna fish situation, which actually, while we're here, let's talk about the right way to make tuna fish. Let's talk about the way that I make tuna fish. For your tuna fish, you got to have mayo, mustard, pickles, dill pickles, okay? I like to have me, if I got some banana peppers or some jalapenos, I like to put that in there. I like a little kick to it. And I think that's it. Don't give me no tuna fish that got crunchy. That's not a pickle. I don't mind a pickle crunch, but don't put no onions in my tuna fish. Don't put no celery in my tuna fish. Don't do it. Yuck, big time. Don't do it. Okay, but anyway, so sometimes I'll get on this tuna fish kick, and so I'll get plain potato chips to go along with my tuna fish sandwich. I be eating 2 bags at a time. I just don't do well with snacks. So I just try not to have them because I don't have self-control, apparently. Apparently. If it's in front of my face, it's getting eaten. It is gonna get ate. The comment says, I can't eat Oreos. They're too sweet for me, but it's nice in ice cream. So this the thing though. This the thing too, Shay, is my teeth have been like, this is a lot. Because here in Colombia, these types of things are expensive, honestly, like snacks and stuff like that. Where in the US, a lot of these snacks and trash food is very, very affordable in comparison to like healthy food. But here in Colombia, the healthiest food is the most accessible. It's the cheapest food. So I usually don't be having all these snacks and stuff, right? My snack is usually an apple. Or if I want to get really fancy, I'll make myself an apple crumble. And then I'm like, ooh, I made a whole apple crumble. So after I finished that whole package of Oreos, I said, we cannot do this anymore. That was so sweet. It was so sweet. And my teeth were like, are we trying to get cavities or like, what are we trying to do? Like, what is happening here? The same thing with Snickers. The last time I tried to eat a Snicker, it was too sweet. I couldn't even do it. So now I want to learn how to make a healthier version, at least of Snickers. Like I want to learn how to make a healthier version because that is like my favorite candy. But things do be too sweet. And maybe that's also a byproduct of getting older. I feel like our taste buds change and our body just be like, enough. All right, sugar diabetes is knocking on the door, cut it out. But yeah, I have an addictive personality. So I cannot walk into the den of temptation and think I'm gonna come out just fine on the other end. Like I just can't. So I just don't do it. And ice cream for me is not difficult because I have accepted that I'm lactose intolerant. And so I don't eat ice cream anymore. But when I did, I'm eating it all. And it wasn't even ice cream for me, it was ice cream sandwiches. I love an ice cream sandwich. Matter of fact, I'm sitting here bringing up old memories. They have vegan ice cream sandwiches here that I had found when I had first moved here some years ago. And man, my freezer used to be stocked with them bad boys. They was so good and they did not make my stomach hurt. And I be eating them. I be eating snacks. Okay. Let me stop talking about it before I wind up buying something today that I don't need to buy. All right. Okay. This is probably going to be our last one for today on this field trip that we are on here with Kimberland and her brain people. So this one says, my best acting work today, my best acting work to date has to be yesterday when I realized I was walking the wrong direction. So I pretended to get a text message that changed everything and forced me to turn around and walk the other way. My question for y'all is, do y'all be pretending to be on the phone when you're not really on the phone? Do y'all be pretending to be on the phone when you're not really on the phone? Let me tell you something. This is one of my best tricks right here. Let me tell you about your girl. I'm going to have me a fake phone conversation. I'm going to have me a fake phone conversation. Do you understand me? I'm going to have me a fake phone conversation. Okay. I be having fake phone conversations so I don't have to talk to people. I don't like small talk. I don't like small talk and I don't like surface interactions. And also, even more so now, I live in a country where this language is not my first language. And so I don't know when like somebody's going to try to engage me in the conversation. And then at some point, the conversation is going to go beyond my ability to be able to understand what is actually happening. And I have to like have my Spanish brain on, which I try to put my Spanish brain on anytime I walk out my door because I know people speak Spanish out there. But also sometimes my brain be tired and I still need to do things and I can't with my Spanish brain. When I tell you I be having fake phone conversations, I be, especially if I forgot something or it's always a phone call or a text message to make me be like, to make me be like, you need me. Oh, you need me to go back and get some broccoli. Oh, okay. Yeah, you need me to get anything else like this? I do this all the time. All the time. I'm talking probably every single day. I will have a fake phone conversation. Just yesterday, I had taken my clothes to the laundromat and I had asked her what time I needed to come back and pick them up, and I heard her wrong. So she told me 1:30. I thought she said 12:30, right? So it's 12:30. I'm coming over there, and no, it wasn't even 12:30. It was probably like 12:50. And so I come over there, and she was like, "I told you 1:30," and I was like, "Oh, no problem, no problem." Like, okay. And then hello. I was like, "Hello, yeah." No, she said 1:30. She said 1:30. So I'm gonna run to the store right quick and then I'm gonna go do it. So then I pretend like I'm having this whole phone conversation so that I'm not embarrassed. I do this all the time, all the time. There was this one time when I was in Brooklyn and I was staying at an apartment in Brooklyn. And so I was coming out the door and I was cute this day. Okay, very cute. Like hair was popping, outfit was cute. Like I was feeling myself, right? So I walk out the door and it's on a street where like cars are passing and there's a light at the end of the street. So cars are like piling up, waiting on the light to turn, right? So this man is in his car. It's spring or summertime, so the windows are rolled down or whatever. He listens to his music and he peeping me out, right? So I'm like, because I'm cute or whatever. And so I'm walking down the stairs. Y'all, why I fell. I fell and bust my knees. And the man was so concerned. He was like, "Oh my God, you all right?" And I was like, "I'm fine. I'm fine." And I just got up and walked the opposite direction. I was like, "Hello. Yeah, I need to go, yeah, something." And I had a whole fake phone conversation. I walked a whole block in the opposite direction to come back. My car was literally right across the street. I can't just walk over to the car, especially not with these bloody knees. I got to have a whole emergency now, and I got to talk to somebody for pretend on the phone. I be having fake phone conversations. I be having fake phone conversations all the time. And I feel like if you have not done this in your life, that you're welcome. You're welcome. As a matter of fact, when I was doing my acting and modeling training, I had my monologue was about, it wasn't about fake phone conversations, but it was about fake getting off the phone. Because that's the other thing. I really don't like to be on the phone. Like, I really don't like to be on the phone. I would much rather for you to text me, okay? Because I told you, my brain people be running all around everywhere, right? So I would really like for you to just send me a text or voice notes, but like I don't want to be on the phone in the first place, okay? I definitely, let me just say this for the record, don't FaceTime me without me knowing that you about to FaceTime me. Do not just call me out the blue on no video requesting my face. That just feels so intrusive. Now, mind you, I have an Android phone, okay, and I know that's something that y'all iPhone people be doing, all willy-nilly and carrying on. Hey, I need a heads up that you about to request my face. Okay. I just can't do it. So anyway, I don't like to be on the phone in the first place in real life, but I will pretend to be on the phone to get out of a situation. Okay. So my monologue was about, what was the monologue? It said, oh, this is what it is. Hold on. Let me go on the scene. Have you ever tried getting off the phone with someone who just doesn't get it? Like every time you say, all right, I'm gonna let you go, they just don't let go. So I came up with a plan. What you do is you say something really, really interesting. Girl, did I tell you? And then you just go silent. They think your phone died. It works like a charm every time. That was my monologue for my acting showcase. I don't want to be on this phone. I don't want to be on the phone, but I will pretend. I will have a pretend phone conversation to get me out of a situation. I will do it in a hot second. I have no problem pretending that I'm on the phone. So if you have not done that, you're welcome. This is my gift to you. Okay? Because people don't, they just, they be holding you in bondage and you ain't got to be there. Okay? So you give yourself a fake phone call, fake emergency. Okay? I will have it all. I will go to the lengths of finding an app that will call me at a particular time for me to have an emergency to be able to leave somewhere because I don't want to do this. And I would like to be done with this now. Okay? So yeah, these are life skills. These are life skills of the neurodivergent. All right. Yeah, so that's the last one I'm gonna do for today, y'all. That's the brain trips I've been going on. I just be just finding different things that entertain my brain and allow me to not have to fight with my brain and give me something that I can laugh about. So hopefully you all have found something to laugh about today. And hopefully you found some tricks or some conversation starters that you can have with people, learn more about the people that are in your lives, whether they are saucy, you know, what they put on their hamburgers. Like these are all questions that you can ask people when you're really trying to get to know them because we got to create a way to filter where our people are, right? Neurodivergent life skills. Like we've got to find a way to find our people, you know. And there are so many things that we do, especially as neurodivergent people, that are like little like idiosyncrasies or whatever, you know, that people don't really think about. But if you ask these particular questions, then you will be able to say, this person aligns or this person doesn't. All right. So don't y'all ever say, I never gave you anything. All right. Don't you ever say, I never gave you anything and that, you know, you like, I'm not over here just giving and doing service for the community, because that's what I'm here for. I am here to be of service to the community so that you are able to find yourself in a space that is not going to stress you the hell out. Okay? Okay. So having said that, your homework is to go ask people these questions. Go ask people, when I don't have spoons, I need to try the fake phone call trick. Yes. And in these spoons is also a hot topic, though. I want y'all to know, like actual spoons, like the type of spoons that people eat with. It's a whole thing over there on the TikToks and stuff about the type of spoons that people are willing to use, and whether you're a small spoon person or whether you are a person who likes to eat with a shovel, you know, it's a thing. Okay. So I want y'all to know that. Two, about spoons. But when in the comments, when they're talking about spoons on Wednesday during our Just Ask Kim live chats, I was talking about having enough spoons to deal with people. And so spoons in this case is talking about energy and how our energy is allocated, and not necessarily having enough spoons to be able to really like deal with people. So the comment says, when I don't have spoons, I need to try the fake phone call trick. Absolutely. It's a game changer. All right. I need you to know that. So that's it, y'all. That's it. That's all. I appreciate you for hanging out. If you have not liked the video, please go ahead and like the video. Oh, wait, did I do my ending quote? I did not. Our quote for today, hold on. Hold on. Let me actually get my background music up so I can do it appropriately. Okay. Hold on one moment. Hold on. One day I'm gonna have me a production team, y'all. One day I'm gonna have me a production team and we gonna get on with the get on. But today is just me. So anyway, so let me close this out appropriately. Joy feeds the spirit. All right. Laughter resets the nervous system. It reconnects us to each other and to ourselves. So when we start paying attention to moments that make us laugh and the things that make us feel alive, we actually feel more powerful and we stop settling for lives that are heavy all the time. Audre Lorde is quoted as saying, once we recognize we can feel deeply, love deeply, and can feel joy, then we will demand that all parts of our lives produce that kind of joy. In the midst of it all, let's commit to giving ourselves something to laugh and connect about. Laughter is a balm for our spirits that give us the ability to embrace our frolicking truth. So that's it. That's all for real this time. Please like the video if you have not done so already. Immediately after this, if you will go into the comments and leave me some sunflowers and answer some of these questions, okay, that we need to know, these hard-hitting questions. How you feel about sauce? What you want on your hamburger, okay? Well, how you be acting with your snacks? What are your favorite snacks? Do you have a snack addiction? And do you be having fake phone calls, child, so you could get from out of situation? Tell us the things in the comments, all right, immediately after this. And I will be back here. Well, we'll be back tomorrow for the next episode of So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese. Again, that'll start at 12 p.m. Eastern. And then I'll be back here for the next episode of The Frolicking Truth next Saturday at the same time, 11 a.m. Central, 12 p.m. Eastern. Okay, that is it. That is all, y'all. I love y'all so much. I appreciate y'all for always hanging out with me. It really does mean the world to me. And I'll see y'all again soon. Bye.
Thank you for listening to The Frolicking Truth, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. Please be sure to like, rate, and comment. Subscribe to the YouTube page, Minding My Black Ass Business, and follow me on all social platforms. Until next time, bye.
Hey, brown girl. In a world that is set up to make you question who you are, take this time to reconnect to your greatness and speak to the inner depths of your soul. Your grace is undeniable. Your confidence is envied. You radiate and shine in every space you occupy. It's time to take back your power and remember who you are. Take a deep breath. Release all doubt and repeat after me. Today, I choose to walk in peace that will not be disturbed. I will allow my mind to exist in my unlimited future. I am breaking cycles of trauma on my bloodline. I will take up space without shrinking. My ideas will impact generations to come. I belong in the rooms that I walk into. Today, I will effortlessly walk in purpose. I attract peace and abundance. When my feet touch the floor, the day stands at attention. I am calm, confident, powerful, and filled with love. I trust myself to explore the possibilities of my heart's desires. Today, I rise with the power of my ancestors. It is okay to rest from productivity. I will live my dreams out loud. Creativity flows effortlessly through me. Emotions are welcome in my space and in my body. I am overflowing with abundance. It is time to create again. It is time to dream again. Every breath brings more joy, more peace, and more healing. I belong in every room that I walk into. Radical rest is my birthright. I inhale confidence and exhale doubt. Today, I choose gratitude. It is okay to not be okay. My testimony will be someone else's survival guide. I give myself grace and space on my journey. I show up every day as my full and complete self. Growth is difficult, but I trust that I am strong enough to do it. I will always be enough. I trust myself to set boundaries that will protect my peace. My peace is my superpower. Every step in the right direction is a step in the right direction. I believe I will receive what I need at the exact time that I need it. Someone smiled today because I am still here. I believe in my ability to do things that scare me. I put out the energy I wish to receive. I will stop apologizing for being myself. My mistakes do not define me. I was put on this earth to walk out my unique purpose. I let go of drama and embrace peace. I am attracting people that align with my peace and my joy. I am continuing to heal every day that I continue to breathe. I am confident that things are working out for my good. If it doesn't bring me joy, it isn't welcome in my space. I only strive to be a better version of myself. As I walk, I shine my light on my journey of purpose. I decide to wake up each morning and choose joy. I am manifesting my happiest self. Brown girl, it's time to shine.
Hello. Hi. Okay, hold on, wait. This video is still going. Let me get rid of these things and find the chat. My tech things are acting crazy today. And I moved my camera by accident. So hold on. Let me get y'all together, y'all. Let me get y'all together.
Okay, I'm trying to send out a video to tell people that I'm on here. So give me just a second. And my other computer, it's a lot. Just hold on for just a second. Because it's a lot going on out here. Mercury retrograde is finally over, but there's also a shadow period where things still be acting crazy. And that is where we are right now. So, hey, sweet limitless. Thank you. Sometimes I wonder how my voice sounds to other people. I be wondering about that because I really do not know. I enjoy listening to myself. Um, but I be wondering, I guess people have voices that sound like chalk on a chalkboard. And so I'm like, I wonder if my voice sounds like that to other people. I'm not quite sure. But you would know, you got the radio connect. Okay. Gee Willikers. Okay. I just want this to go. Kind of dream talk with me. Okay, done. All right, where's what I want to say? Here we go. Boy, I tell you, this social media, it really be a lot sometimes. Okay, can we be done with this now? All right, share. Boom. Okay, I did that and I need to update. So my other computer was not working. What's supposed to happen is when I start the affirmation video and then I'm supposed to go in and like change all the things and update the such and the so, right? And so I'm trying to update the such and the so and my laptop was just like we're gonna not access your page. And so I was in here fighting for my life. I was like, oh my God, why is this not like letting me do it? Because I have a thing about like presentations and wanting things to be where they're supposed to be at when they're supposed to be there. And so I'm working on releasing that. And so I had to say to myself, you'll just do it after the affirmation video. Like, it's fine, relax. So that is what I'm actively saying to myself right now as I am trying to get the things updated because I want to make sure that I remove every barrier to being able to find what I have to say today. So hold on. All right, boom. But I was very proud of myself because my brain like went into turbo mode. Well, it wasn't even turbo, it was calm turbo. But my brain was just like, okay, we do this and then we're gonna do this and then we're gonna send this out and we're gonna send that out and da da da. Da. Like it's a whole lot of logisticals that be happening behind the scenes. That I was like in the process of trying to get together. So welcome to the BTS for a second. All right, so that is saved. That is saved. The things are saved. Woo wee. So hey y'all, if you are watching but not in the chat, please do come into the live chat and hang out with me, with us, with the peoples. Okay. So I'll have my chat up here so I'll be able to see. So I'm not going to get distracted by the things. Okay, so let's get started because I see the comment, hey, beautiful, Raina is looking good. So I want to tell y'all what I did with Raina. And I want to get into all the things. This is the other thing. Zoom done started moving stuff around, and now everything is not where it usually is. And so that's throwing me off too. But I'm getting it together, y'all. Y'all see I'm up in my production. I'm gonna tell y'all what happened, why I was able to do that. Okay, let's get started.
Hey y'all, I'm Kimberland, and this is the Frolicking Truth, a soft space for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Here, joy meets justice. We calm our Black-ass nervous systems, we unmask, and we leave behind whatever that is trying to kill us. You're seen here, you're safe here, and you don't have to do this alone.
Hey, y'all. What's up? Welcome to the Frolicking Truth podcast for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. It is okay if you don't identify with any of those descriptors. It just means that when you come ready to listen, ready to learn, and ready to support. My name is Kimberland, and welcome to my world. I am so excited to be here today. There's so much that I want to catch you all up on, and so much that I want to tell you. And I also recognize that there are people who are coming into this space, and this is your first time meeting me. And so I'm really, really excited about today because I'm going to allow you to meet me. It is going to be a good time. Okay. So hold on. My electronics are fighting me. So I have Google Home in my house, and I talk with my hands a lot, and so that's one of the signals to start or stop a video. And so every time I do this, it's going on and off, and like, girl, release yourself from your responsibilities. But I also need to be able to see the time. So like, we be having to get the electronics together. They be doing the most. Okay. But anyway, so before I jump into the things, I want to give a shout out to the chat. First of all, so again, if you are watching this during the 12 p.m. Eastern time frame, come on into the live chat. And you can talk to me, you can ask questions, you can talk to other people that are there. Also, you can tap the screen that is going to put up a whole bunch of hearts or laughing faces or whatever on my side. All of those reactions and all of those things help with the algorithms and help to like push this out to the people that need to see it. So thank you to those of you who are in the chat. Shout out to the chat. If you are listening and driving, girl, drive safe, child, and drive safely. Okay. All right. The other shout out that I wanted to give was to the keepers who are over in the archive. They are the Patreon that is over here. It's called the archive, and it's called the archive because we are in a place where we are losing recipes and history and all sorts of things every single day. Like every day that passes, things are kind of just evaporating into thin air. It really reminds me, I found out recently that my great grandmother was indigenous, and it reminds me of how a lot of, and my family goes back to Cameroon. A lot of our family traditions and things were orally passed down. And so if we're not actively keeping those stories and keeping those experiences, they soon disappear. And I really believe that right now in 2026, it is so integral for us to be documenting what is happening right now because the future is absolutely going to want to know. And so I created the archive, and in the archive, there are different collections that you are able to go into. For example, there's the Change Corridor. where I was talking quite a bit this week. I got into a room, y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all about it, but I really told them about it. There's also the Sunflower Path, which is a healing collection where we talk about like herbalism and things that we can do in order to restore our bodies. And then there's the Inner Circle. That's my actual area where I just talk about things that are happening in my life. And so I'm telling you all of this because I want to shout out the keepers because they are keeping me. Okay. It's a lot that's going on in my life, and every bit of that $5 goes to support me and goes to support all of the work that I'm gonna tell you about that I'm doing and that I have been doing, that people are connected to me are doing. Those $5 goes directly to those things. So I want to shout out the people who have been in the archive and the people who are coming, because it really is meant to be a place for us to be able to connect and have conversations that are important to us right now. So if you go to patreon.com/minding my black ass business, you will be able to join the archive. There is also a free version, and the free version allows you to at least get notifications. So if there is something that you are, you see a notification and you're like, "Ooh, I really need to get in there for that," like keep your notifications on so that you are able to know when it's time for you to get on in the room. And again, I'll be talking about rooms in just a minute. So I'm pinning this in the comments, and I would like to thank you for that. And again, shout out to those of you all who are already there. Your $5, baby, is well used. Okay. The other thing that I wanted to share before we get into the things, these are announcements, but also this is stuff like that's happening in this universe. Okay. We have the Healing Circle, and the Healing Circle is a space exclusively for Black women where we are able to reconnect back to our bodies and back to our breath. And hold on, I hope this works the way that I really want it to work. I think it is. Okay, this is making me happy. Come on, production. So anyways, so the Healing Circle is a space where we are, as Black women, are able to reconnect back to our bodies and reconnect back to our breath. And every time that we have the Healing Circle, we always have a yoga flow, which is led by Vanessa, who is the well educator. And then we have some type of, how do I want to call it? Um, a discussion, connection, opportunity to speak with others and really process what we have experienced and what our intentions are about why we are being in that space. So the Healing Circle takes place the second Saturday of every month. So our next Healing Circle is going to take place on Saturday, April 11th, and it starts at 10:30 a.m. Eastern. So you do have to register, and you go to tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle to register. And it's a free space. You just have to be a Black woman. Okay. So if you're not a Black woman, send this or tell a Black woman about it, because it is a space that is designed to hold healing for us. Okay. So that's that. Okay. What's my next announcement? From Auntie with Love. So, From Auntie with Love is our newest podcast that is here over on the Mind of My Black Ass Business Network. And From Auntie with Love, we are four aunties in different stages of life that are talking about the things that didn't get talked about, but they really should have. And so we had our premiere episode a couple weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. I think it was March 8th, I think was the day. And so we had our premiere episode, and it was kind of just like a little introduction. These are the aunties, and this is who we are, all the things. And then we're about to have our second episode premiere tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. So tomorrow is the 22nd at 6 p.m. Eastern. The next episode is going to premiere. So let me share this clip with you all right quick, and hopefully it will work. My screen feels like it's fighting me right now, but let's see if it will work.
Because I can't cook good. And you know, and I don't like to. So that everyday thing, you lost. I be wanting to be in the bag. Like I go to the Whole Foods. I go to I get the fresh thyme. Okay? I get the rosemary, I get the dill. And
that deal
maybe I shouldn't combine all three of those.
No,
no, those definitely don't go together. No.
Well, maybe I shouldn't. Well, maybe you should start there.
Yeah,
maybe or there you have it. Because when I learned about pimentos. I'm not gonna get on a tangent, but what I'm just saying is, even if I would like to be a stay-at-home mom, I couldn't do it because he would come home and be like, "What is this?" And I know right now, he be trying to be nice about my cooking, but he just be like, "Oh yeah, no, I don't need nothing to go."
Yeah, we've got to have a girls' night cooking experience.
Okay.
We've got to help TT out.
Like,
we got to.
You must but he still love it here. You know, he just don't like the cooking, maybe. And he be trying to be nice about it. I see him adding the salt, but you know,
does he cook?
Savannah? And he don't know how to cook either. So we both just, he doesn't know how to make turkey burgers. So that's what I'm saying. So
y'all kids gonna be just out of
listen, you know what's gonna be cool because they ain't gonna know the difference. You right. They don't know what's good or what's bad.
No, they don't know.
Just
they don't come to auntie house. They like,
yeah, right. Hey, Mom, why food don't taste like
life will be changed. Like, yeah, my mama can't.
So I'm gonna pause it there. But when I tell y'all, this is one of my favorite places to be. They are so funny to me. I be cracking up so bad. And so all of the aunties are in their late 20s to early 30s. And then I'm 45. So I'm, on the cusp, if you will, like the older auntie, but still trying to keep in touch with the young folk. Because I believe that. I believe you should always have young people around you, because if you do not, you fall into not understanding what's happening in the world. So we have to have bridges. And speaking of that, when I was looking at the demographics for this page, the other day, and our highest demographic is 35 to 44. And then our next highest demographic is 25 to 34. And then our next highest demographic is 18 to 24. So this really is a space where the young people are coming to figure out what is I'm supposed to do, Auntie, because they are not talking about these things. And I really did that intentionally. Like, I really did intentionally create a space where people are able to ask those questions. I wasn't able to ask questions when I was growing up. So I always wanted to be a safe place for people to be able to ask questions. I did the same when I was in my classroom. I, would have the conversations. I was a science teacher, so I really got away with a lot of conversations that we were able to talk about, and we would talk about sex and their bodies and how to make good choices and critical thinking. Like, I really had a lot of opportunity to do that. And so it's something I do pride myself on, is that being a safe place for young people, but also to be connected. They be funny, bro. So I really be cracking up on From Auntie with Love. So anyway, episode 2 comes out tomorrow. It focuses on family dynamics, and it premieres at 6 p.m. Eastern right here on Minding My Black Ass Business. So please do make sure that you watch and that you like the videos and that you're subscribed to the page and all that. The aunties will be in the chat during the live premiere. So you'll kind of get a sense of how everybody operates. Okay. And so the last thing that I want to say before I get into the auntie check-in is I want to remind everyone that we are still accepting applications for Found Her Future, and I'm going to talk about Found Her Future in just a moment. Because I want to go a little bit more in depth, right? But Found Her Future is an internship program that is a collaboration between myself, the Kimberland Jackson universe, and Shekinah, who has the Let's Talk Sis universe. So we came together and created this program, Found Her Future, and it is an internship program that is open to women 18 and up. Our primary focus is on Black women. That is our mission, is about amplifying and educating and creating a safe space for Black women. You do not have to be Black, though, in order to be a part of it. You just have to understand that the work that you are doing is to further resources and access for Black women, which ultimately should help every woman, right? So anyway, 18 and up, and there are specific areas that we're looking for, and these areas are also growing. So as I'm talking today, add said area, okay, that may come up. But let's take a quick moment and let me just play the commercial right quick so that you can see what we need. So you can find out more about Found Her Future by going to tinyurl.com/found her future. I'm going to also put that into the chat so that you can click on that and get more information there. And then, like I said, in a little bit, I'm going to talk more about Found Her Future. But first, I want to pause right here and do the auntie check-in, okay? Every single day, more and more, I keep saying to myself that I'm an auntie for real. Like, I really am having to embrace that I'm an auntie for real. And it's kind of jarring, like in real time, I think, to just be like, that was a very auntie thing to do. And I'm talking from needing to freaking adjust my glasses, which I wound up getting these like stopper things on the back of my glasses. So now they don't fall down as much, but I can't make it too tight because then it's going to make the back of my ears hurt. You know, so it's like finding the common ground for that. But every time I push up these glasses and then I need new glasses, and I've been needing new glasses for a long time. And so now when I'm looking at stuff, these eyes is getting to adjusting, and it's weird. It's really weird to experience yourself aging like in real time. And so it's very interesting. Like things have just been interesting. So anyway, auntie is an auntie, and I am working to embrace that. You know, as some people like Jackie Ina, I'm not a fan. I'm really not. It's a lot. She's a lot. I think my difficulty is that right now in this time where there's so much at stake, luxury content is very difficult for me to ingest because it feels so deeply out of touch. And I understand that it is their job, but it also morally, it just feels like, oh, so when is enough enough? And what are we doing to build community and coalition behind the scenes so that we are actually able to sustain ourselves and not collapse into the pits of despair over the next 10, 12, 15 years, or however long this next period of time is going to be in this new world that is forming. And so I really, really have difficulty with like luxury and billionaires and, ooh, look what I got. Like it's a lot for me right now. But anyway, I brought her up because she be blocking people if they call her auntie. Now, she is younger than me. Let me see if I could look on this internet. Look, there I go doing auntie stuff. Let me see if I can see how old she is. I also know that she has her own version of the beehive like type of situation. So she's 38. Wow. She's not that much younger. Okay. And I also don't know in her culture like what that word means because I also know that the way that in my experience, African people and people that have close African roots, like once or twice removed, that auntie is like, it has a meaning, like it really means something. And so she does not want that ascribed to her. That's not my issue with her, though. She has a right to not be called an auntie. My issue is more about like the luxury things and stuff. But, but anyway, she'd be blocking people if they call her auntie. And I am working to embrace it because one, I don't believe in my experience, in my lived experience, I don't believe that it is meant to be an insult. I believe that it is an honor. Like when you get to the place of being an auntie, it's like, yes, I have nieces and nephews. Yeah. Like I've been here on this earth long enough that I have multiple decades of experience to be able to give back in wisdom. And so I don't see it as an insult. So anyway, um I be doing auntie things. Okay. So this is the auntie check-in where I be updating y'all on what's happening in auntie's life. Okay. Because I also live by myself and I think it's important to let people know. And there are people that care. And so I'm telling you things. Okay. So let me see. Oh, the first thing is Raina. So Raina, child, this morning I did me a real life wash and go type situation, honey. I started washing my hair at 10 a.m., knowing full well that I was about to have to get here on this computer at 11 a.m. And let me tell you, I was finished washing my hair. I started at 10 a.m. I was finished with everything that I needed to do with my hair by 10:30 a.m. This is what I want you to understand. Me and Raina had us a good time this morning. Hey, Tulship. We had us a good time this morning. Okay. And so it's interesting because my hair, like when my hair starts to grow and it's like able to stand up on its own and do fancy things, that means that it's getting about that time that I need to wash it. It's getting dry. But I like that look. So now I'm like trying to figure out like where, because Raina was getting cuter and cuter by the day. At first, I ain't gonna lie. When I first chopped Raina off, I say I made a big mistake. Oh no. That's the first thing I said. I was like, Kimberland, you are always doing something, girl. Sit your ass down. Why did you do that? And then I had to keep walking myself off the ledge like, no, girl, because you was going for a look. You was going for a look. That's why. And also because I wanted to revive my curls. Because there really is a patch up in here, which mind you, I'm not like chopping it all off right yet. I am though eventually. I'm gonna tell y'all right now. Probably when I turn 50, it's finna go. Okay. Sis is about to have a get up and go for reals. Okay. But anyway, So there's a patch in here that is not, the curl pattern is not matching any of the rest of my hair. So I'm really trying to figure out like what's going on with that area or whatever, because it's just that area. And I've been talking about that area for a while over time since we started doing these auntie check-ins, and I've been giving y'all these Raina updates. But nonetheless, I washed Raina so quickly this morning. I used Tabitha Brown's Donna's Recipe shampoo and conditioner because I just had a little bit left, and I'm trying to like actively use the things that I've had because I never wanted to be a product junkie. I like a lot of one of the things when people were asking me for a long, long time about going natural. First, I used to be like, who is finna do my hair? Because I really believed that my hair was unmanageable. Like I don't, it was a lot programming. But anyway, I would say that. And then I was like, I don't want to just have a whole bunch of products. Like people that had natural hair were just hoarding hair care products. And I was just like, I don't want to be that person. Like, I want to know this is my thing. This is what I do. This is what works. And we're done with that. Like we got a recipe, bada bing, bada boom. And so anyway, I still had some leftover Donna's Recipe. Donna's Recipe really was the hair care that I really, really liked best with my hair. But of course, they don't sell it here. And so I have to get it from Amazon if I were to get it. And it is on my birthday list though. So if it's, which is very much still active. Okay. So if you would like to bless me, this would be something that would be absolutely delightful for my day. You go to tinyurl.com/Kimberland birthday 2026. Matter of fact, let me drop the link in the chat, okay? Because I don't want to miss out on the blessing, Lord. I don't want to miss out on a blessing. I don't want to miss out on a blessing, Lord. I don't want to miss out on a blessing. This is a very auntie song. Oh my God. Okay, so anyway, that just got into the chat because, amen, somebody might say, girl, let me send you a year's supply. And girl, the way I be dancing up here. Hey, y'all clip this and get this down there to Tab. I actually been on Tab's in the Donna's Recipe universe a little bit because they have this Friday Cousins chat that they do on the Instagram. And you can go on there and answer questions about the products, and you win free products, and they bring you on the live and everything. I got a picture of it on my page, child. Now, you know, me and Tab, we are only a few degrees of separation away. And I do believe that she is somebody that our paths are going to cross. But anyway, I love her shampoo and conditioner. So I had used the last of it this morning, and baby, them curls was busting when I got from out that shower. Okay, there was the time out. Okay, it was a good time. So anyway, I used my flaxseed gel that I had made the other day. So I used the last of it. Well, I still have some left, and I also got chia with these things. It's called flax seeds in my hair because I did not have a mesh strainer. And so some of the chia seeds had got through. Okay. But it's all right. I just have to remind myself that it's a flaxseed and it's not like an insect egg or something, you know, but it's fine. But anyway, it really was literally like wash and go. Like I was like, okay. Oh, and I had made some rosemary mint clove water. And but I also forgot to spray it on there for real a lot of the time. So that was messed up in my system. I'm getting my system together is what I'm saying. And then I put olive oil on my hair. So we'll see what happens and how it dries and all that kind of stuff. But what I'm trying to get to, y'all, what I'm trying to get to is that I was able to do this from start to finish all within 30 minutes. Girl, you couldn't tell me nothing this morning. You couldn't tell me nothing. Okay? I said, Raina, girl, we in here finished with hair in less than 30 minutes, girl. Ah, it was delightful. So anyway, so that's what's going on with Raina. Also, let me tell y'all, I got my medicine. And this is what I want you to know is that it matters. I was talking, so I did a video on Wednesday. So one of the perks of being in the archive and being a keeper and having access to the inner circle is that we do just as Kim on Wednesdays and we just be chatting it up. So I be talking about stuff, they be talking about stuff, we be talking about stuff. This last Wednesday, I recorded a video and it's called A Letter to People I Know. And I am going to release it publicly. I just haven't done it yet. But I said all that to say I was sharing on that video that I had just gotten my medicine. And I have been without medicine without the correct medicine since since the beginning of the year. And just for clarity's sake, when I'm saying medicine, I'm talking about plant medicine, okay? And so I haven't had my correct medicine. I've had medicine. I shared with you all that I had won a giveaway. And so I had a different type of plant medicine. So I was using that and I was doing my best. I was doing my level best, okay? And also my brain was like gasping for oxygen. Like it was critical over here. Okay. And so I got my medicine and now it feels like I described it the other day, like I walked into a office space and the lights were off, everything was covered up, you know, with them dust cloths or whatever that they be having in the movies, and like everything's covered up and then you got to get in there and blow off the dust and organize stuff and like get stuff together. That's what it feels like in the department in my brain that controls my creativity, that controls my hotline to God, that controls a lot of the necessary systems and things for me to think about everything that I'm about to tell y'all about in a minute about what we're doing when we get to the dream talk. And so it has made such a huge difference having my medicine. And I really look forward to what God is going to do in the day. Like it makes me really excited to be like, to like say to myself, I've talked before about like this concept of like tagging God in and like doing that intentionally and being like, all right, God, I'm tagging you in. And needing to do that. And I've been doing that, but it has not been also with this department open in my brain. And now it is. So it's literally been like, I'll wake up in the morning, I'll take my medicine, and then God is like, sit down, girl, let me give you your instructions for the day. And then like I get all of these instructions and like, okay, I need to do this, I need to say that, I need to put this here, I need to put that there. And it is like so it feels like I'm back. Like it feels like I've been in this shell, and you all probably didn't know the difference. I was sharing with them on Wednesday that I probably was operating at like 15 to 25% of my capacity. And so like each week it was just getting worse and worse. And now that I have my medicine, it feels like that department in my brain opened. And now things are like flowing so clearly. And so I've really, really just been looking forward to each day and being excited about what each day is going to bring, because I'm literally watching things happen in front of my face, knowing that this is happening in front of my face. And it is the coolest feeling. I don't know why cool is what I went for. What I really wanted to say was awesome, but I also feel like we don't use awesome in the way that awesome is really intended to be used, because it is awe-inspiring to literally watch God do things in front of your face. It is wild. So I want to tell y'all a little bit. Okay, wait, we have a question here. Do you have to order these from the US or are they available in South America? It's possible that they're available in your area. We'll have to talk offline so I can give you a little bit more information about about how and how you might go about finding them. But yeah, it is a world of difference. It is a world of difference. And so I'm just so grateful to be in a space where my brain is actually not just functioning, but it is like thriving. Like it feels like I don't know cars. I don't know cars. Y'all have to correct me in the chat, but I'm finna use the car analogy. Like when they tell you to get your fuel injector cleaned, or like after you have an oil change, like your car runs smoother. It's like that. Like my brain had a lot of gunk in it and the wheels were barely turning. And now everything's like, and it just is going. And so it's been really cool. And so because of that, one of the ideas that had came up in my head was I really need to help you all understand what is happening, because somebody also asked me this question. They were like, how were you able to, how do you know like that God is talking to you? Like what are, I keep hearing you say this, like what does that mean? And so we had, a discussion about what that could look like or whatever, but very much that's, ask the question, ask, and then pay attention, right? With intention is how it starts. So anyway, y'all know that I am, wait, hold on. I have a mechanic here in the chat. They said, yeah, clean fuel injector is a good analogy. Also, y'all, I was watching, I don't know if y'all watch Funny Marco. And so Funny Marco is, I don't even know what you call it. Maybe it's called like deadpan comedy or something. But I wonder if I could find a clip. He has this show, and hold on, I'm not gonna be able to do two things at one time. Give me a second. Let me try to find this. Um, I hate having to search things on Instagram. Um, the Rand Bernard. No, that's not him. Okay, there it is. So there is a singer named Duran Bernard, and he just won a Grammy. And he like ran up, I think that was for the Grammy. He like ran up to the stage and like fell out afterwards. Like he was very much like animated. And so anyway, Duran went on Funny Marco's show. And Funny Marco again is he's a comedian, but it's like deadpan comedy. Like, and so you really can't tell sometimes if he's trolling or if he's not trolling. And so it is so funny to me because the reason I bring this up is because we've been doing this, right? And Duran said that's not what you do. I was trying to find the clip because he said something in particular that I don't want to say, but he said it's not this, is actually this, which is the middle finger. So the way that it was described, because me and Kalanda had talked about this on So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese one time, because we was trying to find out like what's the correct way to say clock it. This is what we thought clock it was, and then this is applause. And so Duran like corrected the record and he was like, this is not it. And this is what it is. It is always this, no matter what you're doing in any situation, it is this. And so he like broke it down so it could forever and consistently be broke. Anyway, said all that to say, I got into a room the other day and I've been in this room before, but I've kind of been, so when I go into spaces, and when I'm saying a room, this was a virtual room. So when I go into spaces, I really a lot of times just be peeping out how things operate in the space, right? And also I am a person who curates spaces.
And I am very intentional in how I curate spaces. And because of that, I also sometimes can have what the people would call a takeover spirit. And I don't want to do that, nor do I want to put myself in a position to be responsible for doing that. Because usually what happens is I show up and I be like, why don't you do this? And then it's like, why don't you do that? And so now I'm responsible for something that I don't need to be responsible for. So anyway, I've been in this room before, and but I've never really said anything. And I'm also like a chat person, so I will be in the chat and again kind of peeping out the scene, see how y'all roll over here, let me see what's up, whatever. Why am I here? Because ultimately I'm knowing that I had this idea, let me go to this space, which means that God told me to go to this space. So why am I here? What am I supposed to do while I'm here? So I'm over there in the space, and if you're in the Patreon, I put up a video to talk about where I talked about who it was and whose space it was. I'm not gonna say that publicly right now. So anyway, so I get into the space, and the first thing that they said, something, nah, I done forgot. So at some point, somebody had said, oh, they was talking about a lady had an art show that was coming up. So she was showing her artwork, which by the way, I don't know if I have ever made this clear, but since I'm telling y'all who I am today, I painted this painting that's behind me. And I have just like recently really started considering myself to be an artist. My medium of choice is acrylic paint. But um the lady was showing us her art. And so she was telling us the meaning behind it and all this. And like, so when I go to art museums, like, especially modern art museums, I be reading the placards. I'm a placard reading ass bitch. Okay. What is the thinking that happened behind this? Because on the outside, you just looking at it and it's like, oh, that's nice. But it actually has such a deeper meaning. So for instance, this painting here I did in October of 2023. And I started this painting because Kalanda, my cousin, had moved to Medellin. And one of the ways that she would process what was going on in her world and in her mind is she crochets. And so she had a mood blanket that she had when she was living in the States. And then she blew up her life and was like, I'm out of here. And then she came to Medellin. And so she wanted to process what those feelings were and everything through crochet and a mood blanket. Well, I don't crochet and I also don't like to have things but painting and art is something that I wanted to be using in a more expressive way, in a way that had more meaning. And so this painting is a mood painting. So there was a key that I created and it was like, if I'm feeling these particular moods, this is what color it will be. And then there's also, and let me bring it a little closer maybe so y'all can see. So the gold that is there represents the Japanese art of Kenjutsu, I believe is how it's pronounced. And or Kenjutsu, I think that's it. But anyway, the gold that's there represents imperfections. And there in that art, what they do is when pottery is broken or like a dish is broken, instead of throwing it away, they mend it back together with gold or with platinum in order to honor the story of that particular piece. And it could be pottery, it can be dishes, what have you. And so I chose to do that because this has been quite a story. During that time is when I had Did I say 23? Maybe that was 24. I think that was 24. That was 24. It was October of 2024. Because what was happening was I was taking myself off of my prescription medicine and I was transitioning over into plant medicine. And so at that time I was being very diligent in monitoring my moods and feelings and emotions and all that kind of stuff. And so anyway, this is cute, right? It's like, oh, that's real cute. That's back there. It's got all them colors, girl. That's nice. But understanding the story that went into it makes it so much deeper, right? So that's another side of me that I think is important for people to know, that I am an artist, because I'm also a scientist, and sometimes those things don't exist together. So anyways, so I'm in this room. This lady is talking about her art, and then she mentioned the Fisk Jubilee Singers. And I was like, hey, I went to Fisk. Like, so I typed it in the chat. I'm like, yes, Fisk alum, da 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 da. Right. So I kind of like just made note of that. So then the conversation continues, and somebody says something, and I don't recall what they said right now, but they were like, because we need to like be building community. Like we need to be figuring out like what everybody does so we can build community, or something to that effect. And I wrote in the chat, yeah, because I'm here in Medellin and I have been doing that globally behind the scenes for a while now. And so then but people are talking, right? And then one of the people that was talking looked in the chat and they were like, oh, because Kimberland said that she's been in Medellin and, that's pretty cool. Like, what is that experience? Something, something. And so I immediately unmuted and I was like, hello. Oh my God. I feel like I've been waiting for this moment all my life. I didn't really say that, but that was the type of energy that I came with. And so I just kind of started talking about what I do. I was like, I'm an intuitive melanated life coach, and I help people build deep personal relationships with God. I've also helped people to leave the US. I, am in complete agreement with, yes, we need to be creating this community and network and resource map. And yes, yep, y'all own it, type of energy. And so I was talking for a while, because then people, of course, once I mentioned I live in Medellin, then people are like, how do you leave, right? And what does that look like and sound like? And one of the conversations that we had to have is that the window is honestly closing to be thinking about leaving. Like it is getting more and more difficult to leave, especially people who think that they're going to be going back and forth to the US. That's not about to be happening that easily. Very, very soon from now. And so I kind of had to be like, so if you are already not in active preparation to be slipping out before the wall goes into effect to keep people in, like you need to really be focused on community right now. And I kept talking about paradise. And so again on Wednesday in the Just Ask Kim, we were talking about paradise and talking about like the different roles that people have within this quote unquote apocalyptic world. Now, let me tell you something about Kimberland Jackson. I don't be liking no apocalyptic type stuff. I'm not with no zombies and all that. Let me tell you what my zombie apocalypse plan is. Die. I'm out of here. I don't want to turn into a zombie and be here longer. I don't want to be fighting zombies. I don't want to do any of that. You understand me? I don't want to be here for no zombie apocalypse. All right. Also, though, we are moving into a stage, I don't know what to call it. I don't know that it's going to really be apocalyptic, but very much think Paradise meets Handmaid's Tale meets Get Out, somewhere up meets They Clone Tyrone, somewhere up in there. Okay. It's going to be somewhere up in there. And so because of that, there are different preparations, that we need to be making. And again, that's why I'm creating these spaces, right, for all of this to happen. So I'm kind of like sharing that with them or whatever. And so we then started having the conversation about community and resource mapping and what does everybody do and what work have you already done? And I realized in that space that I have been doing a lot of the work and building of infrastructure for a particular part of the process that needs to happen. And so where do I want to start with all this? So I think the easiest thing is to, again, if you have not watched Paradise, I really do recommend that you watch it. It really, I think, can spawn and spark some very interesting conversations. Because there's like so much going on and there are so many different storylines, but then it all kind of fits together. I'm really enjoying it. But the reason I bring it up is because in any revolution, there are different roles that people have. So there are people who are on the front lines. Then there are people that are responsible for being back at the camp. There are people who are cooking. There are people who are making sure there's water. There are people who are constructing homes. There are educators. There are nurses. There are all these different types of people, right? And I have been asking myself for a really long time about what my role is in all of this, right? Because even back in 2020, I was saying, I know I'm not supposed to be on the front lines of no protest because I don't know how to shut the hell up. I'm going to jail and I can't go to jail because I live with OCD and I cannot do that. I cannot do that. Right. So I had to be very intentional about how I was showing up. So no, I'm not on the front lines, but I have access to thousands or hundreds of thousands of millions of people here on the internet. So let me turn on this microphone and this camera and let me get to talking about the things that need to be talked about, right? So back during 2020, I was like talking about, hey, we need to talk about our purpose. We need to think about faith. We need to think about what it looks like. I said back in 2020 that I was leaving Florida and I said, I don't know where I'm going, but I know that I'm supposed to leave here. I had no idea I was going to Pennsylvania. I had no idea I would be living outside the country. None of that was even on my radar at all. Take the honks as confirmation. Okay. So anyway, and so I had continued asking myself because then after that happened, once I got out the country, I had to like heal. I've showed you all pictures multiple times of what I looked like when I first left the US. I was 225 pounds. I was inflamed. I was stressed the hell out. My hair was shot. Like I was not well. I was pre-diabetic. Like it was a lot that was going on because of how I had been like having to live. And so I had to figure out how to heal myself and how to get myself to a place of having a calm nervous system. And then I wound up having a full on mental health crisis playing around, coming back to the US and couldn't even like wrap my mind around what I saw. This is something, so in a minute, I'm about to like weave Discover Your Destiny into this, but I think it's important for you all to really understand who I am because I had said on Wednesday, I was like, there are people that are connected to me and they're basically monitoring spirits. There are people that are consistently monitoring what I'm doing and what I'm saying. And I mean that in whatever aspect that you take that in. Okay. So I'm trying to be more. So anyway, so on Wednesday, I had said that I know that there are people that are here that are like actively wanting to destruct what I am doing, destruct me, like all of that. I am very much aware of that. And I am also very clear on what my instructions are of what I am supposed to do and what I am supposed to build. And that is what I have been doing. So I said all that to say, One of my gifts for impacting people is that I am a dream awakener. And a dream awakener is an apostle. I didn't talk about it, and I just did a video, a reel the other day, but I need to do one about this. So I'm a dream awakener, and my mission in life is to go and to establish and to get systems in place, and then I move on to wherever the next place may be that I'm supposed to move on from. And learning that about myself was really essential because it helped me to understand why certain things would happen in my life. It's 12:12 right now, so I'm just going to pause for a moment. Amen. So the other gift that I own is I am a prophet or a heart revealer. And so a part of that is being able to see and being able to predict and being able to say, I've been talking about this since 2020. I've been on the internet asking us, what are we going to do? What are our roles? What does that look like? What you supposed to do? How are you going to show up when the time arrives, right? And so a lot of times what happens with people who have the ability to see is we're early to what we say. And so people back when I was telling y'all know how God told Noah to build the ark, and Noah out there building that ark, and all them people sitting there laughing and oh, you so stupid. It ain't never rain. What is rain? Rain. What the hell is rain? We ain't never even had that before, you know? And so Noah kept building that ark though. And then one day it started raining for 40 days and 40 nights. And now here you go. You done watch me sit here and build this all these years. And now here you go trying to get on here. There's not room for you now. Because I got to get two of every animal on here. And the only people that's left are the people that stuck beside me, which was my family. So that's it. I guess we the new people in the new world. That's what has been happening is I have been saying things all this time and I've been working all this time to do these things. And now the time is arriving and now people are like, but wait, but wait, but wait. What about I'm not ready? How long I've been telling you to get ready? So anyway, that is what the gift of prophecy looks like, right? So I want to pause here for a moment and I'm gonna play this commercial right quick because I need to get something for my tea so that I can drink it so we can get into the things because I'm really going to take us on a little journey, if you will. And I think it's going to be a good time. I think it's going to be phenomenal, but we'll do that right after this. What if the thing you've always called too much was the exact thing God designed on purpose? This is for the ones who've always known they were different. Too sensitive, too loud, too knowing, too intuitive, too woo-woo. But what if your sensitivity is actually your superpower? What if your intuition was your inheritance? Discover Your Destiny is a 10-week sacred journey back to yourself. We explore the design of your soul, your spiritual gifts, and the unique way that God speaks to you. This isn't church. It's not a rule book. It's not a performance. It's the moment you stop chasing approval and start walking in divine alignment. You'll gain clarity, language, and confidence around who you are and what you are here on the earth to do. You'll learn the real voice of God. And if you feel called to go on to become a certified intuitive melanated life coach, this is where that path begins. There are 2 ways to enter this sacred container: the Destiny track, full investments and coaching experience, or the Divine Exchange track, where internship meets soul work. You'll support podcasting, content creation, or brand development behind the scenes while learning how your unique gifts benefit the collective. Your knowing isn't a flaw, it's the fingerprint of God. This is your invitation, and I hope that you'll answer. These folks is really cutting up some bad outside on this Saturday afternoon. They are cutting up some bad. So I'm gonna put the link to Discover Your Destiny to the website into the chat. I'm going to also say again that I'm on live right now. So if you are able to come into the chat, feel free to come in and interact with me. If you are here lurking, God bless you. All right. And may you have every piece of what you have put out into the world show back up to your space 10 times over. Okay. So I put the link to Discover Your Destiny there in the chat. It's also in the description. Okay. But the website is dyd25.com. Okay. So I'm in this room. We kind of burst the bubble. You know, you're not going to be really able to leave. We need to be thinking about community. Like, what are your roles? What are your things? What are your things? And as I'm talking, there was a guy that would usually like be the host or facilitator, but they weren't there. So they finally got there. So they unmute their mic and they're like, who are you? Who are you? And where can I find out more about you? Because what? And it was the funniest thing to me because then he said, I was about to Google you. And I said, you should actually, you actually should. I think that is really smart for you to Google me. And he was like, you know, because you are such an eloquent and captivating speaker. And he was like, I just really feel like where are you? So I give him the YouTube page and everything. And you know, now they're connected, right? And so when I said I was like, I approached this with the energy of like, oh my God, I've been preparing my whole life for this because I knew that God was like tapping me on my shoulder because mind you, I've been in the space, I'm passively listening, I'm in here cooking my chili and like, I'm not really paying attention. And then I hear Fisk University. Oh, well, hey. Then I hear something, whatever made me type about being in Medellin. So now I'm in the room and I'm speaking and, you know, people are like, yeah, we need to know who you are, girl, and what you do, right? And I've been telling you all for a while that the people are coming. I'm like, the people are coming. I don't know where they're coming from. I don't know who they are, but I know that there are people who are actively looking for me and looking for this community. I'm very aware of that. And so as I am making decisions and choices behind the scenes, it is all with that in mind. So I want to this what I'm gonna say before I get into that. So Discover Your Destiny is not just something like that I read about and it's just like, you know, we should do this and that, da, da, da. Now I do research. Okay. I am a scientist and I do believe in research. And a part of my research is my lived experience. This is the literal journey that I went on as I was trying to free myself out of an abusive relationship, as I was trying to heal church trauma, as I was trying to heal trauma about my mother. Like, this is the literal journey that I took every single time. So when people are messaging me and they're like, how do you know it's God? Because I literally took this journey to understand how God shows up, how I know God is talking to me, how I can talk about things with such conviction and such like resoluteness, because I am very clear on my connection with God. Like, the portal is open. Okay. So having said that, I was like saying to myself, I'm like, if people haven't necessarily been following me, they don't really know and understand who I am. And so I need to introduce myself to y'all so y'all understand
who I am and why I show up the way that I show up. And so on the Discover Your Destiny journey, the first module is called Who Am I? And in that module, we talk about our spiritual gifts. We talk about our gifts for impacting people. We talk about the through lines that have happened through everything. And I even made a reel this week because every time I do Discover Your Destiny, I also go through Discover Your Destiny just to a deeper depth. And it's what I love most about what I have created, because you can do it over and over and over again and learn more and more and more about yourself. You're never going to know enough, and you're never going to know enough about God. So like, you can continue doing this over and over. So for me, I wanted to make that known, right? Because the reason I'm so passionate about it, the reason I can be so clear, is because I've seen it happen over and over and over and over and over again. Okay. And so in that first module, Who Are You? I was like, well, let me tell the people who I am. Because also, when I first started Discover Your Destiny, I was a very different person. That was 2017. I was still not fully out of that relationship. And now I've been through so much life, and I have evolved. And my visions and missions and all of that have evolved. So I have talked to you all before about the brand Bestie, Shekinah. And Shekinah is who I partner with for Found Her Future, our internship program, right? So Shekinah and I literally manifested each other. She was praying to God and being like, this is what I'm looking for. And what I was praying for was somebody who really understood branding and marketing and could help me take all of the things that I have in my head and create it into a universe. And that is what we have been doing, is really figuring out what this universe looks like, this ever evolving universe, like what this looks like and how people can be connected to it. So we created this. Now, I'm not about to go through all of this, but I did want to bring up a couple things. So my entire mission for being here is to help people to awaken to your divinely designed identity, help you reclaim your wholeness, your purpose, and your power. As someone who has been and felt misempowered and disempowered, the whole point of everything that I do is to help people understand that this is what we are supposed to be doing, right? And so I do that through creating this global ecosystem. I've told you all before that I have life coaches all over the world in different places that are doing things in their own special way of how they are helping people to learn more about themselves. So it's focused on Black neurodivergent folks, people who are wanting to live in full alignment with their purpose, spiritual gifts, and their personal truth, where emotional integrity, divine communication, and nervous system safety are foundational, not optional. Okay. That is why I do what I do and how I do what I do. Okay. That is at the core of everything that I do. So in that, I am very aware when I say like all of those different roles that are present. I am very aware that my role is to exist in the healing space. So if you think about, actually, let me show y'all this video. I was watching this video from Lovey Ajayi Jones. She just put it on her page the other day. And I think it is going to encapsulate exactly what the next thing is that I want to say. So let me just pull this up.
A lot of us are walking around wounded, and we need to get off the battlefield, but a lot depends on us, so we don't think we have an option to. But I'm getting off the battlefield. This last 5 years especially has wounded me. I have taken some hits, but I usually adapt quickly. I pivot, I learn the lesson, I do the next thing, which is resilience, right? But I feel like a soldier who's been fighting, who has dodged some bullets, but some hit, who has been hit by shrapnel. And each time I'll just take a little Band-Aid and try to put it on top of the wound, and I keep going because the platoon is dependent on me. And now I can't ignore the blood that's gushing out my leg. And I finally got to a point where I was like, I think I need to step off the battlefield and go bind my wounds. Go let God bind my wounds too. Go sit still. Go face the corner. Go on time out because enough. But in January, I hit a wall. And that wall was really to tell me, hey, stop moving. Go no further. It's time for you to go sit in the corner, be on timeout, and get yourself together first. Because when you are a soldier wounded on the battlefield, you don't keep going. You actually should step off and let your wounds heal. Because without stepping off, you're just gonna get rewounded over and over again. My wounds have not even been able to turn into scars because I've been rewounded before they've healed. So while I'm trying to pivot from one massive what the hell, what the fuck happens, my assignment for this next 6 months is to tend to me, to tend to little Lovey who is exhausted. Who am I well rested? I've never met her. Who am I without having so many responsibilities and so many things I have to handle every day? I don't know. This is the time for me to get still, to quiet the noise, to hear from God, to ask God to bind my wounds for me. And I am gonna go sit in the corner for 6 months. The only thing I feel called to do is write right now. I want my creativity to come back to life. Who am I when I'm not deep fried, when I'm not burned out? I'm burned out. I'm tired. I don't have no more adapting for anybody. So I'm giving myself the gift of stopping. The power of the pause. I need to learn who I am when I have nothing to offer. I need to learn who I am when I'm just pouring into me. I'm leaving room for God to God. I am leaving room for me to be blown away in the best way. Consider this an out of office announcement. I'm officially out of office.
So, you might find yourself connecting on either side of what I'm about to share. But what I want you to know is that everything that I do is to have a safe place for people such as Lovey to land, for people that are saying to themselves, I am burnt the hell out. Like, I cannot do this anymore. I was talking to one of my interns the other day, and it's been a lot. Like, after they finish this piece of their like real work life, there's going to be some deep, deep healing work that we're going to need to do, because the corporate world right now is mad wild. Like, it's mad wild. And so we have had the opportunity to leave from college and walk into this new situation. And I'm grateful that they had me to talk to start prepping them for some of the things that they needed to think about, because many of us did not have that. And my intern is 25, 24. So a lot of us did not have that guidance. We just walked into this battlefield blind and had no idea the type of harm that we were going to incur. And so again, a part of me embracing like being an auntie is being able to pass this wisdom down and pass this wisdom back to the next generation. They really got enough to deal with, y'all. Honestly, they about to have to keep this world together with duct tape. And they should not be having to figure everything out when we have lived experiences that we can give to them. And so that's really what led us to create Found Her Future, because it is a place for us to be able to connect with young women as early as 18 and to really help them to prepare for what life is going to look like, help them to think about and understand who they are so that they are able to walk confidently into these spaces. And ultimately, I would like for them to never even have to go to those spaces, that we have enough projects and we have enough things that are going on over here that they can enter a safe space to be able to operate in their gifts instead of going into the world that is going to do everything to turn their gifts off. And so that's what Found Her Future looks like. And we start that off with everybody that's a part of the Kimberland Jackson universe. You got to go through Discover Your Destiny. You have to understand who you are. You have to have a communication language with God. One of my life coaches is here. They said, you created the channel and the language between you and God. And I used to watch this life coach in Mexico City. I watched them develop their language with God and like how they understood themselves. They were one of the first people that told me that they were neurodivergent and made me really start asking myself, maybe I am as well, because I understand everything that you're talking about, right? So anyway, giving people the gift of being able to have a pathway and direct connection to God is my reason for being here. Like that is what I'm doing. And so I do that through every avenue that I have going on. So Discover Your Destiny is really like the core of the universe. It is where the pathway starts, right? And then, but let me not even say, and then, so there are also some soft launches into that space. So you just heard me talk about the Healing Circle a little bit ago. And so the Healing Circle, I did in collaboration with Vanessa, who is my mentee. She called me one day and she was like, I don't know if you know this, but I've been calling you my mentor. And so I just want to let you know that. So now that you know, and I'm like, all right, girl, I got it. But anyway, Vanessa is a yoga instructor and like trauma informed and really like developing out what that healing practice looks like. That's not my specialty, right? So girl, let me just partner with you and lift up your stuff, girl, because I don't really know how to do that, right? So now we have this mutually beneficial space where women are able to come and receive connection back to their body and back to their breath. Sometimes we don't even know how wounded we have been, as Lovey was talking about in that video. You just piecing things together by a Band-Aid until you get into a space that allows you to actually breathe for a minute. We don't be breathing, y'all. We do not be breathing. After this today, I'm gonna do a breath work. Because also spring just started. I don't know if y'all know that. And so spring is the actual new year. I have like 7 convergent thoughts right now, but I also want to say this because I think this is important. I was watching a video the other day, and they were talking about people who use lemons or limes for deodorant. They also talked about it's always the deodorant conversation is always where these things happen. But I was like, this is really how people be looking at me. This is why these people calling me a witch, because I'm really like talking about scientific and spiritual things, which is so crazy because that is literally where God is. And like, what are y'all talking about? It's so wild. And so that's also something I'm actively processing because it makes me very, very uncomfortable. And so that's also why I was like, I need to tell them who I am, because somebody asked me that. They were like, what do you feel comfortable being called? And I said, I'm a healer, I'm a dream awakener, and I'm a heart revealer. That is who I am. And it really encapsulates the bigness of it. It is as big as your mind went to when I said those words. That, yes, that, and probably more. I watched Matilda this week. Boy, this ADHD is on one today, but y'all finna get this stream of consciousness today. I was watching Matilda this week because me and one of my friends were talking about the like magic and miracles and like how God be showing up, because again, we're literally watching things happen in front of our face. Things that we've said to each other are literally happening. Okay. She be sending me the text messages talking about it's happening. And I'm like, I know. We've been preparing for this. Like, come on, you know.
But anyway, we were talking about magic, and I was telling her that when I was little, so mind you, Matilda came out, I was in high school. So I had kind of already had like my magic bubble bursted, and I was very much illogical. But I always loved Matilda, and I always used to ask myself that if I thought that I would be able to move things with my mind. And I believe that that is possible. And I also believe that it is possible that I might have that ability. And also, that is so wild and so crazy and so scary. But even if you just think about it, not in like actually physically moving things, like I am so aware of the depth of my gift and the depth of the impact that I have on people's lives that I am also so fully aware of the responsibility of having that ability to impact people's lives, of having people stop and be like, now, who are you? Because I need to Google you. I didn't know nothing about you. Now, wait, what? Because you're talking good. I'm very aware of that. And so it's very important to me to use that responsibly. Everybody does not think about that second part of using it responsibly. Okay. So, Lord, I have 17 billion thoughts in my head. So, anyway, when you hear me talk about these different spaces, this is the thinking that is going behind it. Thinking about people like Lovey, thinking about people like my intern, thinking about people like one of my sorority sisters messaged me this week and was like, I feel like I need a sabbatical. And I'm like, we already talked, like, we already know this. Yes, we already talked about this, right? And then I have another sorority sister who is counting down the days until she is about to take her life back over, right? So it's a great responsibility of things that exist over here in the Kimberland Jackson universe. And when I ask you all to be a part of the Patreon, this is what I'm asking you to be a part of. I'm asking you to be a part of a safe place for people to come and to be able to get their wounds healed and to come into deeper understanding of who they are. And so, in that, there's also another side of this that I need people and I need y'all's help. So, when I used to be with Beautiful Brown Girls, I had this talk show on a organization called Beautiful Brown Girls, and I did the online talk shows. So, one of my talk shows was called Brown Girl Boss, and then I had another talk show called Brown Conversations with Sab. And during that time, mental health became like my pillar, right? I used to also want to be Miss America. And I always used to think about, they all have like a pillar or a thing that they stand for. And mine is mental health. And so, because of that, I had started doing mental health panels because I felt it was really important for us to start having these conversations in our communities and really talking about what mental health is and what that looks like and what that sounds like. And because of that, I have relationships with a lot of Black women mental health specialists. And the other day, God was like, okay, we need to put out an all call for the mental health specialist because there are people like Lovey, like my intern, like my sorority sisters, who are going to need that support so that they are able to then ask themselves, who am I actually? Because when we are in the world and we're in society and we're in these spaces that were never created for us to be successful, once you finally get out of that space, there is a lot of healing work that needs to be done because you don't even realize how much you were fighting for your life. You don't even realize that you was bleeding everywhere. You don't even realize it just becomes the new normal, and you've cut off pieces of your brain and closed departments so that you're able to continue going because you hopefully see the light at the end of the tunnel. I'm not telling you what I think, I'm telling you what I know. I've been there. And so once you get yourself out of that situation, there needs to be mental health support so that you are able to
get yourself, and it might even be you're still in the situation, but you need mental health support to process what's happening and actively prepare an escape plan, right? So one of the things that I'm working on right now is creating a directory of Black women mental health specialists who are able to support people who are coming out of war. They're coming out of the war zone, and now I need help trying to figure out how to piece my life back together and what is even happening in my brain and why all of a sudden am I stuttering because I've never had a stutter before. What is going on? And so in the next week or two, I'm going to be sending out emails to the mental health specialists that I know to have them to join the directory that we've created in order to collect the information for our mental health specialists. And so let me pull up the link so I can tell you what it is because I literally just had a brain fart just now. So hold on. Oh, where are my links? There it is. tinyurl.com/KJU mental health directory. So let me put this into the chat for y'all. So if you are a Black mental health specialist. And specifically right now, I'm working on the mental health specialist. If you have a different gift, like maybe you're not a mental health specialist, but you are in the healing space. Maybe you do yoga, maybe you do sound bowls, maybe you do human design, maybe you, I don't know. I need y'all to tell me in the comments what your gifts are. Okay, I need you to tell me what your gifts are because basically what I'm doing is I am creating it's called the Sunflower Path is what it's called. But I'm creating a directory of support and healers that are going to be in these spaces to help people as they are coming in off the battlefield. And so I need my first space is getting the mental health directory prepared because I really do think that is going to be for those who are like getting to that burnout space. We need to get them triaged and get them together and on plans and possibly on medication so that they're able to get out. So that's where I'm starting. But after that, then I'm going to be starting with the different types of healers. Okay. And so when I ask you all to connect in the Patreon and to be a part of the archive and to be a keeper, I'm asking you to connect yourself to this universe so that we can refer you out and recommend you and you can recommend people to me. And we have this network and system that can catch our people because people are about to, in various ways, have these realizations like, I cannot do this anymore. And I've reached a wall. I cannot do this. And so I want to have the infrastructure in place so that we are able to support them as they are transitioning. Okay. Human design, shadow alchemist, and inner child healing. That's what Jasani, who is one of my intuitive melanated life coaches, he works in that area. Okay, so my point is there are a lot of different ways and different opportunities to be connected to the Kimberland Jackson universe, to be connected to Minding My Black Ass Business, to be connected to the network of people that we have. And behind the scenes, I am actively always looking for additional people and resources to be able to plug in. So that is the benefit of being in the Patreon, of paying $5 a month, of having the opportunity for me to say, you're working on this, I got you. Got it. We got it. We have our own network. I was watching something just this morning, I believe, and there were two doulas who were in the room with the lady who was about to give birth. And they were escorted out by 6 security officers or 6 policemen because they said that the doulas were interfering with the medical care when all the ladies were doing was sitting there. The mother was very well able to speak for herself. She wasn't comatose or not. She's very much talking for herself and saying that she wants her doulas in the room. They pushed the doulas out of the room, escorted them out of there. The mother didn't want to have a C-section. They forced her to have a C-section. This is stuff that's happening currently. Right. And so it's not going to be safe for us to go to these people's hospitals thinking that we're going to get top-notch care, because why? This is where we have to practice the radical acceptance of what is happening in the US. And so because of that, this is why I reference Paradise, like people are going to be opting for home births. There should be a team of people that is able to go to the home to support this mother in bringing life into the world, because we know how to do this. This is ancestral. We know how to do this. And so all of this stuff like lays on my heart. And I'm like, we've got to have this infrastructure in place because people are coming. So my ask is for you to be connected. If you have not joined the Patreon and you have the ability to join the Patreon, it is $5 a month. If you go to patreon.com/minding my black ass business, it is $5 a month. And that $5 goes to support getting all these things in place, because these are some very lofty ideas and a lot of stuff. Oh, I didn't even say the people that I need. Hold on. Before I even get to that, let me run down who we need. So we are looking for app developers, illustrators, animators or graphic designers. We also need editors, people who exist in the social media space. We're looking for those folks. We're also looking for mental health specialists right now, and then healers and people who exist kind of in the healing and creation space. So whether that's inner child healing, whether that's human design, whether that is astrology, like whatever that looks like, I need you to tell me what your areas of expertise are in the comments, please, so that we are able to find the people that we need to get connected to the sunflower path. Okay. I also do want to say, please know and understand that I am very much vetting people that are a part of this universe. I do not just work with anybody, and there is nobody that I'm going to work with that I have not talked to and spent intimate time with. Okay. So I also need you to know that and understand that, whether that is for you person or whether that is for somebody that you consider recommending me to, please know and understand that they will be vetted, because it is important to me that our spaces remain safe. And that is another reason why these spaces are existing behind a paywall, because we have to have a level of safety to be able to build the infrastructure that we need. Even me saying all of this online right now, this is kind of the last time that I'm going to talk about all this in this manner, if you will, because I really need us to just get in line, if you will. Okay. So the last thing that I wanted to say is that what I decided is I was trying to figure out a way to be able to kind of pull the curtain back so you all are able to understand what happens in Discover Your Destiny. So today we talked about me, right? Who am I? And I've shared and showed and kind of popped the top, pop the cap back. I don't know what the saying is. I open my brain so that you all can get some understanding into what I'm doing and what that looks like. I also shared with you different parts about myself. I'm an artist. I am an educator. I'm a scientist. I also am a healer, a dream awakener, and a heart revealer. And so what I want to do each week during this time is to talk about the theme, if you will, for that week's module. And so module 1 we just had, and that question was, who are you? And so I invite you again to share with me in the comments who you are. If that looks like sharing what your gifts and talents are, if that looks like you sharing words about who you are, I want you to tell me who you are. I want to understand who is here. I know there are people who are watching every week, right? I really want to understand who you are so that we are able to figure out how we can be there for ourselves and for the people that are connected to us. Now, next week's module is who do I want to avoid being? That's what we're going to talk about next week. Because with every gift, there is a use of the gift and there is a misuse of the gift. And it is important for us to know that. You know, when I talked about knowing that I have this influence and knowing that people listen to me and like understanding I have the ability to see and know, there are also ways to misuse that gift, either against yourself or against other people. So that's what we're going to talk about next week. Okay, is who do we want to avoid being? Now, if you have lingering questions, there are things that you're wondering. I need you to put your questions into the comments, okay? So that I can answer those questions for you. And, you know, basically class is in session is basically what I'm saying is we about to go to Discover Your Destiny Light. All right. Now, if you want individual, you know, things and all that, we're going to have to get you either in our Destiny Exchange track, or you can the Divine Exchange track, or you can go through the Destiny track. Either one, we get you on in here and you get to understanding for yourself. But we're going to do Discover Your Destiny Light so that I will be reintroducing myself to you and kind of showing you how this line of thinking, how this manifests and what this looks like and sounds like. Okay. So, yeah, if that's something that appeals to you, please do be here next Saturday at 11 a.m. Central Time, 12 p.m. Eastern. That is when class is gonna start. All right. And you know, bring you something to write with or something to sip on, whatever, while we're having class. But that's what we're going to be doing for the next several weeks. Okay. And that also helps me so that I can be aligning the different things that I'm talking about and being more intentional with communicating what is happening behind the scenes. Okay. So let me see if there is anything else on here that I needed to share that I may have forgotten to share. I'm a plug again. Please do join me in the Patreon. Join us in the Patreon. It's patreon.com/minding my black ass business. That is where you are able to get the information, get connected, find the community, and or find healing from whatever situations that you might be going through, because it's definitely a lot that's going on right now. And I know that, and I'm getting your private messages, but I need us to really tap into the system. You know, the system is created. And so if you are wondering, like, should I be getting connected? Yes, you should. Yes, you should. And there are different ways to do that. So again, you can do that through the healing circle. You can do that here on Saturdays. You can come in closer through the Patreon. You can join free, or you can support the work that we are doing for $5 a month. And you can sign up for Discover Your Destiny and get your journey started to be able to have a deep personal relationship with God and to be able to meet yourself through God's eyes, the way that God looks at you and the way that God sees you. It's a powerful thing. It really is. It is very, very powerful to be able to see yourself with new eyes. So having said that, let's go ahead and get into the closing thought for today. You have heard the vision and you have seen the pieces. I have opened my brain to you in order to help you to see what I am building and why I am doing this. So the real question now is to ask yourself, where do you fit into this healing community that we're creating here? Are you someone who needs to participate in being the safety net for those who need to be healed? Or are you someone who is in desperate need of healing? Right? So please do ask yourself that question and respond earnestly about what that looks like and what that sounds like for you, so that you are able to really get connected and get plugged in. What I'm doing is really about building together, right? A lot of times we build independently and we build in silos. And this is really about us getting back to our roots and activating the community and the resources that we have within the community. And when we do that, we're able to expand healing through connection, through contribution, through people deciding that their gifts are not random, right? Everything that is in you was put there on purpose. We really just have to understand how we are supposed to use those gifts to be able to impact the world. So my goal is to help you to identify them, to embrace them, so that you're able to show up in your best light and really discover your destiny. So if something in you has been stirring, or you're saying to yourself, I feel like I might need to do that, I urge you not to overthink it. Don't wait until you feel ready, just respond. And I've given you multiple ways to be able to do that, all right? So if you would like to donate differently from that, if I do have Cash App, $ Kimberland Jackson. I also have Venmo, which is at Kimberland-Jackson. You can also buy me a coffee at /Kimberland J. All of that information is also in the description, as well as my birthday list and a whole bunch of links of other things that I talked about, okay? So having said that, I really appreciate you all for hanging out with me. Our closing quote today is by Audre Lorde: "Without community, there is no liberation." All right. I will see y'all
Thank you
the
for
next time that I am here. And again, that will be next Saturday at 11 a.m. What is it? 11 a.m. Central, 12 p.m. Eastern. Okay. All right. Let me find my screen, see where y'all at. Okay. There you are. All right. I'll catch y'all next time. In case, hugs and kisses. Drop me some sunflowers into the chat. I really, really appreciate you. Bye.
Thank you for listening to The Frolicking Truth, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. Please be sure to like, rate, and comment. Subscribe to the YouTube page, Minding My Black Ass Business, and follow me on all social platforms. Until next time.